I'm trying to connect it. Oh, we're streaming.
Oh my gosh, I gotta send this.
Anyway, we're live in 5, 4, 3, 2. Nick,
Three. On.
Crap, I need to get
Hey.
pop culture.
Teenage Mutant Ninja.
Do.
I know. You see, somehow the world will change.
No. I won't. I'll save the quote when we actually.
If you know, you know.
The tier list.
Leonardo's the leader in blue.
Because I'm so glad I add that to the list because I'm like, yeah, we have some great things to talk about. 2012's TMNT.
Yeah, we do.
Are going live.
Hello.
I know it's 7
What's
o'clock.
up, everybody?
You crazy kids are basically out of school at this time. I mean, for those that already started school or not, welcome to the stream. Make sure you do your homework. As a matter of fact, skip homework and go watch Nickelodeon instead.
Yeah, dude.
Or do both.
Yeah.
Put some Nickelodeon while you're doing homework.
Yeah, you could definitely watch episodes of Henry Danger so you can brainwash yourself while you're trying to solve, like, what's 4 times 4 equals whatever.
Yeah, dude, watch Henry Danger.
I was like, who does? Probably some people in the chat. But anyway, promo time, because why? I'm a YouTuber, that's why. It's what I do. Whee! Over your shoulder, you
What's up, Dave S. Patrick?
Wait, who's
Patrick?
Dave S. Patrick.
Holy crap!
Dave from Alvin and the
Nickelodeon.
Chipmunks?
Oh my God, Patrick, you're here.
Dave. So Dave S. Patrick, MJ Roblox, Gaming More, what's up? Just in the middle of promoting because that's just what I do. Nickelodeon. SpongeBob McBob. Need to put on the thumbnail. Since Nick Toons, Nick Toons specifically has grown 33 years old since what? August 11th, 1991? I believe so. That's why I check on social media.
I know the rap, not just cartoons. We're Nick Toons.
And then that one time where Cartoon Network just interrupted the Nickelodeon bumpers.
I was literally thinking of that earlier. Oh my God.
Yeah, even though hypothetically speaking, I know it's too soon to say, but who knows. I want this to be the last stream for August for now, unless the Sonic fanbase changes my mind about Sonic 3. Still want that merch though, still want that trailer, but I doubt it's going to happen this week. I could be wrong, but I doubt it because they just confirmed that Lord of the Rings anime movie's getting a trailer, and that's coming out December, but Sonic 3... nothing much. But however, we got leaks of the new SpongeBob movie, which out of nowhere, we got the leaks of the next SpongeBob film and the Smurfs, aka, where Mark Hamill's voicing the Flying Dutchman, which, funny enough, Sandy is not in those pictures. I'm like, I guess Sandy's not part of the 4th movie that much due to her spin-off movie on Netflix becoming bad. Which is insane. Anyway, anyone else popping up to the chats, or I don't know, Gabriel Lesnar say a couple of words while I'm promoting.
Clark is cool, says S tier has to. Alright, well, can't read that anymore.
To carry that.
Dave S. Patrick says, not too much love the Riddler cosplay for your Jim Carrey Batman Forever video.
Thank you.
Rockin' Man looks really good. Cool, man.
Hey, what's up, Cameron?
Yeah,
66666
Man, I love
Nickelodeon. Yeah, if we would have made a Nickelodeon list, but the only shows that exist is I, Wade, and Danny Gabe, but Danny Gabe would have easily gotten co-ranking. I knew it. I knew this user was going to pop up in the chat. Called it. So
oh my God, you were right.
Yep, Soshi Yoshi put CatDog. I knew because one, he's one of my longtime Woody and Daffy Duck fans. I remember he claimed for a CatDog Woody and Daffy Duck video, but thanks to Viacom, it got blocked. But instead, at least the WAD video became iconic of Knuckles, 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 and Knuckles, and then Buzz going the "It's good for you," and Woody doing the Gru impression from Woody and Daffy Duck: The Accident. That was the CatDog video, but since Nickelodeon blocked it, I'm like, yeah, let me just make this as a skit. And it was a hit.
Icon. God.
Nickelodeon shows, tier list, ranking, all Nick Toons. Well, the majority of the Nick Toons. Nick Toons and Nick sitcoms. Why? Because I know the majority of you viewers, for some reason... Well, first of all, this was Lesnar's idea, so you can give Lesnar the credit. But surprisingly...
Yes.
But surprisingly, the majority of my subscribers are like, do Nickelodeon. It's like, well, it makes, well, there's two reasons why it would make sense. One, clearly because nostalgia of your childhood. Number two, SpongeBob's 25, so that also makes sense. Thirdly, Nick Toons, specifically Nick Toons, debuted 33 years ago, back in August 11th, 1991, with the first three Nicktoons from Doug to Rugrats to Ren and Stimpy.
Jake and Josh will definitely be S tier. It gave us the game sphere.
Yeah, we would be. It's spherical! We'll be ranking our favorite Nick shows in this.
I can't wait till we get to that show.
Oh yeah, I know when it comes to like fan favorites that Gabriel, Lesnar, and me will talk about, this is what we're gonna say. But anyway, just to say who's who. So as always, Gabriel's back. We've done our Marvel stuff, so good to have Gabe back. But mainly, we did the stream because we love Nickelodeon, but I know Lesnar's like the Nick encyclopedia expert, so we're like, you know what? Even for some shows that we don't watch, no pun intended, leave it all to Lesnar. See?
Yeah, leave it all to me.
Yeah, literally.
Nope.
We'll be ranking our favorite Nickelodeon shows in this stream. Come and join the chat for some Nick nostalgia. We'll be right back with more cartoons, bruh.
You guys remember the Halloween block Nick had called Nick or Treat?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Was it like in the 2010s?
No, it was back in the 90s, I think.
Well, I don't remember much from the 90s, but I do remember the modern version around that time.
I'll say it because Nick or Treat, Nick or Treat.
All right, Nick or Treat, smell your feet. Ayo, no, pause. No.
I'm not even going to say it out loud.
Is Danger Mouse a part of this? This was the very first animated cartoon on that channel. What is Danger Mouse?
Never.
We don't know any Danger Mouse. We know Mighty Mouse.
Never heard of it because it's not in it. Heck, I'm watching Drake and Josh and iCarly properly currently. Wow, well that makes it such a coincidence for you, Cameron. Well, we'll talk about those sitcoms. I mean, spoiler alert, those are easily the best Nick sitcoms ever, period. But we're not going to talk about them because just like what I do usually with my tier list, I start from what came first and what came last. And I bet for those of you that are surprised by saying, wait, where's the Patrick show? Where's this Nick show? It's like, because the reason why we stop at Loud House and Rise to TMNT, personally for me, I stopped watching Nickelodeon after Rise to TMNT, but because obviously one, I've gotten older. Number two, most of these Nick shows go to Paramount Plus, so basically I'm not really counting to Paramount Plus shows because they did air it on Nickelodeon, but they start off as streaming shows. So no Camp Coral, no Patrick show, no Big Nate, no Rugrats reboot, just none of that. Not even the iCarly revival. We're only just ones that first aired on Nickelodeon, and only the ones that me, Gabriel, Lesnar have the most memories of. So yep, yeah. Leave it all to him. Yep, Lesnar's him. He is him.
Yeah, dude, apparently I'm the Nick Cyclopedia.
So that's why me and Gabriel had our time to shine with Marvel, and sure, me and Gabriel have some things to say, but I feel like the stream is definitely more for Lesnar's time to shine. So without further ado, just start off our Nick tier stream list. Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you! No!
I Captain!
Oh! Let's start off this Nickelodeon tier list stream, and I forgot to add an F tier on this tier list. Whatever. Let's add an F if it's that bad.
F is for friends who do stuff together.
F
U
is for fire that burns down the whole town. Use for uranium. Boss. N is for no. S is for hashtag no sipping for plankton.
The inside jokes hashtag no sipping for plankton.
No sipping for plankton.
You can thank our friend Dwayne that made that plankton parody account on social media like years ago before he retired that up. But for some reason, I just thought it was a funny meme. Just make it kinky with plankton shaking his butt on screen, and then just be like hashtag no sipping for plankton. I don't know. It's just so
I'm wearing a SpongeBob shirt right now.
Well, technically, I don't have a Nickelodeon shirt, but hey, I had a day, Ramones Day. They appear on Nickelodeon back in the 80s, so that kind of counts. But either way, without further ado, let's start off this Nick tier list, starting off with a Nicktoon that started, technically, this era, but then later on becomes a Disney program for some reason. So, Lesnar, do you want to start off with Doug? Because I have little to say about it, but I want you to start off with Doug. Lesnar?
All right, well, before I went to Disney for some reason, Am I good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yep,
we're
good.
good. I'm just making sure if you're ready to speak.
Yeah, I'm ready. Anyway, so Doug, I did watch a few episodes. It's like since this is like the first ever Nicktoon to air, like ever, like they're just starting out, so you know it gets better soon. But anyway, Doug is just a show about a boy and a dog, and like friends and a bully. Um, I don't think I really have like much to say about that show because like I only watched like only a couple episodes back when Team Nick had that '90s or all that
Yep.
block,
I
and
remembered.
I would watch shows from there. But
Same.
yeah, but honestly, I think Doug, since I don't really know it that much, and I'm not saying it's a bad show. It's not just that. Um, I barely like remember because I don't think it aired that much on '90s or all that. But like, or maybe I just had zero interest in watching it. But Doug, I think I would rank it at like around like probably B tier because it's just the first ever Nicktoon and like uh I'm just starting to watch it. Like I don't remember much of it. There's probably a lot of people out there that like love this show and grew up with it. But yeah, that's what I would rank it.
Okay, I'm pretty surprised they put a high ranking. Well, for me, I wasn't really like a big fan of the show. I mean, pretty much just like Lesnar, I don't really watch it that much. I mean, just like Lesnar, I only see through like the promos of the bully just going like, "If I'm lying, I'm dying," which I forgot his name, but I remember it's Doug, his dog, his best friend Skeeter for some reason. He likes a girl, and there's a Mr. Dink teacher, which I think that was an early concept of a creep in the streets, but I'm not gonna get in topics with that. But either way, it was a solid start for a Nicktoon. I mean, it's nothing too special, but it is what it is. Cameron just put Dog Walker. I know what you're talking about. There's a video where Nostalgia Critic, Dog Walker, and Andre, my play cousin, aka Black Nerd Comedy, talks about that Nostalgia Critic does not like doesn't like the Nicktoon dog after the name of it. So either way, I don't have anything much to say. I mean, the characters are colorful, it's wacky, it's silly, but it doesn't like break the mold or make it anything groundbreaking for Nickelodeon. So I say it's pretty decent. I haven't heard the movie was good. I have not seen the movie. I know Disney basically made the rights to it, but I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan, so I would say I would just put it on a C tier. It's okay to watch, but it's not like strong nostalgia mode. That's all I have to say about Doug.
Yeah.
So, C tier
B or C tier?
Oh, great.
Yeah, C tier. That's
I
better.
say C tier. I think it's an alright show. I mean, I don't think Gabriel has any words because he hasn't seen it, but I only seen little, but that's all I can say about it.
That show feels like a fever dream. I know nothing, so let's keep it at whatever tier it's at.
Yeah, C tier. But anyway, now we got to this cartoon, and I would love to be the first person to talk about this. We have Rugrats. So, as a kid, I adored this cartoon. Like, I really did. Like, I remember when I was a kid. Hold on, do I still have the DVDs? I think I do. Yeah, I still got it. I actually own a couple of Rugrats DVDs, including the movie trilogy on VHS. Heck, I even have this Decades of Diapers DVD that basically reruns a couple of the episodes from the first season, a couple of seasons. It was definitely, I mean, aside from SpongeBob and Fairly OddParents, and I guess right now Loud House, it was one of the longest running Nicktoons ever until, I don't know, it ended in 2003. It got 3. I think it was the first Nicktoon movie that got 3 movies before SpongeBob took the spotlight, which now SpongeBob's going to make even more movies. But Rugrats was the first one. And why do I love this show so much as a kid? I don't know. Like, sure, the concept of making a cartoon based on a baby's or toddler's in their point of view could be corny and dull, but for some reason the way of how they translate the baby's perspective of life and how they make their assumptions, their imaginations, it's very creative, it's very innovative. Like, I feel like Rugrats was like the principle of like, how's it like of embracing the world of being a young child, even though these are like 2-3-year-olds in the cartoon, but it shows like their perspective of how they view life and how this cartoon brings most of their imagination of life, whether it's a parody of Godzilla with Reptar, which I did like Reptar, or a parody of Indiana Jones, which the first Rugrats movie did. But outside the innovative stuff, I like that the babies got their own distinct personalities. Like, Tommy's definitely the born leader. He's definitely doing his best just to overcome his fear, but also, you know, baby's gotta do what baby's gotta do. Chucky Finster is basically your stereotypical fraidy cat type of character, but I like that throughout his journey, despite like him being afraid of literally almost everything, he has his other friends just to help him to like overcome his fears. Phil and Lil, I like that in this cartoon they don't really like try their best to make sure that they're not the same. There's even some episodes where they're trying to distinct their own personality so they won't be confused like they're the same baby. So I kind of like their dynamic, and basically they're kind of like the gross out humor stuff where they like worms and dirt. And then I gotta say this, Angelica Pickles, yeah, I mean, pretty much just like the babies themselves, I did not like her that much. I will give credit to the voice actor Cheryl Chase, but man, you're telling me that this brat is 3 years old, but yet she doesn't act or think like one. She just shamelessly just bully infants out of nowhere, which I get there was like some episodes that we want to give empathy to Angelica, but not only she does bad things to the babies, but even to the adults themselves. Like when she tortures Stu and Dee Dee, aka her uncle aunt, where she quote unquote fakes her broken leg. But this is the iconic meme where like she annoys Stu to get chocolate pudding at 3 a.m. in the morning, and then he returns back at 4 a.m. I didn't catch this joke when I was young, but this is back then where Dee's like, Stu, it's 4 in the morning, making chocolate pudding. Why on earth are you making chocolate pudding in the morning? Because I've lost control of my life. As funny as that joke was, like, damn, I honestly feel his pain. And then it's so funny, it's like, here's your chocolate pudding. I don't want any more. And then bro just flipped out when Angelica just tortured this man. So either way, I get that they try to make Angelica basically the antagonist, but I don't know. I wasn't really the biggest fan. However, I did like Spike. Like, Spike definitely gives me vibes of my old dog Tango, which was heartfelt, loyal, but at the exact same time, you know, a man's best friend. So that was Spike was good. And then for the other babies, before I get to the adults, Dill, I like that in the first movie, which basically the first movie was the excuse to introduce Dill, and I think the first movie does a good job of exploring of what's it like of having a little sibling, thinking that your younger sibling's either gonna replace and steal the spotlight of you being the firstborn kid. And I definitely love the moment where Tommy eventually decides to have a growing bond with Dill throughout the journey of the first movie, and dare I say it, it was pretty wholesome. Same goes with the second movie where Chucky, which a lot of people talk about this in the show, that one of the most emotional episodes was the Mother's Day special, which clearly,
oh my god,
every Rugrat has a mom except for Chucky Finster themselves. And I like that this episode, and pretty much the show has done a lot of things, like despite being a kids cartoon, there are like some deep like emotional moments, but deep adult topics that this show isn't afraid of despite being a kids cartoon. Like the moment where it's been revealed that Chucky's mom did not live that long, and it just goes back to the poem that she says and she reads before she gives to Chucky's dad around that time. It's like, wow, that's pretty tragic, but dare I say it, gotta give props to the crew behind Rugrats of having the balls to show that for a kid's cartoon when it comes to like a lost mother and a grief. Even Rugrats 2, the second movie, goes more in depth with that, which honestly, I know we're talking about the series as a whole, but I definitely love the second movie more just because it goes to the motherless people, which I relate to them being one of them. And then it introduces to Kimmy, which is basically like his half Asian sister all the way from France. And technically when Chaz and Kimmy's mom got married, it's like, pretty wholesome, but also diversity, which I almost forgot. This movie, not just the movies, but the TV show goes into very diverse culture. Like obviously the Kwanzaa episode where we went to Susie, which Susie's a pretty good character, which obviously the first black lead character in a Nick Toon around that time. Talk about Kwanzaa since Tommy's like basically his other grandparents that's not Grandpa Lou, which I will talk about him. They talk about Jewish culture. They make not like Veggie Tales, but they definitely make like recreation adaptation parodies of Bible stories, whether that's Moses or when they talk about a little bit about the birth of Jesus one time and talk about Jewish culture. So it's kind of like an early educated basis of what's it like with different cultures, including when Kimmy's origin that she's Japanese. It's like, all right, pretty cool that they introduced that to the kids. So outside of like, you know, the diversity background, the grown-ups, my favorite adult character or grown-up, like they said, is Grandpa Lou, man. Man, his jokes just crack me up like, my friend is using it again. And then, what's another funny moment I like? It was an adult joke where he's like, Reptar in space, and then something for me, Sonnies, lonely space
Oh,
vixens.
space
When
fiction.
Grandpa Lou wants to watch a movie about sexy green alien women, which I thought that was hilarious, where he tries to hint that to the baby. So, by far, Grandpa Lou is easily the funniest adult character in the Rugrats series, but also the dude that steals the show, especially when he always just breaks his leg and be like, "Come, Flamin', what just happened to my teeth?" I like that in the later seasons, he's voiced by the best Daffy Duck voice actor, Joel Lasky, which I did notice it through his voice. And most of his episodes are just hilarious, including the moment where the Rugrats assume that he has a bug in his mouth, but then they decide to put bugs all over his bed, and then he just panics just to lie to his son. Like, I want a trick, I lie. So, Grandpa Lou's hilarious. Stu is also funny as well. Like, outside of the 4 a.m. joke, during the one time where Stu hit his head so hard when he fell off the roof, and then he actually talks to his own son and thinks he's a baby. Hi, my name is Stewie. And then that one time where he just goes up to the roof, wears a diaper, just be like, "Hello, Mr. Duck!" So, I think the Grumps itself definitely has some funny moments, including the moment where Stu was gonna jump off of a diving board and he got paranoid by saying, "Don't worry, sir, we'll get to you." "No! I'm gonna save you, Tommy!" Or one time where he's about to save Tommy and Chucky from a train and they cut up and he's like, "No! I'm coming, kids!" It's like the voice actors for the adults just gives it their all, man, including the dads. Which, I'll admit, it could be the same for Angelica's dad, Drew, a.k.a. I like the dynamic that Stu and Drew, since technically they're brothers, and obviously they agree to disagree to one another, and I'm like, their dynamics are pretty much real, kind of like real-life brothers, because my dad and one of my uncles are kind of like that in real life, where it's drama, and then Grandpa's like, "Wouldn't you boys just calm it down? You've been fighting like this ever since you were babies." So that became real to me with Stu and Drew, with their drama, especially whether it's Stu's kids or Drew's kids. And Charlotte, yeah, she's definitely a businesswoman, even though that's freaking Daisy Duck voicing her. Dee Dee, she's definitely a good mom. I mean, she definitely has weird hair. I mean, to be fair, Stu has weird hair, Dee Dee has weird hair, so kind of funny that in All Grown Up, Tommy has Stu's hair color, Dill has his mom's color, so it kind of runs in the Pickles family. And then Phil and Lil's parents basically is the perfect representation of girl boss and male wife, because Betty, she's stoic, the alpha type, while Howard is a coward, like basically just a beta male that can't even defend himself. And then you got Chucky and Kimmy, which basically their parents, they're soft and pretty much just like Chucky. The dad is also paranoid, also a scary cat, which I do like the episode where Chucky's getting weird dreams, like when Spike was talking, "Hello there, just in time for a spot of tea," and then Chucky gets freaked out, "Tommy, I'm not Tommy." And then the moment where Chucky's dad, when a similar nightmare, was like, "Stu, I didn't know you're coming over. I'm not Stu." And then bro just have a jump scare freak out over the bed. So I will admit, most of the characters feel very diverse, but also the comedy shines through. There's definitely great episodes, like the vacation episode where they go to Las Vegas. Iconic. That was the introduction of "Vacation All I Ever Wanted." Way before Spider-Man Far From Home brought that song again. I'm like, hey, I know that song because of Rugrats. But either way, I love this show as a kid so much. I binge every single episode. I've watched all the seasons, the movies, the merchandise. I watched YouTube poops and computer games. So if you would have told me that, if I would have think of Nicktoons or Nickelodeon, clearly SpongeBob would be an easy one, but Rugrats would probably be like the second or third Nicktoon to mine. So without further ado, I can ramble Rugrats all day long, but 100% it is easily an S tier for me with the original. The reboot definitely does have its moments, but it doesn't hold up to the original. So OG Rugrats, S tier for me. So anyway, Lesnar, would you like to take the honor to talk about Rugrats?
Of course. Okay, Rugrats. Basically all the stuff that Daniel said. Well, I really love this show a lot. I mean, at first, cause like, show about like babies going on like little adventures and like thinking that they're doing the best thing ever. I mean, like, this show really like depicts on like how babies, I think, see things like how they really do. But like, they're babies, so like of course they're like in the future they're not gonna be like, "Oh, remember we did that thing." But anyway, there are really I really love do some episodes. There's this one episode where I think the babies go, I think the inside of a Spike's body, and like they like explore or something.
No, Chucky's body.
I think that was
inside Chucky.
Oh, Chucky's body. That was the end. I think they went inside Spike's body.
Yeah, that was at the very end of the episode. Where we're like, hey guys, Spike ate the seed, and then Angelica's like, has anybody ever been inside a dog before? I really enjoyed that episode. But funny enough, that episode of going inside Chucky's body just because he swallowed the watermelon seed and they watched a horror movie that the grown-ups were watching, it was basically that episode was the original Mario and Luigi's Bowser Inside Story before that existed as a video game. So, to be fair, Rugrats did it first in the 90s.
Yeah, so that's basically what I meant. I've seen that episode in a long time, so just to be clear.
Remembered.
Man, it's really... I think if you, like, look back on this show, you're going to be like, man, clearly I don't remember this, but I want to be a baby again. Like, you watch this and you're like, you ain't got no responsibilities. All you do is just walk around and play and cry, and the parents do all the stuff for you. Like... Everyone is like that. Like, I'm pretty sure there's not. I don't think there's a person that's like, I love being a grown up. I love working.
Nobody agrees with that. We hated it and we regretted it.
Yeah, and like it's weird because like when you're a kid, you're like you wish to be a grown up. I wish I was grown. I want to drive. I want to do bad. Like I want to do things. Then when you're actually grown up, I'm like I want to be a kid again. But anyway, the characters. Tommy is easily one of the most goated characters on the show. Like he's the leader, he's the bravest, and like he made that iconic quote: "A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do," and like he's a really lovable character, dude. And of course, along with that was his best friend Chucky. And I know he's like those typical like scared kids, but like even then, like has he ever had like redemption arcs where he's like I'm not scared of you or whatever?
Yep, he has. Like, there's definitely moments like the potty training episode where he got over his fear about Angelica telling lies about going to potty. Obviously, the second movie of Rugrats goes in depth of Chucky standing up to say no to a wedding objection for his dad. And definitely other moments where Chucky was brave enough to save his crush. What was her name? Emma, and her brother was bullying him over the binky or something just because Chucky had a crush on this girl. So he actually overcome his fear just to save this girl where Chucky was getting ants getting crawled all over. So Chucky, despite being a scaredy cat, he definitely have its moments where he actually stuck up for himself. Or that one time where he got chicken pox with the Rugrats and Chucky was shameless about it. He just scares the crap out of Angelica and he gives the chicken pox to her. So either way, Chucky definitely has his base moments around the show whenever he's, not being scared all the time.
And speaking of Angelica, oh my god, I hated her, dude.
Man.
Bro, there were times I wanted to bring out the belt and whoop her ass. Alright.
The worst thing about it is she's Tommy's cousin and still, bullies her cousin.
I know, dude. She's 3 and she's bullying little infants and everything. Who does that, bro?
Doesn't even act
you're 3. Go do things. Go watch freaking whatever baby show that's on there.
She always worships the hell out of Cynthia, which is basically their parody version.
I know.
Of Baby.
Yeah, and basically all that just I don't know why at such a young age he's like the smartest thing. You're dumb, bro. They're babies. They're not gonna be incredibly smart.
You want to know what's so funny? I think there was one episode where Tommy hangs out with country babies, and then Angelica's like, "Hey, you never see your mom and dad or your dog ever again." And then when Angelica was getting snatched away by some other country parents, she actually memorized the crying. And then she's like, "I said that to Tommy. I said it to myself, and I regret it." It's like, yeah, use your words, pickles. And it's so funny that she actually got sent to boot camp one time just because of her inappropriate behavior. Remember the one episode where she thought she was going to get a baby brother or something? And the nightmare sequence. Say you must be the new baby. That's right. I'm the new baby. You're the old baby. You're the new one. So let me get something straight. And then Angelica just freaks out.
Oh my god.
I mean, honestly, despite being a nightmare, aside from being a nightmare, she got what she deserved in that nightmare. It's like, well, that's what you get for bullying babies. You're gonna deal with a big bully baby and just be like, I wonder what toy on next night. Please don't do this. I'm your sister. But now you're num-nums. By the way, Gabriel, context, that's where Buddha's voice came from that baby, from that one Rugrats episode. That was the inspiration of Buddha's voice. That's right, I'm the new baby.
That makes more sense.
It's so funny looking back at it. What if Chucky's a younger version of Arnold from the Magic School Bus? That's what I was thinking too, because they're both the same characters in a way.
True.
But anyway,
I think there was also like an episode where like they had to go to the doctor's office, and I think Angelica got her shot, and she came out crying, holding a lollipop.
My mommy! Don't cry, sweetie. Such a shot. And then Tommy make friends with Hector, which I'm gonna be fair with you. I can relate to both Tommy and his friend around that time. I was like, no, needle shots. That's my phobia. As a kid, I hated it, but technically it's like one of those flu shots. As a matter of fact, Baby Looney Tunes did the exact same thing, but like I said, Rugrats did it first. But the difference is, Angelica was crying the hell when she was like getting her first shot.
I like that there are times in the show where like Angelica basically gets like her comeuppance. It's really satisfying to watch.
Like, yeah, that's what you get, you brat. Deserved.
Yeah, deserved. Piece of crap. Anyway, the other characters hate Angelica. The other characters, Phil and Lil, they're like they're just twins. One wears a bow and the other doesn't. I don't like. I know they're the type to like they eat dirt or bugs or whatever. That ain't good. But then again, I don't. They're like really good friends in the group as well. I really do like their dynamic, like their bond together on the show. Like it really like brings it to that twin moments since they're like twins, especially on All Grown Up.
One episode I did like from the original Rugrats is when the mom got confused of who's Phil and who's Lil, and they want to change their personalities, where Lil acts more like Angelica and Phil acts more like Chucky, so they could be different but yet copy their friends around, so then just proving that they're not the same. So I kind of like that moment, because I can expect twins, I mean, whether for those that have twins or not can relate to that by saying we're not the same person, we want to have different personalities. So I like one episode just portrayed that with Phil and Lil. And one episode where they assume, I remember Angelica torments Phil and Lil thinking that, oh, mom likes me more, no, dad likes me more, Phil or Lil, like, what's the favorite, who's the reject? So it kind of like get to that split dynamic of, oh, does my mom love me more? Or it's like, nah, you love each other just because, bro, you got born by your alpha gen mother and your beta sim father.
Yep. Oh man, this show was really an adventure.
It is.
Like I can't really describe it. Like I do remember a majority of episodes. I think. What was that? Oh wait, I didn't mention that one episode where Chucky had to move from his crib to his bed, and then like he's not ready for that until like he thinks there was a monster under the bed.
That's right,
yeah.
Chucky, I'm the monster.
Yep, and Tommy, being the base goat he is, he like sleeps over with Chucky and basically like he's like, don't worry, bro, I got you. Like basically they always got each other's backs, even at age 1 year old.
Yeah, it just proves. And I think there was one episode that Chucky became the main reason why Tommy Pickles started taking his first steps, like his first walk, which it was a modern episode where they're trying to motivate Dill to take his first steps, but technically when Tom talks about his motivation, it's like, dude, the fact that even though Chucky's always a scared one, and yes, obviously Tommy has always been there for Chucky for over his fears, but even there's some moments where Chucky actually has Tommy's back. It's like, dude, despite them being babies, that's real friendship right there, man. Damn.
I know, bro. Like, this is so real, and they're babies.
What?
Oh no, dude! Oh, you remember that one episode where like the babies are like pretending they're at court because
yeah, order because Angelica quote unquote murdered Tommy's favorite clown lamp or something, and
yeah,
I remember that. I like
oh my god,
I
dude!
like the episode where Tommy and Chucky pretend to be grown-ups, and it was like a dream sequence where Tommy and Chucky had a car, and when they got pulled over for a ticket. Because obviously for us kids, I'm like, is it a ticket? I remember. Because us kids would say, oh, a ticket to go to a theme park, where they got run over by police. Angelica. It's like, hey, look, Chucky, it's a ticket to go see Reptar on Ice. And they repeat the same joke that the grown-ups did, where this coffee tastes like mud. It is mud, Tommy. And then they did the exact same thing for Tommy's dad, where they replaced shampoo with honey. And Stu was like, honey? And then secondly, the one thing that's also hilarious as well is once again repeats the same joke. This coffee tastes like mud. Oh, it is mud. Or that one episode where Angelica tells that Chucky's gonna turn into a rhinoceros or something, and then after when Angelica has like a bump on her head, they're like, "It's a horn. You're a rhino, girl." And then this little idiot decides to eat the grass in front of her dad around that time. Man, it just proves how retarded
this
Joe
show,
is.
like I said, the show is an adventure. It also hits close to home. Like, and especially the movies too. Like the first Rugrats movie, we got to see Dill, and also basically speaking of the Rugrats movie, I want to talk about that one scene in like, where Tommy was like, "Anymore, we're done," or whatever.
Yeah,
like
when
they're at the
Tommy
forest,
loses
like
it,
lost.
that moment.
Yeah, like when he lost it. Like that was actually really sad, and like that's like kind of reaching his breaking point in that part, where even then, like after Dill was born, like how many weeks did he spend crying? Like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, it's so relatable when you have a younger sibling that's annoying and torturous. You're like, I can't take this anymore. You take away the spotlight from my mom and dad. You made me lose my friends just because I had to lose over you. And it's like, and all you just do is just spit me in the face. So that moment, I dare say it was probably one of the darkest moments in Rugrats, where Tommy was about to put the banana pudding so the monkey could snatch it away. And it's like, it's not a Pixar movie, but I already got the feels where Dill was like crying, and then Tommy was trying to look over him by saying, "This is not what my mom and dad would do, and I'm being an awful brother." And during the moment where Dill was crying, and he actually said Tommy's name for the first time, and then when Tommy sings the lullaby, just like what his parents sang to Dill, it's like, damn, that's such a heartwarming moment for the first Nickelodeon movie. But also, once again, pretty real when it comes to young siblings can be annoying, but at the exact same time, you as the older sibling have to look out for your younger sibling, and that's where it goes, whether it's brothers or sisters. So, real moment right there from the first movie.
Yeah, man. Like, oh, the Rugrats gets too real. Like, it really hits close to home. Like the Mother's Day episode, and I think also the second movie when like Chucky like since his dad is dating this chick in Paris, and now they're getting together and getting married.
Yeah, so then Chucky does have to feel motherless for long, and also a half sister that's all the way from Japan, so Chucky's not an only child anymore.
Yeah, and the fact that there's like three Rugrats movies, the third one being like a crossover with the Wild Thornberrys.
Out of nowhere. And freaking Bruce Willis talking to Spike. Speaking of which, can you guys do a Nickelodeon movies ranking? Maybe. If you guys want to, then maybe we could.
Ooh, I'd love to.
Yeah, I know Lesnar will be up for it for the majority of them. I mean, including outside of SpongeBob as a whole.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna rank Barnyard.
Yeah, that
Nacho
counts.
Libre.
Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, the TMNT movies, Fun Size. Does Hotel for Dogs count? Because Nickelodeon movies, I'm counting that. Hotel for Dogs easily will be an S tier for me.
Actually.
Wait, what?
It's part of the Nick Movies wiki, so of course it is.
Then, if that was the case, that would be an easy S tier for me. If that was the case.
Yeah, of course it is. Mm-hmm. And oh yeah, there's for Nick Movies like there's a lot that I think we don't care about. Like there's this one called Mad Hot Ballroom. We're not ranking that.
Or Monster Trucks.
Oh yeah. But anyway, back to the Nick shows, like Rugrats. Anyway, Rugrats easily S tier, really hits close to home, goated show. Like it's really great. Like love it a lot.
Honestly, I would take Rugrats any day over Loud House, and that's just me. Not just because I'm older than you, like most of the majority of the people. Like I get Loud House is for the new generation, but I'm sorry, it's not as good as Rugrats, despite it's featuring babies rather than just kids or teens. So it's like, how can a Nicktoon starring babies become more deeply emotional and nostalgic than the current one today? I don't know. Maybe because I have a personal connection to Rugrats as a kid.
Yep.
But yeah, that's all for me and Lesnar. Gabriel, any comments on Rugrats? Gabriel?
Gabe.
Is he muted?
Gabe.
Yeah. Wait, he's muted?
Gabe, he's muted.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, should we wait for his opinion on Rugrats, or do we just move on to Ren and Stimpy?
I mean, we can ask him when he comes back, so yeah, we can just move on.
Alright, we'll just ask whenever he comes back. So, Ren and Stimpy, would you like to take the honors for Ren and Stimpy?
I'll say a little bit of Ren and Stimpy. I'll say a little bit because like I only watched like a couple episodes.
Same here. I'm
anyway,
on the same
so
boat.
Ren.
Like, it does have its iconic moments, but I never binge it. Only just like a few
Yeah,
episodes or more.
Yeah. Anyway, Ren and Stimpy. This like I think it's like another Nicktoon, but like this one is way too chaotic and also a lot like I want to say like adult themed too. I remember this one episode where Ren like loses I want to say all his teeth and then like the tooth fairy comes like the tooth fairy that he and then afterwards like after he's like oh man why did I get this then Stimpy gives him that big tooth he had or something. That's like all I remember. Like and of course there are the other ones like don't whiz on the electric fence.
No. I remember that.
Yeah, and the happy joy.
Happy.
Who can forget that?
It's an iconic, like literally the most. When you mention Ren and Stimpy, that's literally like the first thing that pops up in my head.
I'm pretty sure that's everyone's first thing that pops up in their head. But yeah, I don't like I said I don't got much to say about Ren and Stimpy because I never binged it. I know it's like it's whacked out and all that. So if I were to rank Ren and Stimpy, would I put it in maybe B tier?
I say that's a fair rating.
Or C tier.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Do you think it deserves a much higher praise, or is it like in the same vein as Doug, or maybe better than Doug, but still decent? You just got.
I mean, then again, it's the most iconic Nicktoon, so. And I think a lot of people will be like, yeah, I love Ren and Stimpy growing up, so I think I'll like put it in B tier because it's iconic.
I feel like B tier will be more appropriate, which my thoughts, same like Lesnar's, I don't have much to say, which don't get me wrong, this is one of the most beloved Nicktoons around the 90s era, and like what Lesnar says, it's chaotic, it's definitely more adult-oriented, which we're not going to talk about the creator, by the way, but talking about the show itself.
Mm-hmm.
So Ren and Stimpy is a fun, wacky comedic duo, but man, the adult jokes. I mean, there are some uncensored moments where they're like bathing some naked chick. I'm like, damn, they were not playing by the rules. I know this wasn't there, but
oh my god, I remember. Oh, I remember that.
That's what I'm saying. I could tell like Ren and Stimpy was just so shameless, which I can understand why some adults like the cartoons. Like I remember Tom Hardy was promoting the first Venom movie, and he said that his dynamic of Venom and Eddie Brock is like Ren and Stimpy's like. Okay, that's such an interesting inspiration to take it from an old Nicktoon. But then it does has his moments where Ren was stuck and then Stimpy just let him go and he's like, I'll kill you. And then, man, one of the innuendos where Stimpy was in the closet with Ren, he's like, hey, this is private. It's like, hey, yo. Man, it's like so uncanny when it comes to the humor. And like what Lesnar said, I mean, it's been on the Teen Nick blocks and everything else, and I'm pretty sure my dad knows this song. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. So clearly, Ren and Stimpy is like one of those earlier Nicktoon duos where obviously one's a smart one. I kind of feel like Ren and Stimpy was kind of like the crack-headed version of Pinky and the Brain from Animaniacs, but this time it's a lot more edgier and less self-aware compared to Ren and Stimpy. But I'm just saying, man, it's like, once again, the vibe and the nature of it's so uncanny. But like I said, the main lead characters are iconic, they're silly. But like I said, if I show this to my younger kid, I would rather wait till like my son and daughter's like 7 or 8 at the minimum to watch the show because they're not going to get these innuendos like, oh shoot, can't believe they got that away with that for the 90s. But you know what? We'll get to the next Nicktoon that kind of goes more into it, like aside from Ren and Stimpy's gags, but like I said, for what it is, I won't say I would overpraise it as much as Rugrats, but I would say it's also B tier. I heard the reboot was on.
Yeah, dude, you know that that part where like Ren has like a log on his
yep,
butt.
I saw
and then,
it. I saw it. I saw that not too long ago. It's like, yo, hey, yo, why is Ren's chainsaw looks like a ding dong so long shining up Stimpy's butt cheeks with the log is like, yo, that okay. Honestly, it's like, okay, I get it that it's Nickelodeon, but I feel like they just went too far with that joke. It's like, you're promoting that to the kids, right? Think of the children!
They really aired that on Nick, bro.
I was like, I don't know, but if that was the case, it's like, think of those los niños. Ay, ay, ay.
They're not gonna get it, but the adults would. God, bro, this is so. Now I know why this show moved from Nick to what was it? Comedy Central.
Yeah, Comedy Central. It was.
Yeah, that's why. God.
I honestly thought it would have belonged to MTV because, you know, MTV puts like more edgier cartoons around that time. But this one, whew, it was a different level back in 1991.
Oh, that show, dude. At this point, dude, we know all the iconic moments, especially all the adult or edgy moments.
Mhm.
Like, dude,
Especially the ones that.
I'm really gonna binge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's maybe for the gags, maybe, but for the show as a whole, it depends if you will. If you enjoy it or you think it ages well, it is what it is. Okay, Rocketman says, I heard the reboot was meant also ruins the jokes by explaining said jokes. Well, that's kind of a shame because a certain someone's not involved, but it is what it is. But hey, Billy West does a good job with voicing the characters for sure. So, I guess without further ado, we'll just go on B tier for Ren and Stimpy, just to make it simple as it is. So,
Ren and Stimpy.
Alright, Gabriel, you're back. I was gonna say, we've rambled, me and Lesnar ramble way too much about Rugrats because we love it so much, and now we just ramble about Ren and Stimpy, which Ren and Stimpy was short to talk about. But do you want to talk about your thoughts on Rugrats first?
What tier did you put it on?
As me and Lesnar put it on S tier, 100% S tier for both of us.
Yep.
Okay. Rugrats was, I would say, I watched a lot of it because of Daniel.
Yep.
And I really enjoyed it. I think I like the concept of it being about babies and like their world and what they're thinking and just giving them all different personalities and stuff. It was just a fun little cartoon, pretty solid. I really liked Reptar. It was basically the mascot of that show.
Godzilla.
Yeah, like that brother would go hard on t-shirts, but
yeah.
Reptar was cool.
The merch of Reptar was everywhere, including in my high school when people were wearing Reptar shirts and Rugrats as a whole.
Yep, exactly. I like the overall vibe of the show, just kind of chill. It would be wholesome and entertaining most of the time. The grandpa was funny. My back!
My back! Hey lady, want a date? Hey Dee Dee, where's the ballet?
That guy's the GOAT. But
funny.
And just the animation style, the character designs and all that. I just think it's a nice, simple show.
Even the music. I really like the music of the show.
Yeah. I could agree with S-Rank. I don't see necessarily anything wrong with the show. I enjoyed it a lot as a kid.
It's just one of those shows that actually gets emotional depth for a cartoon about babies, about their parenthood and all their personal struggles. It cuts us deep.
Yeah.
Cut me deep, Shrek.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's all you have to say about Rugrats, Gabriel?
Yeah.
Okay.
S tier.
So S tier for Rugrats. Me and Les have just wrapped up our talks about Ren and Stimpy, so you give away your thoughts on Ren and Stimpy.
I didn't really grow up with it as much as other people did. I can't really say much about it other than it's kind of got, like, I could see why it's entertaining. I could see why people love it because it's weird, it's wacky, it's what you want in a cartoon. Although sometimes, like, I mostly saw clips on YouTube about it. I didn't watch full episodes. I did see, that's pretty weird. Like the woman shower scene and other stuff.
The logging chainsaw scene.
Yeah. So I don't know what to say about it really. It was just weird.
Yeah.
Especially when Ren was picking up some chicks in front of Stimpy at the beach. It's like, yo, this dog, he definitely got the bitches in.
That's my dog. Yeah. I don't. What did y'all? You put a tier already,
Yeah,
right?
we just put on B tier. We just prefer over Doug. Like, even though me and Lesnar don't watch the show that much, just like you, but it's like, you know what? Some of the gags, yeah, even though it's not kid-friendly all the time, but I will admit, some of its jokes do become funny, but we're not overpraising it like Rugrats, so we just put B tier for Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, but it's iconic as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could understand that. I'd keep it at B, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So, wow, that's pretty quick. I mean, even though we ramble about Rugrats a lot, we just literally finished, like, literally these were the first 3 Nicktoons that aired on the same day back in August 11th, 1991. So, we're done with the Nick OG Trinity. Now we get to one of the most iconic ones that I know Trevin's a huge fan of, and I know Dwayne likes this as well. It's Rocko's Modern Life. So, Lesnar, take away with your thoughts on Rocko's Modern Life.
Okay. Okay, first of all, I love the theme song. Anyway, Rocko's Modern Life is honestly, like, it's a really interesting show, and also really... no. Oh, I don't want to say it's worse than Ren and Stimpy. But no. I meant, like, like, with the innuendos and...
The jokes. The jokes.
The oh, baby, oh, baby.
Rocko, Mrs. Bighead?
Mrs. Bighead? And oh no, there was one episode where I think Mrs. Bighead was seducing Rocko.
Yeah, and she was trying to seduce Rocko despite she was married with Mr. Bighead, and she intentionally was trying to drug Rocko with all these little bugs or critters or whatever. It's like, wow, including the one moment where she's kind of like having a dress all over. It's like, damn, she's trying to get down bad with.
Yeah, there was a point where like she got butt ass naked in front of him.
I remember that's like, damn, they ain't playing the rules, just like Ren and Stimpy, man.
Like, once again, they aired that on Nick.
Mm-hmm. For us kids to watch.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, man. But, like, I'm gonna be real. I haven't seen the show in so long, but I do remember, like, enjoying the hell out of it a lot. Like, back when I mostly found watching shows on the 90s or all that block on Team Nick. I do, like, I really like Rocko, I like Spunky, I like Heifer, I like all the other characters. Heifer is hilarious.
Yeah, Tom Kenny. I mean, way before SpongeBob, he was, like, his funniest Nicktoon before, a yellow cow before he talks in a yellow sponge.
Oh, yeah, and also, not even that, Stephen Hillenburg worked on the show, didn't he?
Yeah, like,
right?
Because remember, Mr. Lawrence, a.k.a. the voice of Plankton, voices Filbert in the series, and I remember during the 10-year anniversary of the SpongeBob documentary, Mr. Lawrence and Stephen Hillenburg actually worked together on this series, and then later on, when most of the majority of their gags and jokes later on became an influence to SpongeBob when Lawrence and Hillenburg worked together. So basically, Rocko's Modern Life is basically like a pre-version of SpongeBob SquarePants, except, SpongeBob is more positive and upbeat, while for Rocko, it's more realistically negative, including the pressures of parking, stalking, and that's why I say that's why the cartoon is called Rocko's Modern Life for a reason.
Yeah, like, I did watch a little bit of the show back then. I didn't watch the Netflix movie, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I did. Honestly, I know both Trevin and Dwayne were hyped for it, but that being said, I only seen the trailer, but not the movie.
Same. But then again, this show is really iconic. It's really funny. It's really good. Like, I like everything about it, like the animation, the characters, and like how everything is, like how it is in this show. It's really like, you can't hate this show, bro. It's so good, so good.
So where were you?
Rank Rocko's Modern Life. I really love the show, so maybe like around maybe A or S tier.
For me, I would say I would put it on an A tier if I have to choose for my picking, because even though...
Yeah, that sounds better.
I would say A tier because, like I said, I don't love the show as much as Rugrats, but I do end up watching Rocko's Modern Life more than Ren and Stimpy and Doug in comparison, because, like I said, this is like a pre-SpongeBob tune, even though it's not as positively optimistic as SpongeBob or as iconic as SpongeBob. But Rocko's Modern Life, I mean, clearly you got funny characters like obviously Rocko, Heifer, which once again Tom Kenny. What was that one quote he says? I bet heels were just biting my butt. Like makes it most of the time whenever Heifer acts stupid. I remember when Trevin requested me on a Wayne Daffy Duck video where Gabriel does if all the raindrops will let me come the drum drops. I love rain as Buzz. And I think the episode that I made the characters watch was an episode of Rocko's Modern Life where they wanted a new car, and there was a bomb in the car that Filbert was trying to warn Heifer and Rocko in. And I remember trying to make a joke by saying, holy crap, Rocko's Modern Life basically just took the plot of Cars 2. Did John Lasseter watch an episode of Rocko's Modern Life and make that plot to Cars 2? So I'm like, holy crap, you're right. Cars 2 actually took that inspiration. I'm not saying they did, but it's literally the same story from that one episode about the car in Rocko's Modern Life. And like what Lesnar talks about, like literally what it is, I heard in the finale of Camp Lazlo, the real Camp Master was Heifer. I mean, that's ironic because the voice actor of Rocko and the voice actor of Lazlo is literally the same. And you got Tom Kenny a part of that series too. I mean, literally, Camp Lazlo's...
Yep.
Camp Lazlo is basically Cartoon Network's Rocko's Modern Life, except it takes place in a boot camp and it's about a monkey instead of a kangaroo. But like we said, Rocko's Modern Life definitely has similar vibes like SpongeBob. Like you have a main character that's living in a suburban life, but except Rocko has a dog, SpongeBob has a snail. But SpongeBob's more upbeat and happy. Rocko's more sacred and scared about it when it comes to the real world, which once again, the title literally speaks for itself, Rocko's Modern Life. And the jokes, man, once again, with Mrs. Big Head trying to seduce Rocko and the bugs, and it does go very bizarre. And I'm not saying like Rick and Morty, Robot Chicken type of bizarre, but bizarre enough by saying, damn, visually just hard to watch. Including the episode title cards called Dirty Dogs or Shit's Heads or something like that. It's like, wow, that's a very innuendo.
What?
They let that slide for the title cards. I'm like, once again, Nickelodeon had balls back then just to put off these. Yeah,
What happened, dude?
like, even though, yes, they're marketing for the kids, but it's something for the adults to enjoy as well, which clearly, I mean, aside from SpongeBob, these old Nicktoons around the era definitely has, like, a sense of maturity, whether if, I don't know, creators behind it were creepos or not. But luckily, Rocko's Modern Life was, like, you know, on the safe terms of it. But either way, the characters definitely have some silly gags. It definitely is, once again, weird and bizarre and quite edgy as well, like Ren and Stimpy. But for what it is, it's a classic Nicktoon. So definitely, I would say, for myself, I would say it would just go on an A tier for me. It doesn't have, like, you know, not as much emotional depths like Rugrats, so I definitely say it sits on the A tier for me at least. So, Gabriel, any comment on Rocko's Modern Life?
Yeah. Same thing as Ren and Stimpy. Didn't really grow up with it. Just saw clips. I think it just kind of has that same feeling. Looks kind of weird, and I get it. Meant to be entertaining, wacky, cartoony, but just I don't know, gave off weird vibe. But I could understand why people love it so much. I just didn't really grow up watching it, to be honest. I think, like, it looks fine. Doesn't seem bad, but I don't know if I would put it, like I don't want to praise it too much, because I just don't really have much to say. I guess I'd agree with Daniel's A tier, I guess.
Yeah, for what it is, from its humor, and like I said, since Steven Hellenberg, the creator of SpongeBob, and Mr. Lawrence worked on the show, and that's how they led to their collaboration to SpongeBob. So, like I said, if it weren't for those guys working on Rocko's Modern Life, we would not have SpongeBob SquarePants if it weren't for this Nicktoon that existed. And like what me and Leslie said, we never watched the movie, but I know Trevin and Dwayne have for being big fans of this show, so it is what it is. But now that we're done with the Nicktoons, how about, I mean, I know it wasn't the first Nick sitcom, but this is like the first big hit around the time, and I want Leslie to talk about it. Nick sitcoms, Black Drake and Josh, Kenan and Kel.
Yep. Let's talk about Black Drake and Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, Kenan and Kel.
Before we get to the white Kenan and Kel, which is basically Drake and Josh.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get that show. We're going to be rambling.
We sure are, man. But you take it away with Kenan and Kel.
Okay, Kenan and Kel, it's basically, I don't want to say it's a spinoff of all that, no. No, it's just a regular sitcom, but filmed in front of a studio audience at Nickelodeon Studios. But let me just say, Kenan and Kel is basically like, Well, basically, the show's about like two best friends, and like Kenan is the one that always comes up with like a scheme to like do things with, and Kel is basically like the goofy one, like the funny goofy friend.
With that.
And the shenanigans they get into is honestly really like pretty dumb. Like one time they got their head stuck to a fence, and and one time Kenan, it was April Fool's Day, and Kenan somehow got everyone in jail. Another episode was like they win the lottery, but like they lost the ticket, and then another person wins the lottery, and then they start crying about it, and then like then the other episode I watched was Kel thought the teacher had a crush on Kenan, or something. But it was all just a misunderstanding until then. They revealed the teacher's boyfriend, and he looks exactly like Kenan. Yeah, there was a whole dance sequence in that episode too.
I don't think.
And you can't forget the iconic lines. Here it goes. Who loves orange soda?
Oh, the orange soda dance. I remember that. I saw that one of the Teen Nick promos.
Bro, oh man, not even that, dude. I remember back then I was obsessed with orange soda. I don't think it's because of this show, but probably because I like the taste. And even then, like I think about it, I'm like, man, I was seriously like Kel back then. I loved orange soda.
I'm gonna be honest. When Kel was basically just doing the sodas, like I kind of feel like, even though I did not watch Kenan and Kel when I was young, but however, it got me still revised when Shamik Moore was doing Soda Rain and Incredible Crew. When I first saw it's like, it kind of made me thought about that in my
head. Yes. I mean, technically it was a Soda Rain. Both of them are.
Literally, because it's literally like a big jug of orange soda just going around, except, Shamik was just being annoying in the airplane. But either way, it got me the same vibe when I was watching it.
Yeah, and then like there was Kenan's family, there was the mom, the dad, and the sister. The sister had a crush on Kel, but Kel's like... But yeah, this show is honestly really surreal especially for like a show filmed in front of an audience. Like, you can tell that it's really old. It's honestly like I want to say secret or comedy. It's really comedic in a way. Like there was this one time where like Kel drinks too much orange soda to the point where his lungs look like literally bright orange, and Kenan's like, "Dude, your lungs look orange than the Nickelodeon logo."
Hey, ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's basically what Kenan and Kel is mostly about. Just two dudes going on, like basically getting into wacky shenanigans before Drake and Josh. And this show was not created by you know who.
Yeah.
So.
From foot fetish guy, which we won't talk about that, but clearly this was like his first successful Nick sitcom.
Actually, it was all that.
Yeah,
that was the show that these boys starred in before.
That's very true.
Yeah, but that's a sketch comedy show, so. So Kenan and Kel, I would like rank it probably. Since it's really iconic and like the show is also really like hilarious and I enjoy watching it, I'll rank it at like A tier. I'm not basically A tier. I think that's
here it goes.
That's when I rank it.
Like personally for me, I would go on A tier as well because I won't praise as much as some certain other Nick sitcoms, but for what it is, even though I like that Kenan and Kel was basically the beginning of the trope of, hey, remember these cast members from the sketch show? Like, kind of like what Kenan and Kel gets their own TV show from all that. Oh, Drake and Josh get their own TV show after the Amanda show. So, literally, it goes off to that vibe for what Nick does. Like, who are the most funniest actors of that sketch comedy show? Let's give them an own show for themselves. And Kenan and Kel, man, like, first of all, I love Kenan Tatsu, man. That bro is so hilarious for whatever he does, especially, like I said, say all you want about Saturday Night Live. I simply watch SNL mainly because of him. It's like, bro, like, it's the dude from Nickelodeon, because I remember Kenan has been vocal about his history with Kel, but also his history with Nickelodeon throughout his run with Kenan and Kel, and thanks to the show, that's where it becomes successful, where, you got Good Burger, and then out of nowhere, we got the long-awaited sequel that just dropped on Paramount Plus, and Kenan, man,
Good Burger, oh my god.
That was a
iconic
great movie. You got any fries with that? I just love it when Kel was eventually to say that ironically out loud. I remember the first Good Burger movie was free on YouTube just for the sake of, hey, the new one's coming out on Paramount Plus around that time. So it was pretty awesome that both of these dudes reunited. They did reunited in a Saturday Night Live skit, which is basically a parody of Good Burger. So either way, Kenan and Kel,
I remember that.
Clearly their chemistry together is hilarious. Obviously giving me like it gives me a little bit of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air vibes, but it's like the Nickelodeon version of it. So that's like the vibes I just often get with both of these two when it comes to the leads. But the Orange Soda Rain, once again, it gives me vibes which should be more. And like what Leslie talks about the teacher episode, I'm like, crap, I forgot. I remember that moment. I was watching like one of the episodes during a Teen Nick. So like what I said before, like Kenan and Kel was definitely like the stepping stone in the right direction of Nick's sitcom lead duos, which, you know, not going to reference the foot fetish guy. The best thing I'll say this about Kenan and Kel and pretty much the Schneider shows, I've learned this from someone else. If I separate the artist from the art and just appreciate the art itself, definitely a really good sitcom. So for Kenan and Kel, without any doubt, it's 100% an A tier for me. So A tier for Kenan and Kel. So
yes,
Gabriel, words or pass on it for Kenan and Kel, the first Nick sitcom in our tier list?
Oh, pass. Never watched it.
All right, we'll just pass on that.
okay.
So now we get to Hey Arnold. Yeah. So, do you want me to speak on Hey Arnold, or so like who should speak on Hey Arnold? Should it be me or should it be you, Lesnar, for Hey Arnold?
You know what? I'm gonna speak a little bit on Hey Arnold.
Right.
Like I watched the show a bit back then. Anyway, so Hey Arnold, it's I really like. Oh man, like I really like the concept of like a bunch of kids like going through like real things, and like they grew up in the ghetto too, right?
Real.
Yeah. Also real, because like I also grew up in the ghetto, so I can relate.
Same. When I was around my mom, I was in a ghetto ass neighborhood with a bunch of Latinos.
Yeah, but of course, the lovable football head and his best friend. So Hey Arnold is honestly like the most like I want to say the most realist Nicktoon along from Rugrats. I do remember like this one time where I think Arnold was like learning self-defense because one time he got mugged. And like the adventures they like get into, like wasn't there like an episode about like a train or
I believe so.
things? Yeah. But then again, there's a lot that people love about the show. Like it's really real. It's like it's really it's I wouldn't say it's also really funny too. And the characters like Helga, Gerald, and freaking what's his name, Stoop Kid?
Yeah, Stoop Kid.
And
that Harold keeps bullying him for being the Stoop Kid by the
yeah, Harold. Yeah, those characters. They're all iconic, especially Arnold's grandpa.
Would you please stop calling me Phil?
Yeah. The show, honestly, relatable because ghetto and also a lot of people outside and a lot of noise and also the real stuff that happens at night, like getting mugged or getting robbed or like whatever worse things that's going on. So, and it's also another iconic Nicktoon from the 90s. So, A tier.
Okay, A tier. Mine's is gonna be different. I'm gonna say this. I mean, obviously, as a kid, I definitely loved Rugrats more. And when I was a kid, I didn't care much about Hey Arnold. But when I was in my preteen days, like I feel like when I was in my preteens, I feel like that was the more appropriate age for me to fully understand Hey Arnold. And I've watched it throughout the Teen Nick blocks because, you know, it's one of the more memorable 90s Nicktoons. But yeah, it does have a catchy, like, despite there's no lyrics, like the catchy theme of Helga saying Hey Arnold every single time. But I'll say this, I mean, just like what Leather said, I mean, look, with the exception of Rugrats, but this is definitely the most grounded Nicktoon of them all. And yeah, dare I say it, more than Rugrats, because as much as I love Rugrats, it definitely is more lighthearted because it's on the babies aspect. But for Hey Arnold, these are like real legit kids. Like, basically, sure, Arnold is basically this football head that's kind of like the straight man. Like, basically, Arnold was kind of like a pre-Phineas. Well, obviously not as innovative as Phineas Flynn for Phineas and Ferb. But the one thing I find ironic is a weird shaped head kid just goes to his suburban life and just appears like with all the friends. But speaking of which, I like that every single character, like whether it's Arnold's friends or even people from his own family, they actually have their own motives and their own personal in-depth moments. Like for instance, Gerald is basically, you know, a good friend to Arnold, and they do like the finger wags when they do their thumbs. Harold is basically your typical big fat bully, but he definitely has his funny moments where he runs over like a boulder when the kids were escaping from, it's Weezenette, it's some other guy, and then Harold's over like, ah! Or that one time where Harold actually has feelings for this bully girl named Patty. It's like, my heart belongs to Patty. We can sit down at the table if you like. And one of the most iconic episodes of Why the Stu Kid Never Gets Out of His Stairs. Like, there's definitely like some good moments. And Helga, I'm going to be honest. I thought Helga was going to be like a 2.0 version of Angelica. It's like, great. Another bully Nicktoon that basically just bullies the characters for no reason. But I will admit, Helga is an interesting character. But the one thing that is very interesting, the fact that she bullies the hell out of Arnold whenever she meets him in person. But damn, she is obsessed and simps for Arnold so much. We're literally almost on a creepy level where she makes like head sculpts, hair. It's like, damn, like she doesn't want to confess it. And I get it's like, damn, you really love this kid despite how much you want to torture him. And I think the Jungle movie doesn't go like super in depth with it, which by the way, I did like the Jungle movie, but I understand why the ratings of Hey Arnold the Jungle movie did not get that much ratings, because freaking Loud House and the creator of Hey Arnold was open to like revive it, but when Nick saw the ratings, like, nah, we're just gonna air more Loud House. I'm like, it is what it is. But I will admit, some of the episodes that just goes pretty deep for some of the side characters. I think one of the most iconic ones is the Asian guy's name. What was his name though? But like I said, if there's someone in the chat, what was his name? The Asian dude, Mr. Han, Mr. Hune, I think that was his name.
Just look it up.
There was like one episode where technically he had to let go of his daughter during the Vietnam War during criticism. Like, wow. Never expect that for Hey Arnold, just to go through that. And then once when he reunites with his daughter, so he can fund the war while his daughter has to go to America. And then when he reunites with his daughter, it's like, wow, pretty deep stuff. And then secondly, speaking of the Asian character, Mr. Han, one of the most iconic songs that I do remember for Hey Arnold is when an Asian guy could sing a country song so good, where he goes, I got the simple things, so I got spicy chicken wings and french fried onion rings. I'm like, I remember that episode. And honestly, surprising for an Asian dude to sing like a country boy guy. Hey, as a country boy myself, I prove it. And also Grandpa Phil, like, once again, this is another Nicktoon that has another funny, like, it's always the grandpas in these, both of these Nicktoons that seal the show. And interesting enough, the voice of Grandpa Phil is the voice of Homer Simpson, Dan Costella, the voice of Homer and all the Simpsons characters. So go to voice actor. And I remember that one time where he's in the sand and his wife was stripping on the beach out of nowhere. And then he's just talking to some ducks, and then some Jamaican dude steps up to him. He's like, hey, man, why are you talking to the ducks? And it's like, well, I just want to talk to my ancestors. And I like the moments where Gerald and Arnold were like looking at the stars. He's like, this is a great view, kids, but I won't be here for long because, you know, hinting that, you know, he's going to die. And then Gerald's like, just don't think about that, Phil. Would you please stop calling me Phil? And this one Swedish dude named Oscar or something, where he's trying to take care of a baby, he's like, oh, we must make sure that this baby is sick. I would like to have a sandwich. So it definitely has some iconic characters. And the voices, who's that one country boy? What was his name? Stinky Peterson? I don't know. I think that's a bit kind of nasty. And Chocolate Boy, I remember Chocolate Boy where he couldn't stop eating chocolate, and I can't believe there was such an in-depth episode of why does he like chocolate so much, because boy misses his nanny so much. And I'm just gonna be honest, I feel like Chocolate Boy is like an early autistic kid in a Nicktoon just because of his OCD addiction over chocolate, and then after that he has his OCD addiction over radishes in one episode. And who's this one chick, this one girl with the pigtails, Lila? Yeah, that was her name, where Arnold originally had crushes for her, but then there was like this one dream that Arnold had where he met his cousin named Arnie, where he meets like alternate versions of the people a part of his life, and then it just becomes very creepy, all that. So the show definitely has some hilarious moments. It definitely has its in-depth moments, whether it's with the Asian guy with his daughter or the homeless guy with the pigeons. Like, That's one thing I like about Hey Arnold. It's like, despite Arnold being the straight character, it's like every single character has personality. They have moments, and that's what makes it relatable. Like, it feels like that every single person, no matter if it's a big major character or a small character, they have a purpose. There's a motivation. There's a flaw when it comes to that. Hot take, I like the rich girl Rhonda. Yeah, I remember her. I'm gonna be honest, I thought she was a boy. Like, when I first saw, I'm like, where's the eyelashes? I'm like, oh, never mind. Like, I thought Rhonda was gonna be like Patty from Diary of a Wimpy Kid, where she's definitely the more egotistical type of bully. But surprisingly, despite her being the rich kid in the class, she definitely like has her moments. And forgot about Phoebe, which I remember Phoebe was one of Helga's close friends, but I do met chicks that were like Phoebe, which were definitely more the introverted types. And Eugene, that bro is just so weird. Not only because he's weird, because that one moment where he got stuck in a roller coaster, he's like, I'm okay! And then once again, where he just randomly starts singing with the stage, like, on Moonlight Day. So, once again, I feel like Hey Arnold is relatable for, like, I feel like the characters in the show, I'm like, yeah, I remember having a classmate. I remember having a friend that was like this character and this one character, or even family members at one time, whether it's Arnold's family or Helga's families. Like, there's a lot of relatable things that you could take from this grounded Nicktoon despite their weird face-shaped heads. So, honestly, for me, like, once again, as a kid, I didn't care for it that much, but as I watch it, this is a goated, like, Nicktoon around that time. So, I don't love it as much as Rugrats, but it's an S tier for me for Hey Arnold. S tier for me. The series that got a series finale was the Jungle movie. I like the movie, but once again, we didn't get that revival because Loud House, more money. So it just didn't happen. Is Gabriel Plyer present currently? Yeah. Well, we'll just bring him up to the stage. Gabriel, any comments on Hey Arnold?
Oh! This is something I didn't watch a whole lot, so it's like very vivid to me. I thought it was fine. I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. It's fine, I guess. It would be... I mean, I can't say much because I don't remember a lot of it. Almost any of it. But I just remember... Like, I didn't watch it and be like, man, this sucks. I just watched it, was entertained, and moved on with my day, I guess. Somewhere between A or S tier, I guess.
Alright, well, for me, I just put it on S tier for me. But anyway, I guess we're done with Hey Arnold, which, by the way, guys, we're almost done with the 90s Nicktoon era. We got two more, and then we get to a... We have two more Nicktoons, and then we're going to get to a certain one that everyone knows, including ourselves. But for now, speaking of Tom Kenny, so we liked him in Rocko's Modern Life as Heifer the Cow, but also as Dog and CatDog. So... want to talk about CatDog, and I think we should give it to Lesser. One day then, the wolf and the bird, CatDog.
It was more than a little girl. CatDog, CatDog, CatDog. Oh, dude, CatDog was the it was the GOAT, bro. Like, I was so obsessed with that show back when, like, you know, I would have, like, you know, before streaming services, we had On Demand, and I think it was on Nick On Demand at some point, and then I watched some episodes, and I immediately loved it. And then later of course, 90s are all that block. I watched it there and loved it a lot. Like, CatDog is honestly like like, it's a really like weird concept, like a cat and a dog attached together. What?
How did they pee? How did they poop?
Yeah, yeah, that's a question that everyone. Yeah, I feel like someone needs to confirm, like how do they go to the bathroom, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Like we know how they like sleep in the same bed technically, but because, you know, attached.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, oh, I remember like this one episode where Dog and Cat were like, "I'm tired of being attached to you, Dog. I don't want to be attached to you either." And then, like, later they had, like, dream sequences of what it would be like if they weren't attached to each other. And then, like, basically, like, I forgot what Dog was. I know Cat was, like, this rich dude that loves money. But then later they're like, "Hey, you're cool, bro." And in their own dream sequences, dude. Like, they're like, "Yeah, I think I like you. I think it'll be cool if we were to stay together." And then, like, later they wake up and they're like, "Hey, so you had that dream too?" But anyway, the characters. Cat, basically,
just basically your average like dude that just wants to be chill. Jim Cummings does a good job with his character.
Yeah, I can clearly tell. Like,
And-
whenever he screams, I'm like, yep, that's Jim Cummings' voice. When you heard his Disney characters where he goes, "What do you think you're doing, dog?"
Yeah. Dog is like the most rambunctious of the character. Tom Kane does a really good job as Dog, and basically like always like whenever he like chases after a garbage truck, and his catchphrase. So yeah, and also oh yeah, the greasers. Though
That being,
I think they should be arrested. I'm gonna be real. Like they're assaulting innocent people. Like for what? Like for what, dude? Like I know they're a gang, but gosh dang, bro, they gotta put assault into this. Like somebody call the cops. Like I know they're dogs, but somebody. Anyway, the greasers are actually like, that I want to say I know that they're tough, but like at the same time they're like times where they're like, hey, like I think there was this one time where I think one of them was named Shriek, and like I think she like went out on a date with Dog.
and then probably might end up marrying Dog as well.
Yeah, that episode.
I remember watching it.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, another episode. I don't want to say episode. I think it's more of a special. Like, what's it called? The parent mystery, like where they finally meet their
where
parents.
They decide to find their mom and dad. I originally was gonna watch that for Wayne Daffy Duck, but that just got taken down. But it was the exact same episode where they find their mom.
Yeah, turns out their mom is a monster and the dad is just a frog.
Yeah, which
That
is weird.
is. How did a frog and a monster make a combined dog and cat? What?
Did they fertilize like furries and I don't know, have the DNA of a kitten and a puppy? I guess. What? I mean, I get it's a show that you can't take seriously, but it gives you like question mark by saying, so that's how they got born? I thought they were like lab test subjects.
At this point, they should have made it like that, but instead of it was a monster and a frog. I almost said dog, but like, and again, I don't think the show is meant to take serious. Like, it's just a fun little show, and it's just there. Oh, then there's another character, freaking Winslow.
Oh yeah.
Winslow was really like I think he's like the sarcastic type of the group, if I'm correct. Because like, bear with me, it's been a while since I've seen CatDog, by the way.
Same.
So, but yeah, that's basically how it probably is. What other characters am I missing? Oh yeah,
the rabbit.
what's his name? Yeah, the rabbit, the green one. I forgot what he does. I'm gonna be real.
Same. I don't remember much about his character. All I know is Billy West voiced him, but I don't know what's his role in the show exactly.
Yeah, I didn't know Billy West voiced him. But yeah, I loved CatDog back then. CatDog is a really another iconic Nicktoon. Another one at the time I was really obsessed with. So probably I wanna since my younger self was really obsessed with the show, I would put it in maybe A tier. Yeah, that's what I would put it on.
You would put it on what?
That's how I would put it on A tier.
On A tier?
Yep.
Sorry, family got interrupted, so that's why I just misheard. But anyway, let me just get to my quick ramble of CatDog. So, CatDog, it's definitely hilarious for what it is. Jim Cummings definitely brings fight performance. I definitely like Dog's modes, which clearly, Dog is clearly an idiot, and Tom Kenny is no stranger to that when Heifer was pretty much a similar character. I like the one where they go to a factory and they have fire hydrants and he's like, looks like it's not time to go winky. Like the way that he said it around that time. I don't know, that just fly over my head. And then when we get to Winslow being the narrator, I like the fact that he often be tortured, whether it comes to cats and dogs schemes, which to be fair, my introduction to CatDog was literally like a short to the first Rugrats movie where Winslow was kind of like narrating the story about cat and dog, just talking about their lives, and including the moment where dog just make have like a spicy recipe and he just barfs out fire, or that one moment where dog is trying to like pretend to be a sailor over the boat and then dog just makes like a wave and then just takes down the cat. Which, once again, clearly their dynamics is, obviously, one's the stray cat, one's the dumb idiot dog, but once again, it's like, whenever you do polar opposites, whether it's a comedy duo or a romantic duo, it's like, if it's the opposites attract type of trope, that's how you know both of the characters are not the same, but at the exact same time, there's more variety of what you can do with those characters. And then, like what Leslie was talking about, like, the rabbit, I don't remember much about the rabbit outside of Billy West. But yeah, when it comes to like the Greaser Dogs, which is basically the dog gang, I do like one of the major episodes I did remember was Shriek was dating Dog one time, and they actually were like attended just to get married at one point, and it's like, and then Cat was just being there, just being the best man. It's like, oh, never would expect that to happen, but hey, it is what it is. So either way, I won't say the show, it definitely is iconic for the main lead, but I don't watch it or appreciate it as much compared to Hey Arnold or Rugrats when it comes to that, or even Rocko's Modern Life. I feel like it's definitely a more, I mean, I wouldn't say super tame, but definitely like a more tame-ish version of Ren and Stimpy, but except, you know, it's a cat and dog hybrid. And of course, it was the moment where cat and dog discover about their origin story about the freaking mom was the monster and their dad was a frog. It's like, it wouldn't make more sense if they have lab subjects. It's like, bro, how does cat and dog actually like pee and poop? It's like, the logics, man. Like, either way, I get it's a kid's cartoon, and you should not put so much logic of combining a cat and a dog together, even though despite they have to share their households. Like, clearly, dog's house is a bone, and then cat's other half is a fish, so clearly representing both the habits. So, for CatDog, I wouldn't put as much high praise as Hey Arnold and Rugrats. I'm thinking either between A tier or B tier. Personally, for me, I probably might go on the B tier when it comes to CatDog. Like, somewhere in a similar vape like Ren and Stimpy, but clearly more tamed compared to Ren and Stimpy. So, probably B tier for me.
Understandable.
It is. Gabriel, any thoughts on CatDog?
I agree. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with Ren and Stimpy and that kind of genre. Didn't watch it, but I knew a lot about it. I wouldn't say a lot, but I knew it existed. I knew it was popular. Everyone loved it. I just didn't watch it. I didn't grow up with this era of Nickelodeon as a kid.
Until SpongeBob came along.
But I appreciate it. And I put it in the same tier as like Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah,
B tier.
It's a B tier Nicktoon. So, I guess that's short for CatDog. However, the next Nicktoon in mind, then before we ramble about SpongeBob, we talk about the Wild Thornberrys. Haha, smashing. Lester, want to take away with the Wild Thornberrys?
Alright, yeah. You know what, I'm gonna be real. I like barely remember any episode or like barely watched them at all. I can say something about the characters, like the main girl. She can talk to animals because of some dude. Yay, Darwin the monkey. He goes on adventures with her, Eliza. Donnie, you already know, the wild child. Yeah, Gabe, do the Donnie impression.
Yeah, since you can.
Yep, that one. The mom and dad, especially the dad, Nigel, is like he's, I know he's iconic as hell. Basically, like his voice. Tim Curry does a good job, dude.
That dude is a master of not just voice acting, but also comedy
yeah,
as well.
And like the older sister, she's like your typical teenage girl.
Debbie, I think that was her name, Debbie.
Yep, for sure. And the older sister, yeah, Debbie, she's just a typical teenage girl. Who basically is like, I want to go out with my friends. I want to go party. Yeah, and the mom, she's just the camera woman. She's just the one that records the nature show.
Yeah, whenever Nigel Thornberry's hosting.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't really have much to say about the show.
So, if you have to put a rating.
maybe B tier.
Yeah, I say B tier would be fine as well. So if you say B, I'll say B too as well, because just like Lesnar, I wasn't really like a big fan of Wild Thornberrys. I know it's created by the same team that gave us Rugrats, which no wonder why they cross over in the third Rugrats movie, where it's like a big budget crossover. Which, to be fair, I did not know this was a Nicktoon. I knew the movie existed, like the Wild Thornberrys movie, where all the animals were getting poached down, which I'll admit, the movie, I've seen the film, and it's a lot more darker than the Nicktoon itself, so I gotta get props for the
Same.
Like, the film was definitely a lot more darker when the poachers were there, and obviously, Eliza. The best thing about Eliza, she is voiced by, what's her name? Lacey Chabert, who voiced Gwen Stacy in Spectacular Spider-Man, Princess Elise, and Sonic 06. And what else was she in? She was one of the Mean Girls. She was the white dog from Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3. Pedro was in love with that chick. I'm like, damn, this chick has been in like two of my favorite franchises growing up as a kid, both Spider-Man and Sonic the Hedgehog. So, coincidence? I think not. So, clearly, the nerdy type. Like, Eliza is a good protagonist for where she communicates with the animals. I like that the monkey's name is literally Darwin, which is clearly a reference to Charles Darwin that believes about the philosophy of the monkeys. And then, freaking Donnie, man. The funniest thing about the voice actor for Donnie, he is voiced by the dude Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers that does the guitar bass. I'm like, dude, I was not expecting a Red Hot Chili Peppers dude. Like, yeah, I'm not joking. Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers is the voice of Donnie of the. It's like, bro, like,
no way.
and just to give a shout out to the Rugrats Wild Thornberry movie, even though it is my least favorite in the trilogy around that time, but I'll admit, when Donnie like replaced Chucky Finster's clothes and people just think, what did Phil say? Did Chucky just start talking backwards? Like, bro, Donnie's kind of like, if you put Chucky Finster into the wild and he's not scared of anything and you make him like Tarzan on crack or something, that's how he would have been. And then for Nigel Thornberry, I mean, the bro is such a literal meme where he goes with all the faces and smashing, hello, Huggy.
His face, dude, I can't. His face, his design, it's memed everywhere.
Like with all the memes with Tarzan and all that, putting Nigel's face on every Disney character. But yeah, Tim Curry, that man is such a legend for both voice acting and comedy, and including, I mean, outside of Wild Thornberry, his role in Home Alone 2, a limousine and a big pizza, and during the part in Home Alone 2, I love you. I think you're terribly mistaken, sir. I don't know. I think Tim Curry. But either way, I like Nigel Thornberry. Like, obviously, Donnie's funny, but I think Nigel Thornberry easily steals the show. Like, I remember in Rugrats 3 and Go Wild, where Nigel Thornberry lost his memory, and when the Rugrats come over, he goes, "No, I'm a ballerina!" Where he just puts over his... It's not just, I'm coming back. It's like, bro, even though Rugrats 3 was my least favorite, but I think Nigel Thornberry, he carried the series, and he definitely carried in the movie, including Rugrats 3 as well, including when Spike is freaking voiced by Bruce Willis. But I like that, even though in Rugrats 3, I didn't watch Thornberrys that much until I watched the movie and then watched a little bit of episodes. I like it gives a little bit of context of how Eliza talks to animals thanks to Darwin. And yeah, the sister ain't too special. It's just her stereotypical, whatever, I don't really care about these animals. I'm like, yeah, nothing too special about Debbie. And the mom, definitely helpful and supportive. So that's all I can say about Wild Thornberrys. I mean, it definitely does a good job with the animals and the habitat of how Eliza communicates and bonds with them. So it's a solid Nicktoon. I definitely say it's on the B tier. I won't put it as high, so B tier for Wild Thornberrys. I'll just put it there. Anyway,
I agree.
So yeah, for Wild Thornberrys.
I didn't watch the show, but I did watch the crossover with Rugrats. And that I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed that crossover. I watched it quite a lot.
More than the first two Rugrats movies?
I appreciated them like as characters. I like their characters. They're entertaining. Their character designs are funky and I don't know, just funny looking, but that's the charm of it. Nigel Thornberry, obviously the GOAT. I'm a ballerina! And him spitting on his head like an idiot.
Can't take it seriously because of his eyes and Tim Curry's voice. Ballerina!
Yep. the son, obviously, I keep quoting the
Yeah, Johnny.
just because of that, and even the trailer for it. Like, I think that was in the trailer. I forget.
It was where he replaced Chucky and then he takes Chucky's clothes.
Yeah. It was just, I don't know, like, I didn't know much about him, but I thought they were fun characters, and I enjoyed that crossover with the Rugrats, but I did not watch the show, so can't talk about that, really. I guess the B tier is fine. I like the characters, I just don't know anything about the show.
I mean, like I said, I've watched the movie before the show. Like, I thought it was like Jimmy Neutron where the movie exists and then the show exists. I'm like, oh, so it was a TV show first. But last thing I will say before we get to everyone's favorite Nicktoon growing up, before we get to SpongeBob and Bob, the last thing I'll say about Thornberrys, I like, Lesnar might remember this. Remember there was like a Nickmas parody of Frosty the Snowman with Jimmy Neutron making Patrick as Frosty the Snowman, birthday happy, where Nigel Thornberry...
Yes, I remember
where
that.
Nigel Thornberry was the narrator. Now we saw the kids and how, wow. And then once with Jimmy Neutron, time travel of keeping Patrick as Frosty the Snowman alive. I like that Nigel, like Jimmy and his friends are old, and Patrick still pokes Carl, poke. And then Nigel Thornberry's dead, and he's like, the end. And then Patrick poke Nigel's dead close, poke, it is now. And then when they restart the timeline, birthday happy, he's alive. And then when they try to kill Patrick the Snowman, the end. It's like, I will admit, Nigel Thornberry's cameo where he dies in that Nickmas special, I thought that was funny.
Oh, bro, I remember that so well.
Yeah,
Dude.
but speaking of Nickelodeon, oh, listen to Pineapple Under the Sea, SpongeBob SquarePants! We have finally get to the massive juggernaut, aka the Mickey Mouse of Nickelodeon, aka basically the only Nicktoon that is carrying and saving Nickelodeon, not by quality, but by the money itself. I grew up on the SpongeBob as a classic that Nick made famous. Fun fact, I meant the voice actor to Tom Kenny's awesome. Hey, good for you, man. As a matter of fact, Lesnar, do you want to talk about it since you met the voice of SpongeBob himself too? Lesnar? Hello?
Is bro dead?
Oh, I was gonna say, am I just making signals or what?
Somebody said, I'm SpongeBob.
I thought you were gonna say, I'm Squidward.
Sorry about that, guys. Hold on.
Squidward.
Sorry about that, guys.
I was gonna say, Lesnar, do you want to start off with
You're
SpongeBob?
good.
Because when this user just says, I met Tom Kenny, well, guess what? Lesnar met Tom Kenny himself in person.
So did I, bro.
Mm-hmm. So, do you want to talk about SpongeBob, or I should? Once again, want to take?
I do.
All right. Take away with, once again, the Holy Grail, the one and only Nicktoon that's saving Nickelodeon throughout 25 years right now, since 1999.
Okay, SpongeBob. Bro, where do I even start with this show? We all know the show exists. We all watched it at some point. We all watched it. We all watched it and loved it a
We
lot.
quote and meme the heck out of it
So-
a lot. Gabriel, is Lesnar good? Guys?
Sorry, Mom interrupted me.
Okay.
Oh, you're good.
Anyway, SpongeBob. God, I love this show. Who doesn't love this show? Everyone does.
You're not.
But anyway, SpongeBob is literally the most, basically Nickelodeon's life support. I'm saying that because I think the only thing they air now,
Mm-hmm.
especially on Nicktoons. Anyway, the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob will always be goated. Like so I have majority of favorite episodes from like season 1, season 2, season 3. Especially season 1. I love the fun episode. I love the pizza delivery episode. I love the what's it called? Naughty Nautical Neighbors.
Oh yeah, that one. I remember that.
Yeah, all those episodes are like really iconic. They're really memorable. Like they're really like who doesn't like love them? SpongeBob is seriously like the pinnacle of basically like the rise of Nickelodeon. Technically. So and I wanna say this too, that that SpongeBob, basically, like, because I know I already said that they're like Nick's life support, technically, because of all my controversy. Yeah. But then again, without SpongeBob, I feel like Nickelodeon wouldn't be like how it is, like how it grew or how it was back then or this year.
It's nothing without it.
You know, because that way, like, if it wasn't for SpongeBob, Nick would not be where it is today. That show is the most memed, the most well-loved, most recognized, and also, like, even, like, and, like, it's not even, like, the type of show that you're like, no, I never watched it. Yes, you have. You watched it. Don't lie. Like, you can't say you haven't watched the show. That's a lie. You watched it. And, let's see. Oh, yeah. Also, I met Tom Kenny. Since I know we have been talking about him, like, the majority of the stream. But, yeah, I did meet him. And he was honestly really goated. And while I was in line, I talked to the people in line about, like, our favorite moments or, like, episodes from the show. And to be honest, that was really the most unforgettable moments, even though I spent 3 hours in line, but still. Like, I'll never forget SpongeBob, best Nick Toon, and also basically saving Nickelodeon and giving Nickelodeon all the money it gets. Is all of that, like, you know? Especially the movies. The first movie will always be goated. Like, now that we're men, we have facial hair. Now that we're men, I changed my underwear. Like, all that. Really iconic Nick Toon. Definitely gets to go in S tier. Yeah, that's where I put it at. There you go.
I think he dipped. You said S tier, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You can't, like, leave out S tier for SpongeBob, so at least Lester's choosing the right thing. So, Gabriel, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be my last one. I'm not feeling good, and I'm gonna head out and eat dinner. So this will be my last one, but I'll name the rest of my rankings for the other shows that I've watched. But as for SpongeBob, this show, as anyone else could say, is the staple to my childhood. I would watch nothing on TV but SpongeBob over and over and over
That's the
over again. And the next day. We could sit here all night and, like, reference all the memes and quotes and all that from SpongeBob. It's just that iconic. Like, I could not stop watching this as a kid. And, I know we're not talking about movies, but the first movie also, like, combined with the first 3 seasons, mostly, for SpongeBob, that was just peak SpongeBob. I think the early animation for when it started still ages well to this day. I still really like it.
I like it too.
And it's just something, like, I think it's just for everyone, or either that, or, you know, I guess because it's nostalgic, but it just feels like a show for everyone. Like, you can go back and watch it now and still really, really enjoy it. You know, it was created by a marine biologist, and I think that's really cool that it's not just hey, let's make a stupid cartoon. It's like, this guy knows what he's making when it comes to these sea creatures and giving them all personalities, and I don't know. It's just unique. SpongeBob is very unique. And obviously I haven't caught up with it now. I know it's still going. Stopped watching Nickelodeon, cable in general. Stopped watching for a very long time. But from what I watched as a kid, it's peak. Everyone, there can't be a single person on this earth that says, unless you're a freaking 30 to 50-year-old person, that thinks it's brain rot. It is, but it's good brain rot.
The best.
yeah, I don't know. It's just, you gotta be a hater if you don't like the show. Everyone has to like it. There's just no way. You can't not like it. It's full of dumb fun. It's iconic quotes, iconic songs, characters. I mean, it's one of the greatest cartoons in the history of forever. And regardless of how it's going today, I think it still holds up to be just one of the best cartoons ever.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's just peak. There's so much we could ramble on about. SpongeBob is just one of my favorite shows ever. Gotta put it S tier all the way.
Totally.
Now, I am gonna dip, but before I do, I want to mention the shows I have watched and put them on a certain tier.
Alright.
So, Fairly OddParents, I put it S tier because I grew up with it and loved it. Was obsessed with that show. I love the concept of, being a kid and just being able to have really godparents, or in this case, odd parents, and make as many wishes as possible, and all these wacky characters. I like the art style. I don't know, it's just a fun show. I really like it. So to me, that's S tier.
S tier.
Jimmy Neutron, peak to me. I don't care. Iconic intro. Animation, I'll be honest, I mean, it doesn't really hold up very well, in my opinion, to this day, but I think because it's nostalgic to me, and I loved watching it as a kid, I don't mind it. It's a good show, it's great. I gotta put it S tier, I'm biased.
Come on, bro. Hug me, brother!
Yeah.
Yeah, Drake and Josh. I mean, everyone has their own opinions in terms of sitcoms. Yeah, I like Full House. Well, guess what? My personal favorite is Drake and Josh because I just connect with these two guys a lot. I'm a dude. I have a brother. No, I don't, but I do. So I get it. And the theme song, again, everyone has their own opinions, but I think for me it's the best sitcom intro ever.
For sure.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite sitcom overall, besides iCarly. I would say I was very obsessed with that, but we'll get to that. Drake and Josh, just to me, is just my favorite sitcom out there. It's just got everything especially for, not that girls can't enjoy it, but for a young dude like myself and all of us, it's just super enjoyable. Yeah, they're the GOATs. Drake and Josh are the GOATs. That's S tier all the way.
One comment I will add about Drake and Josh: if it weren't for this show, Danny Gabe would have never existed. If it weren't for the appearance,
Yeah,
of
dude.
Josh.
Go watch those intros. Danny Phantom didn't watch episodes very much, not a lot, but I was aware of how iconic and popular it was at the time. I did play the Nickelodeon games and played as him, and I thought he was a cool character. So, I think just because of how popular and iconic it is, and I think Danny Phantom's a cool character, S tier, because screw you. Zoey 101, never watched it.
Last Airbender.
Dang, there's a lot of those I haven't watched. iCarly, also one of my favorite sitcoms ever. I grew up with that show like crazy. Was obsessed with it. Watched every single episode pretty much, and was caught up. And me and Daniel were very sad when the finale dropped, and we literally cried. Yeah, it was stupid. But I love that show. I can't really watch these shows. Well, besides Drake and Josh, I can't really watch these sitcoms the same anymore because I'm older and the humor doesn't. Most of it.
I thought you were gonna say that because of
hit the same because I'm just older, and also we all know the experience behind
scenes.
these
Yeah.
shows now. But we're not going to talk about that. The iCarly's goated. I don't care what anyone says. One of my favorite sitcoms. One of the best shows on Nickelodeon.
Also, Freddie's literally.
yeah.
Also, Freddie
Benson. Freddie is the reason I changed my hairstyle when I was a kid. So that's the show was a big part of my life. Back at the barnyard. Just gonna say it. Oh, I forgot to say iCarly, S tier. Back at the barnyard, S tier. I don't care what you say. Pig is my goat. The movie and the show, I love it. I love it. It's absolute brain rot, and I love it. This is the good brain rot. The show feeds my soul. I love it. It's so fun. So fun. Penguins of Madagascar also really loved, because I mean I love the Madagascar movies, and penguins were really cool characters, really fun, and they were a lot more funnier in this show. Like Kowalski had more personality, more fun and funny. Skipper and King Julian are my goats. They're my favorite characters in the show. Yep. But that so yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it. Back at the barnyard, S tier. Penguins. That's like some. Nah, you know what? Screw you, S tier. Big Time Rush. I would put that more on A tier. Like I did like it. I really like it. Enjoyed it as a kid. But it's not on the same level as like iCarly and Drake and Josh to me. But I did enjoy it. I do like Big Time Rush. So I'll put that at A tier. Victorious, put that S tier. That's I think iCarly and Drake and Josh are still better, but they're still like Victoria's still really good and also a big part of my life because of just how much I watched sitcoms, most of them, on Nickelodeon, and Victorious was one of them. I thought it was really funny. The songs goated. Got some cameos in there, you know, from Drake and Josh.
Yeah, Kenan Thompson during the iCarly crossover around that time.
Yep. Also the collab with them and the iCarly crew. So gotta love it. Victorious is S tier.
In my personal opinion, the last good Nick sitcom, to me at least.
Yeah. Kung Fu Panda Legends of Alternate Dad. Probably.
What about Tough Puppy?
Oh, Tough Puppy. I actually I think that show's underrated. I really liked it, and I was like, holy crap, it's Spencer! I gotta watch it! And I love the intro. Tough puppy, tough puppy, is a tough puppy. I would put it. I'll put it. I think it's underrated. I don't care, so I'll put it B tier at least.
Okay, B tier for Tough Puppy.
Yeah. But that was a solid show. Kung Fu Panda. That I think I'll put it probably the same, B tier, because I did really like it, but it's not like peak or anything. It's just kind of just something I watched to like. Oh, I'm bored. I'm gonna watch this because I'm bored. It's decent. Put that B tier.
B tier for Kung Fu Panda.
Crap. What's the next one called?
Robot Monster.
Monster.
That, I think kind of the same as like Kung Fu Panda. Like I just watched it because I was bored.
You thought it was
just watch whatever was on TV.
Yeah, Lesnar, you just said it.
It was
Lesnar, like he just said it. Gabriel, you thought it was a preschool show because in the intro, Robot Monster were going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. But it was. I mean, I think it's also underrated. I think it's okay. It was just something to turn off your brain and enjoy, like any normal cartoon. I would put it C tier probably. It's not bad, but it's not like holy crap, I gotta watch this again. TMNT 2012 S tier all the way. That show huge part of my childhood. Was obsessed with that show. It's what made me obsessed with the Ninja Turtles as a whole.
Same.
Same.
And I remember being obsessed with that show and the 2014 movie that came out at the time.
Same.
So I was in a huge TMNT mood that year, and it's thanks to that show. So, I mean, peak casting with the voice actors. The storytelling was surprisingly really well done, and the world building and everything. The animation is. It can be okay. Like some character designs are a little weird, and then some are pretty cool. Like I like the Turtles designs, Splinter's design, Shredder, and everyone. But there's some characters like Casey Jones that look kind of weird.
Josh Peck.
Yeah, dude.
Timing.
But it's a good show, really good show. It's one of the best TMNT shows out there. I mean, I don't know if it's. I don't know. I would say I'm biased. I think it's the best TMNT show. It's my favorite. But there's plenty of great TMNT medias out there anyway. So I don't know. S tier for me. Monsters vs. Aliens. I hardly remember that, but Bob was one of my favorite characters in the movie. So that was just really fun to watch, just to see him again. But it's also just kind of like Kung Fu Panda. Just turn off your brain, watch because I'm bored. So, like B tier, maybe C tier. I would say C tier. Sam and Cat. I was excited for that because I was sad about the finale of iCarly. I was like, no, all my favorite characters are gone. And then Sam was back, and then you got Cat, and then being together, being friends. And I was like, holy crap, that's unexpected, but that's awesome because two shows I really love kinda are, connected together in one show now. And seeing the cameos, Freddy.
Robbie.
Was Gibby in it?
Yeah, Gibby was in it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Gibby, freaking, what's his face? Robbie?
Yeah, Robbie.
Yeah, and Neville.
Yeah.
Neville. Didn't Jade's boyfriend...
I'm sure there were more, I just don't remember.
Lesnar, didn't Jade's boyfriend appear in the episode? I forgot what was his name.
Wait, Jade's boyfriend?
Yeah, it's Sam
and Cat.
Yeah, what's his name?
You mean Beck?
Yeah, Beck. Yeah, that's
Beck.
his name.
I don't think so. I don't think he did.
But,
Yeah, I think it was just, I don't know if it was just Robbie, but I do remember Robbie being there. It was Freddy and
Gibby.
Gibby.
Jade.
Yeah. But those were fun, and their interactions together, they were a fun dynamic. Kat is like optimistic and silly and all that, and Sam's just, Sam being aggressive.
As always.
Yeah, I think the show was decent. I really liked it when I was younger. I'd put it probably B tier.
B tier for Sam and Cat.
It was more of a fan service thing,
Pretty much.
but it was okay. Wait, is that Henry Danger?
Oh, which one?
No.
Thunderbirds or Henry Danger?
I'm retarded.
Are you looking at the Thunderbirds?
Well,
or
I haven't
Henry
really.
Danger?
Oh, the Thunderbirds. Oh. I haven't watched much of it. I'll skip that.
Yeah, the
But
talking
I-
rabbit.
It was just one of those things where, like, if I'm at a hospital or something, I would see an episode playing, and that's it. But I didn't really watch it. Same with Henry Danger. Yeah, the rest I haven't watched. So that's it. That's it for me.
So, what about Loud House though?
Nope, never watched.
Rise of TMNT?
Never will. Never watched. Never will.
Harvey Beaks.
Nah, Gabe
Nope.
has not seen it, but I guess it was. I guess your real last Nickelodeon show that wasn't SpongeBob was Sam and Cat. Well, yeah, I think it was Sam and Cat.
Yeah, that's mostly what I watched.
Well,
I mean, I've watched others, but like I was pointing out the ones that like stood out to me. Like obviously I watched Planet Sheen, but that one's.
you didn't even say your ranking on Planet Sheen as well, or Fanboy and Chum Chum.
Oh crap!
Those are two.
Fanboy Chum Chum, B tier. I enjoyed it, but it's brain rot.
And Planet Sheen, you forgot that.
Planet Sheen, C tier.
C tier.
Maybe, C or D tier, I don't know. Somewhere around there.
Makes sense.
I think that's it. I don't know.
Well, that'll be on perfect timing, Garrett, because it's about to be 2 hours of the stream, so you're perfectly leaving around the 2 hour mark.
Yeah. Thank y'all for hearing my takes a little bit on these shows. Nickelodeon at its peak was pretty fun. Loved Nickelodeon as a kid. I'm older now. I don't get into this stuff anymore, but it's good to go back and kind of go through memory lane a little bit. But yeah, hope y'all have a good rest of your night or morning or evening or whatever time it is for you. Remember to like and subscribe to Daniel's channel for more tier list videos once they're done with the stream. And yeah, I'll see y'all soon.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Bye, guys.
Love you, brother.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. So long.
Hug me, bro.
So long, shrimp. So yeah, thank you, Gabriel, for part of the discussion. Now it's just me and Lesnar throughout the rest of the tier list stream, which probably might take an hour, which clearly for both me and Lesnar, we're going to go super in depth with them. So thank you, Gabriel, for his ranking. I'll try my best to remember most of it. But I didn't talk about my thoughts on SpongeBob, which clearly I have to talk about SpongeBob. So SpongeBob SquarePants. I mean, easily like what the boy said. It's quotable, it's memorable, it's relatable. SpongeBob's autistic. Hey, I'm a kid with Asperger's, so I can relate to that too. I got bullied for liking SpongeBob in 2nd grade because I could not stop quoting, singing F is for friends who do stuff together. Best day ever. I got bullied for liking SpongeBob. But hey, aside from Spider-Man, SpongeBob was one of my childhood heroes growing up. I mean, as a kid, I collect the heck out of the merchandise, the Burger King toys, the Lego minifigures, the action figures, plushies, all of them, man. I love SpongeBob SquarePants pretty much like everyone else. The characters, so iconic, from SpongeBob being optimistic, Patrick being the stupid idiot, Squidward, now we can understand why he's more relatable. It's like the meme where Squidward's looking at SpongeBob Patrick outside being like, oh,
when you're a kid, you hate Squidward, but when you're older, you relate to him.
Yeah, you relate to Squidward a lot.
Those things.
And yeah, just like Rocko's Modern Life, SpongeBob definitely have its adult jokes where Squidward was grabbing a rope or something. We thought it was going to be a noose for suicide, but in reality, it was like hanging up for a clam. Or one episode, which is the most iconic one, or at least one of them, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? And once Mr. Krabs got angry, he's like, you're gonna look at girls, right? And when they sneak in and decide to look at girls' underwear, it was Mr. Krabs' mom around that time. And other hilarious innuendo jokes is when SpongeBob was telling Gary about, hey, I got some bar soap, don't drop them. Or that one time when the customers were trying to put a coin inside of Mystery, the seahorse, but they actually put the coin inside of Mystery's anus and then just kick one of the fishes. And I thought that was funny. The Bubble Buddy episode where Bubble Buddy just made the surfer dude die. Oh! I just literally just went to
Oh my god, dude. This show is so iconic. I love it.
It's like, man, like, the best thing about SpongeBob, it's like what Gabriel said. I mean, it's clearly created by, well, rest in peace to the king himself. Rest in peace to the real ocean man that take us by the hand to the sand, to the land.
Rest in peace, Captain.
Steven Hillenburg. He was the captain of the SpongeBob crew. Like, literally, Hillenburg's presence, I know the show went downhill after the first movie, which I would agree it should have ended on that first movie, but Nickelodeon saw the valuable global phenomenon that SpongeBob SquarePants had. I mean, yes, the first 3 seasons, I mean, obviously when you talk about SpongeBob, everyone in the entire planet is going to talk about the first 3 seasons. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Spilling the milk and Plankton. I went to college, you plastic particle head. I mean, hi. Steamy. I love Plankton so much because the genes for what Hillenburg and Mr. Lawrence has done with this character, like, he's a tiny little plankton, but he has this big voice. I win! Curse you, crabs! Alright, I get it! Bro, every time he shouts and screams, Mr. Lawrence, he, like, give this bro an Emmy for, like, his voice acting as Plankton. Like what Lesnar said, grass! And then that gives us the birth of my own iconic meme, hashtag no sipping for Plankton. It's like, bro, Plankton is
You
easily
love
the.
SpongeBob too much. Daniel gifted me gifts for Christmas.
No, yeah, that's another thing. I gave Lesnar a SpongeBob themed Christmas present. I'm like, hey, Lesnar, since you met the voice of SpongeBob, Tom Kenny himself at New York Comic Con, I say you deserve to like half of the SpongeBob plushies that I've used in my WAD videos, but also the plushies and the merchandise. So that's why I decided to give it to Lesnar, because like I said, as a kid, I was a massive SpongeBob fanboy. So either way, as much as I love the nautical sentence and all the creatures in Bikini Bottom, this TV show definitely has, like, just like I give credit to Rugrats and Hey Arnold about, like, very emotional moments that we can learn from. Like, for instance, like, the one thing I can relate to SpongeBob is the boating license and he can't pass. It's like, bro, I can relate to that with my driver's test at times. Like, well, like I said, SpongeBob is one of my heroes as a kid, and I guess I could say SpongeBob's my hero now. And, technically, I will admit, like, during the moments where SpongeBob has his relatable moments where he's always optimistic and joyful that you can't stop the SpongeBob's joy, but moments where he gets, like, sad and depressed, whether that's, like, losing Gary or getting fired from Krusty Krab, or especially the first movie where he wants to be taken seriously, like, be promoted as a manager, but obviously he's just a kid. It's like, yeah, I can relate to that. Like, even as a man-child myself, I can relate to this aquatic sea sponge that wants to be taken seriously. But the moment where he talks to Patrick, we blow bubbles, we eat ice cream, you're right, SpongeBob, we are kids. It's like, yeah, that's totally me and Gabriel in a nutshell, that we're trying our best to grow up, but clearly we can't. But we don't want to lose our goofy goober side. Like, that's the one thing I love about these characters, especially Sandy Cheeks. I didn't talk about Sandy of, howdy, y'all, and basically I like the most where they just tease and make fun of her, but I like that her first introduction, she's just like, you know, an outsider, a mammal creature in the aquatic sea, and basically is like wanting to be SpongeBob's friend at the exact same time, cares about him, and clearly we got the most iconic episodes where she exposed SpongeBob Patrick to the tree dome. I need it! What kind of place is this? Where when Patrick was passing out on land, bro, when he was losing his breath, I was dying with laughter that happened. And I'll admit, the first episode, I was watching SpongeBob for the first time with my dad. I think I was like 4 or 5 around that time. I was really young. The first episode is when the nematodes ate the pineapple. Hungry, still hungry, thirsty, 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 thirsty. That was my introduction to SpongeBob. I wish I would have watched Help Wanted, but Help Wanted was obviously what made the sample for SpongeBob SquarePants. But man, the nematodes, spiders. I remember that Squidward's just prancing, boo-hoo, SpongeBob, he's leaving. And then the pineapple sea crushing on Squidward. I'm gonna live here forever. Like, as a kid, I couldn't stop help but to laugh at it with my dad when I was in the couch. Even my dad was just kind of like, me fun and just have fun with it with SpongeBob. And heck, like I said, I have a freaking 8-year-old birthday party that was all SpongeBob theme of everything. So SpongeBob means something to me when I grow up. And even though I've never watched the first movie in theaters, but I do remember watching the second one in Sponge Out of Water. And I remember me, Gabriel, my roommate Angel, we pretend we were being the characters of teamwork. We could do anything, teamwork. But yeah, season 4 was the last good season in my opinion. People forget the episodes. Oh, the Nightmare of Krabby Patty. I love that episode. I think I have that on DVD. Krusty Towers. That is such an iconic episode. I feel like Krusty Towers could have existed in the first 3 seasons. Like, what's the Patrick said? I'll definitely want to have one hotel room with cheese. And the moment where Patrick was making illustrations of Squidward, do you mind? And then instead of just writing the names, Patrick just makes like a King Kong Godzilla joke. A moment where Patrick was crushing the Krusty Towers when Squidward was on the indoor pool with SpongeBob. It was so funny when they all make the hospital bill, and then Patrick's like, that was a hotel? This is a hospital? Ah, man. Like I said, season 4 definitely has its most, like, Nightmare of the Krabby Patty. Yeah, where the SpongeBob was afraid of the patties. Holy shit, they're out of them. And then Plankton disguised himself as a therapist. Like, tomato, tomato. And then, wait, where'd you get that piano from? And then crushed Plankton on it.
Dude.
I actually had that episode on DVD, and I actually played that a lot. And I just couldn't help but to just laugh at it, man. Like, obviously, season 1 and 3 is comedy gold, and yeah, I will agree with people with plushie. Season 4 is definitely the last good season. I will definitely say season 6 to 8 was probably the worst era of SpongeBob, where most of the characters, especially Patrick, out of all of them, becomes more unlikable, where Patrick tortures Gary of not feeding him, or that one moment where Gary was about to be fed by SpongeBob's new friend or something that looks creepy as hell, which, good golly, like, the animation on that creature, and, Even though the Flying Dutchman have its moments just to scare SpongeBob, but I will admit the curse episode where obviously SpongeBob wasn't scared, but obviously the Flying Dutchman was trying to creep out SpongeBob. It's like, wow, I can't believe they gave something horrifying. Which I almost forgot, the Wormy episode. That scared me when I was a kid, man. Of going across.
I knew you were gonna mention that.
Like as a kid, I had a phobia over I have a phobia by saying, ah, bugs, close the bugs, ah. Like I remember first grade, I can relate to Patrick with what was the episode's name? The Maniacs in the Mailbox. Have you seen this, man? And when they show the poster, like, to me, that was me when I was a kid, like, saying, ah, Aunt Daniel, it's such a book. It's like, pretend it's dad. It's like, no, Aunt's on the book. It's just a picture, Daniel. It's like, I can relate to Patrick to that. But when it gets to the Wormy episode, I feel like the Wormy episode was my introduction of having that phobia of seeing bugs, like, up close to your face. If you show me, like, a big, it's like, no, please don't sting me.
No wonder that episode got banned somewhere.
Oh, man, like, that scared me when I was young. But either way, it did have
Dude.
Yeah, go ahead, Leslie. You go ahead and speak.
Okay, sorry. I know you were mentioning the Worm episode. Like that scary. That episode was scary, but like I think a lot of people will agree that the gorilla episode was also scary.
Oh yeah, because we never expect a realistic gorilla fur just knocking down Patrick and a Sandy. And I did not know that was Frank Welker voicing the gorilla when he ripped SpongeBob off. Like, why is the sea gorilla talking in Bikini Bottom? And then you got freaking the voice of Scooby-Doo voicing gorilla. That's kind of funny. George, they're on with us. Let's get out of here. And I will admit, it was so random of having a live-action horse mascot. And I like that it shows like a family being so confused. Oh, I gotta give credit to SpongeBob. I like they use real-life people in the episodes as gags out of nowhere, which I will give SpongeBob this. It was the prime example that they use. Before YouTube even exists, I feel like SpongeBob just used realistic human media and they inserted it, whether it's a family or a black and white lady screaming, or SpongeBob Patrick goes to the perfume department, the Flying Dutchman ship, everything else. Mr. Lawrence creating Doodlebop. My pencil! No! Like, despite being a Nick Toon, I like how they use live action segments throughout in the show, which I thought that was funny. And yeah, the boating
It's in the hot sauce.
The boating school. Yeah, Tom Kenny being the hot sauce. Really, really hot. I'm like, I did not know that was
Patchy the Pirate, dude.
Yeah, and Patchy the Pirate, which of course Patchy the Pirate is iconic, which I believe my introduction to Patchy was the Merry Christmas job episode, Name and Address of Help. The moment where Patchy moves potty, his puppeteer just falls down. Whoa! Damn,
No,
the
bro,
jokes.
that's not out of a cannon.
The jokes age so well when you look back at it. Can't be stupid somewhere not until 4. I remember 24, 25. Big Fat Me. The one thing that's relatable about the Big Fat Meanie where Patrick roasts that and then you make fun of the teacher, then you get like a red light or you lose a golden star. It's like, yeah, we do that to teachers at times or to other classmates. But I could go on for more iconic episodes of the... I forgot that one episode where SpongeBob had a bully. He's like, he's gonna kick your butt, and then he tries to kick the dad's butts and everything else. And you like kicking butts?
You like kicking butts, do you?
I'm gonna show you, old man. And let's not forget about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boys episodes. Evil. The moments where they got their superpowers, where SpongeBob, like when Barnacle Boy, or in this case Barnacle Man, joins the dark side with the Dirty Bubble and Man Ray, and then you got all the Sponge characters just messing up their powers, and then Mermaid Man just faints. Like we said, it has so many moments. Kevin, like I said, I could just say any moment, but like I said, even
We cut that out.
could you cut that out? So many SpongeBob episodes, movies. Dare I say the Broadway musical was pretty peak. Heck, that musical even made me cry when they sang Best Day Ever. And yeah, I can't forget about Best Day Ever most of the times. Like I said, I will admit, season 6 to 8 went downhill for me when it comes to the quality, which definitely one of the worst episodes. And one of the most disturbing ones was the Splinter episode, which, yeah, that's the one episode.
Nah, bro, Squidward's toenail.
Oh, no, I remember that. But I will admit, it was funny when Patrick took a bog on Squidward's toilet and the toilet was passing away. I will admit, that was pretty funny, aside from Squidward's toenail being removed. And the one of the most Plankton torture episodes, one course meal where Plankton was dramatized with Pearl and Mr. Krabs scars.
The most controversial.
It was, especially when Plankton wants to get run over by a boat. It's like, yeah, I guess Plankton was very suicidal around that moment. It's like, Man, Krabs, I know you hated Plankton, but he didn't deserve that much amount of torture.
Mr. Krabs is absolutely the most. God, he's the most menacing character ever.
Yeah,
First, he sold SpongeBob for 62 cents. Now he's like traumatizing his like just because he doesn't like him, like to the point where he drives him to suicide. What is wrong with this man, dog?
And the fact that
He's very greedy and he's very selfish and cheapskate.
I cheapy the cheapsteak, which definitely the kids got what they deserved when Mr. Krabs lied about Krusty the Clown, and the moment where Mr. Krabs fires SpongeBob for what reason? Then SpongeBob take like other jobs in the later seasons. I forgot why he fired SpongeBob for some reason. I feel like that was.
I forgot too, bro. You remember when Mr. Krabs wished to be soft served?
Yeah.
Oh, I believe in magic. I do believe in magic.
Or the guy that was about to eat him, or the ravioli, give me the formula, where SpongeBob thought Mr. Krabs was the fake Krabs, and the one guy that was about to eat Krabs with the hand with the fork with the fries, that was funny, like yum yum.
Yes.
Yum. Heading out. All right, bye, Cameron. Thanks for saying goodbye. But anyway, back to SpongeBob. So many iconic moments. The Sailor Mouth episode, which some celebrities do like that. Krabs is do you kiss your mother with that mouth? But either way, I feel like the modern seasons from season 10 to 11 to all that favorite episodes of Plankton. Yeah, including the Sheldon episode where all of his cousins take on over. Alright, I get it. Where they're being super annoying. I just thought it was so super annoying. But it's also very funny as well. But the one thing I also like... Plankton? But I will like the modern seasons. I will admit they're not as great as the the Golden Peak era SpongeBob. There are a few exceptions. I like the one episode where every sea creature turns into realistic creatures, and then Sandy needs help from Frenchie the narrator. Which I like that he's an actual character in the show. I'm like, wait a minute, weren't you the one-eyed Cyclops from the SpongeBob movie? I will admit, SpongeBob does retcon continuity at times by saying, "Who's Old Man Jenkins? Who's the real King Neptune? That's not the movie version," or this or that, or the one-eyed Cyclops. But either way, some SpongeBob episodes do pay off. It's almost like the SpongeBob 20 birthday batch. Patchy finally met SpongeBob. David Hasselhoff returns. Mindy returns. She's pretty, SpongeBob. But either way, I like that
she's a minor.
I like that some modern episodes kind of like make sequels. Like they made a sequel to Doodle Bob where SpongeBob Patrick goes to the Doodle Bob world. And obviously the best side character that's not a part of the main cast, freaking Fred, because Mr. Lord sounding, my leg. I like that he actually has his own episode where it's literally not about his leg, but his torso, his arms, and everything, and SpongeBob Patrick just trying to make his leg not damage. And then an underrated moment, my leg is in love. Hey, my leg is in love. It's like, I will admit,
my leg.
I was going to say, do they milk the joke? But yeah, that's the point of the episode, since that quote is so iconic from that one minor character from the show. I'm like, you know what? That is one of my favorite modern episodes from the modern era for SpongeBob. And then that one moment where SpongeBob basically just goes to Atlantis. And yeah, so many celebrity guests. I think since SpongeBob is so popular, all the Nick Toons. Do you guys play the SpongeBob games? Yes, I played a lot of them. I played SpongeBob Creature from the Krusty Krab, where Patrick's a superhero, Plankton runs away from a monster Krabby Patty, SpongeBob goes to like an edgy go-kart racing. I played that game a lot on the GameCube. GameCube was my childhood jam, along with SpongeBob games. I played the SpongeBob movie game around that time. I was gonna play the original Battle for Bikini Bottom, but when I was a kid, I thought it was a DVD, but I didn't have a game console around the time. I was like, Mom, Dad, I want to get this. That's a video game, Daniel. But luckily, I played the rehydrated version when it got relaunched into modern consoles. And I did play True for Square around that time, where I get to fight giant Squidward as a robot, where Squidward eats Krabby Patties, which is based on one of the episodes where Squidward secretly has an obsession with patties. It's good for your soul. I have no soul. So, like I said, I did play the video game, so yeah, I did play a majority of them. People plushies, like, it's super iconic and super nostalgic. It's like, the celebrity guest stars. You got Johnny Depp, Patton Oswalt, David Bowie, Kristen Wiig. What other celebrities show up at SpongeBob? J.K. Simmons was a part of the show as well. Pratt Pink, Robin Williams, Will Ferrell, Rosario Dawson during the True for Square special. And like I said, there's so many of them. And all the music groups that collab with SpongeBob, from freaking Weezer, which I will see them in live tour since they did make songs for the third movie. Flaming Lips. And, like, I remember Weezer did their own song for SpongeBob 3 with SpongeBob and Gary and everything else. So, once again, SpongeBob is such a cultural phenomenon. I don't know where would I be. SpongeBob taught me how to be a goofy gooper. SpongeBob told me, like, never give up, have the bright moments of life, appreciate the moments, like having the best day ever. So, clearly, SpongeBob means a lot to my life despite, you know, being bullied. Like, if you're one of those people, or I don't know, one of those people saying, oh, SpongeBob is not Christian, oh, SpongeBob is dumb and stupid, it's like, oh yeah? Watch the other Nick Toons that are full-on brain rot. SpongeBob has peak comedy, great writing, when, you know, it's not season 6 and 8, but for the majority of it, SpongeBob is a good Nick Toon that I would share to anyone. Like, I feel like this is one of those shows that, like what Gabriel said, anyone could watch it. Famous celebrities like George Lopez, Chris Pine, and Keke Palmer, all these actors, they watch these shows of SpongeBob, including when Robert Downey Jr.
My parents would let me watch it as a kid.
Yeah, and I remember Robert Downey Jr. said this line in Avengers Infinity War, it means get lost, Squidward. I'm like, who would have thought Iron Man would reference Squidward in a Marvel movie, which I thought that was hilarious.
Who would have thought Iron Man was dead next to Miranda Cosgrove?
Yeah, in the Kids' Choice Awards, which I thought that was hilarious. But that's how you know how SpongeBob... I feel like SpongeBob is in the Mount Rushmore of iconic cartoon characters next to Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny. I don't know who will be the fourth one, whether that's Popeye or Pink Panther or Tom and Jerry. I don't know who will be the fourth one, but SpongeBob is literally next to Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny. Like, if I mention this character, even your grandma and grandpas would know who SpongeBob is, even if they never really watch it. Like, he's that iconic, and clearly, like what Leslie said, he's the one that's keeping the network alive. And look, whether if you dip off of SpongeBob enough, whether it's the spin-offs like Patrick or Camp Coral, which Camp Coral's a cash grab, I'm not gonna lie, the movies, Sandy Cheeks, that Leak Plankton movie, and now we're getting a fourth one where Mark Hamill's voicing the Flying Dutchman. I saw the leaks of the art style of the fourth movie, and so far, it looks pretty good. I like that one of the writers from the Golden Era SpongeBob is involved, so I'm like, I do believe it might be better than the third movie, even though Sandy Cheeks is not involved, probably for clear reasons. But I can ramble all day long for SpongeBob, but easily, like what the boy said, S tier all the way, the pinnacle of Nickelodeon. And I'm sorry, without the show, Nickelodeon's doomed. They're cooked, even through controversial story if SpongeBob's not keeping it alive. And pretty much, if I go back to Nickelodeon right now, if I'm not streaming old shows on Paramount Plus, I would just turn into SpongeBob because that's what it is. 24/7, just SpongeBob and the Kids' Choice Awards if I go to Nickelodeon today. So easy S tier for SpongeBob. Woo! Best day ever. Anyway, I'm going to take a break from SpongeBob. Lesnar, you go on with another certain Nick Toon that got milked along, but it doesn't hold up to SpongeBob, but you talk about Fairly OddParents.
Okay, so Fairly OddParents. Oh, man. Alright. I really like the idea of a kid basically, like, getting, like, wishing whatever he wants, like... Basically, like that's a really good idea, and I think that's like every kid's dream. Like, I want to have fairies so I can wish what I want. I want to wish to. I wish I was Draco.
I remember that. But thankfully, it's not like 3 wishes for a genie. But for Fairly OddParents, you can wish for anything.
Yeah, it's like unlimited wishes, but of course there's the rules about this, and you know what, like. I only watched only a few episodes back when it aired a lot. Because I remember like the basically when Poof was born. I think I watched the Channel Chasers. I did watch the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. I watched those a lot. Like basically like when they cross over with Jimmy Neutron, in which we'll talk about that next right after another certain Nick Toon that oh my gosh it's it. But. Anyway, so Fairly OddParents is honestly like another iconic Nick Toon that got milked a lot. And if I were to like rank it, I'm not really like a diehard fan, but the show is pretty good for what it has to offer. I can't lie, so I would put it at around maybe like A tier.
So you would put it on A tier? That's kind of funny because Gabriel said S tier for him, which that says a lot. But either way, for my thoughts, I would say it's A tier because I will say the first original seasons, and I know a lot of people said the show went down.
Good night.
Wait, what? Okay, no, never mind. I thought you were talking about the stream. So my thoughts, I mean, I would say I would put it on A tier too because I will admit, people thought the show went downhill when Poof was introduced, but honestly, Poof did not really bother me that much, but I feel like it did went downhill when they included Sparky, but I thought Sparky was fine. But until then, when you introduced Chloe, I was like, yeah, they're running out of ideas, and Chloe sucks as a character.
You're done.
So I feel like I can't put on S tier because the last final seasons, it just sucked. But the first original seasons, it was peak around that time. I mean, say all you want about Butch Hartman, but the characters were pretty funny.
Valentine's Day always makes me sad.
Because Timmy can't get a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I remember that where Timmy, what was his girlfriend's name? What was her name again?
Are you referring to his crush or?
Yeah, crush. Not Tootie, the other one, the one that he has a crush on.
No. I think her name is Trixie.
Trixie, yeah, it is Trixie. You got that right. Yeah, she was pretty cute, not gonna lie, but obviously, chick plays too hard to get. The one thing I can relate to Timmy is like, this is a phase for us boys. We always chase the hot chicks, but it's always the ugly chicks that often thirst on us. So that's relatable to me. It's like, man, I want to get with I want to get with the hot chicks, but with this ugly chick that I don't likes me. It's like, come on, man. So I can relate to that.
So real.
And then what's so real is that Timmy has like only 2 friends, which is Chester and AJ. Which every time I hear Chester talk, I'm like, bro, that's Max from a Goofy movie, but also the voice of Nermal from the Garfield show. So it kind of went uncanny. I will admit, Chester's dad, I still question of why he has a paper bag, because I get the joke they live in a trailer or something, but it is what it is. I like there's one joke where they all hang up, and I like that AJ's like, what, doesn't anyone hang up anymore? So that's one of the things I just thought was pretty funny. But yeah, speaking of characters that sold the show, Cosmo was funny in the beginning, but I will admit in the later seasons he got annoying, like in the final season where he's kind of like dragging on the joke where he's like choking it, like chewing his butt or something. But I do like the balance that Wanda does just to, like, you know, tame down Cosmo. I will admit, it was weird that he was the one that was pregnant instead of Wanda when he gives birth to Boof. Which I get that's the joke, kind of like when male seahorses get pregnant than the females, which I get it. But I feel like the scene stealers of Fairly OddParents says, "Oh, Timmy, Mr. Turner, roar!" I like that in some episodes, they never reveal the dad's name. Like when Timmy goes to the past, my real name is Brown, but people call me Dad. And then same goes for Mrs. Turner, never reveals her name. It's like, it's Timmy's mom. Timmy's dad's like, what are you playing with this Butch Hartman? Man, jeez. And another character that also steals the show, Mr. Crocker, because of Fairly OddParents, which I'll admit, he is one of my favorite Nickelodeon villains next to Plankton, because despite being a Crocker cookie teacher, I mean, it's literally in his name, Mr. Crocker, literally doing malicious acts just to chase over Timmy, but over Fairly OddParents every time. And it's like, I will admit, he's very intimidating. He's Cookie, and even his mom just try to like bother him around. So either way, I think Mr. Croc is pretty likable. And then who's the one character who is voiced by Adam West or Jay Leno? The Crimson Chin. Yeah, he's basically just a parody of Batman. And Lester, you know the meme I'm talking about, the anti Chin, you know what I mean, with the
yeah, I know what you're talking
the
about.
something the Nick Cold Chin. I'm just gonna say that because, you know, I don't want to get canceled. So either way, it has pretty likable characters like Dark Laser, who's basically a Darth Vader knockoff, who's voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, and Mark Chang, who's the alien, who's voiced by Rob Paulson. And it'd be like, whoa, human teasers? And didn't that alien have a crush on Vicky one time? Yeah, I think he did one time. I remember, speaking of Vicky, man, Vicky's a menace. Like, I don't know, like, I think Vicky is worse compared to Angelica. Like, Angelica's a child, so I can understand it. And Helga, even though Helga is mean, but at least she has, like, in-depth humanity, Vicky's a straight-up menace. Like,
Vicky is a grown woman, dog.
She attempts to murder Timmy Turner whenever she babysits him. It's like, damn, man. It's like, I even know there's moments where Vicky and Crocker do team up in some of the episodes, but it's like, man, I will give props to Grey Delisle, who does a really good job voicing the character, but it's like, it's always these Nick villains, man. It's like, whenever, I don't like the characters, but the voice actors do a really good job of making them so unlikable. But that's one of the things that just makes the show just stand out. But also, like what Leslie said, I do like the concept of Fairy Godparents, where you have rules. And Jorgen! I know that Jorgen is basically a parody of Alice Schwarzenegger the Terminator, I'm a cute bunny, I'm a cute. That was a reference to the Wistology trilogy, which, by the way, people debate for Fairly OddParents that the finale should have been either Channel Surfers, which Channel Surfers is a good one movie because it's a parody of all the cartoons from Scooby-Doo, Strawberry Shortcake, Peanuts, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry. I like the parody of Sesame Street, including the parody of Blue's Clues as a whole, which I thought that was pretty hilarious, where Jason Marsden be like, look, a footprint! And then he acts like hi something. Parodies of Team Mutant Ninja Turtles, and obviously a parody of Dragon Ball Z at the end. Channel Surfers was goated. Like, I definitely say it was good. Also, the Wishology trilogy. I remember I was hooked by saying, ooh, this feels like... The Wishology trilogy actually feels like a finale. Like, I feel like the show could have ended right there. Like, people say Channel Surfers, but like, no, the Wishology arc, that should have been the real finale when Timmy sacrificed himself, and the overarching story is like, wow, they're actually putting like so much depth for this cookie cartoon around that time. But then, like I said, when Poof came around, I wasn't bothered by Poof around that time, but either way, I welcome Poof. And Sparky was okay around that time. He wasn't considered them as annoying, but like I said, Chloe ruined the show for me. And then obviously, I feel like after the show ended, I feel like Nickelodeon just wants to milk the heck out of it. Like literally, I mean, sure they have live action movies, and yeah, they don't age well looking back at it, but I'm like, come on. It's Drake Bell from Drake and Josh, and it's Danielle Monet from Victorious, and I'm like, all right, Drake Parker, I see you. Hitting up on Trina Vega, which is Tori's sister. I see how you're saying playing it. But I will say they're only tolerable because I like the lead stars. And yeah, Nick just milked this franchise too dry when it ran on for too long. The quality just went downhill. They made a live action show, and it's awful. And I'll admit, I've never watched the rebooted version of it. I do watch clips, but that's why I'm not including it on the list, because obviously I don't watch Nick like I used to back in the day. But I'm like, okay, it's fine, but obviously it doesn't hold up to the original because I age out of it. I'm glad we got a proper sequel in The New Witch with Hazel's Cosmo. I mean, yeah, I will say that it's at least a successor to the original series, even though, like I said, I don't watch it that much, but the clips intrigue. It's cool that they got a similar art style and the voices and everything else. So I'll say this: Fairly OddParents, it won't be S tier because I feel like the last final season just fell flat. So just like what Lesnar said, I would put Fairly OddParents on an A tier for now. I do like it more. It's more iconic than Rocko's Modern Life and Kenan and Kel, but A tier for me. But then we get to this cult classic Nick Toons and Lesnar. Feel free to ramble because I need to grab some food because I'm hungry. Feel free to ramble on Invader Zim.
Okay, guys, get ready. I'm gonna talk so much.
Take the waves, Lesnar.
Invader Zim is Oh, well, okay. Invader Zim is the most peak Nick Toons I've ever binged, I've ever watched. Like, oh my god, it is so good. Like, it's actually the most amazing show I've ever watched. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes, I'm gonna be real. Like, it's honestly unlike any other Nick Toons I've ever watched. Like, it has a really it's dark. It's also whacked out too. And it's so different compared to the other Nick Toons I watched. Like, you have Zim. He's more like the protagonist villain, because he's set down to Earth to basically like destroy it and basically like rule all the humans. Even though in reality his leader is the almighty tallest. Like, they hate him, so they like send him away like really, really, really far. I know, I watched Enter the Florpus. But anyway, along with that comes the enemy, basically like the antagonist hero, Dib. Basically, he tries to stop Zim from like destroying everything, and like basically a lot of stuff goes down. And along you have his sister Gas, who just does not care at all. And you have the dad, who is voiced by none other than Roger Bumpus, Professor Membrane. It's a good thing I exist. But yeah, oh my god, dude, I love this show so much. The episodes are amazing. Like, there's this one episode where like it's called The Wetning, and like where Zim basically goes to space and basically like just gets this giant water balloon and he drops it to the entire world and basically floods everything. And you gotta watch it, dog. I recommend everyone in the chat watching that show for sure. Like, there's another episode where Zim and Dib turn into baloney. There's another one where this kid named Keith befriends Zim, but then Zim is already tired of him. So, like, what he does, he gouges out his eyeballs with this machine, quote, like disguised as a present. and replaces them with robotic ones. Um, basically, that is actually the most craziest thing you would ever see on a Nick show. Like even then, like there are other episodes like Bloaty's Pizza Hog. There is there's other ones like Hamster Geddon, Door to Door, and of course, I can't talk about Invader Zim without mentioning the most controversial episode, Dark Harvest. Like it's the episode where Zim basically like harvests and he takes out like each organ from each kid in the school and basically like consumes them because that way he'll be quote unquote more human. That episode was the most insane one that Nick has ever aired. Nickelodeon had the guts to air that, no pun intended. Actually, yeah, pun intended. But anyway, dude, that episode was honestly crazy. It's I couldn't believe I couldn't believe it to myself. Like, dang, Nick aired this? No way. But yeah, and I've heard a lot of rumors about this episode, like how they were doing a test screening for like a bunch of kids watching this episode, and like one little girl ran out the room crying, and basically the rest of the kids were just sitting there like traumatized. And this actually did happen, but he probably said it's a joke. There was this one time where like this dude killed his neighbor because of that episode, and basically went to court, and he mentioned the episode in his trial. So that's one thing that's controversial about the show. This show is a really controversial, but yet it's a cult classic, and it's honestly like the most really like I know a lot of people back then were like, this show's too violent, I can't show my kid this, da, 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 da. But now, like, if you look back on this show, I look back on it and I'm like, wow, I needed more seasons of this. And there was a lot of other episodes, but that they were scrapped because Nick canceled it before because of like poor ratings or like I don't know, it's too expensive to make too. But yeah, gotta talk about the characters. Zim, love the dude. He's like the most dumbest villain. Like once he's like this close to achieving something, he fails immediately. Like in the episode, what's it called? Bad Rubber Piggy. He basically like ruins Dib's past by like torturing him by sending back rubber pigs, and literally by near the end of the episode, Dib actually dies. But then later in the episode, Zim realizes, oh no, and so he like sends a pig back to like let himself in the past know to do this thing. But the thing is, it's in his brain, and his brain is outside of is out, and the no he sent back is in his head. So yeah, that's basically one example. Okay, well there are times where Zim has succeeded, like the water balloon thing. But Zim is honestly like the most. I'm not gonna say he's dumb, but like he's very naive and also like very like gullible. Like he would, like one time he had he had Dib captured, and then his sister came and saved him, and then he's like, you'll never escape my base, and then the sister's like, doesn't this have to have escape pods? And he's like, yeah, they're right over there. So yeah, that's basically kind of like the most dumb one. Oh, Daniel, you're back.
Yeah, I am. I just need to pee and I get it.
Yeah, dude, I was
listening to you ramble about why you love Invader Zim.
Dude, I was just mentioning about all the controversial things, like how one episode Zim gouged out a kid's eyes and replaced them with robot eyes, and the one where he like consumed organs from other kids and like basically like.
I think I know what you're talking about because I remember I was watching a video about that. Disturbing.
Yeah, and also how a dude killed his neighbor because of that episode.
Mm-hmm. I was like,
so that's one thing.
Nickelodeon
anyway, Dib. Yeah, dude, they did, and I wish they had it to this day. But anyway, as I was saying, Dib, oh man, Dib is honestly like I said.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, he's more of the antagonist hero. Like Zim is more of the protagonist villain, I want to say, because he's there just to stop Zim from doing the evil, but at the same time, it's like Zim is just doing like his own thing, like trying to destroy the basically the world. Anyway, and like Dib has like this running gag about how his head is big, and it kind of is. I can't lie. I think the animators made it big like that on purpose, and it's honestly really funny. Okay, and okay, so basically, Dib is honestly just the kid that everyone thinks just weird as hell, that just wants to stay away from him, and like, I don't blame him, but at the same time, everyone in this show is stupid. So, and they don't even know that they're like, man, Dib, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that to Zim? Like in the first episode, they're like, come on, Dib, be nice to Zim. Just because he's green doesn't mean he's not human. And basically, that's kind of how it is. Like, even the creator himself. Oh yeah, so the creator. Isn't it surprising to know that Nickelodeon hired a dude that made comics about a serial killer, to make a show for them? Yeah, they. One of the execs over there was like, "Hey, I saw your comics. Actually, no, the sequel to that comic it was called Squee. I saw it and I really liked it. Would you like to make a show for us?" And that's how Invader Zim was born. Yeah. But anyway, back to the characters. Dib, the type of kid that nobody wants to be around, but like is trying to save everyone. And yeah, that's basically him. His sister Gaz, she's the type that just doesn't care. Like she knows Zim is an alien as well, but she, like I said, she doesn't care. Now, if I'm gonna be real, like she's honestly like the most real character. Like she's just trying to chill. Meanwhile, Dib is like bothering her about go save the world from Zim, and then she's like, "I don't care, Dib. Get out of here, get out of my face before I kick your ass." And let me tell you, Gaz is actually scary when she's angry. I can't lie. Like what? There's one episode where like Dib put a curse on her that she can only eat pork. Like anything she eats tastes like pork, and like at some point, Gaz is like, I'm going to rip out your skull and eat your." Basically, all the weird stuff. And like in the Bloaty's Pizza Hug episode, she was imagining what it would be like if she brought home Dib, like literally, she brought back his organs and they were dripping, and she's like, "All right, Dad, we can go to the restaurant now." Then the dad is like, "Nope, we can't." But yeah, Gaz is just she's the type that you would not want to piss off, and also just don't bother her, like, or just she just doesn't care. I've never really seen her like happy. Aside when it comes to Bloaty's Pizza Hut. Okay, now let's talk about more of the Membrane family. Professor Membrane, voiced by Roger Bumpus. That dude is hilarious. I love his character so much. I am making toast. Like, it's honestly like funny because whenever he like is in the room and he talks, it's like, "All right, son, I'm going to the lab." He talks like this in this like scientist voice. Roger Bumpus does a good job doing this character. I love it a lot. Like, he's honestly really hilarious. And there was this one time where he says, "It's a good thing I exist," and he jumps in the air and he's not wearing any pants. Oh my. And basically, like, he's honestly the funniest. I want to say the funniest dads on, not just on this show, but I also want to say cartoon history as well. And I know she only appeared in one episode, but she also appeared in the movie. I'm gonna mention Tak. Tak. I'm gonna be real. I know she was only in one episode. She like basically her own centric episode. Then again, she was kind of introduced out of nowhere. Then again, even then, like the creators were like making episodes, but those got scrapped because Nick canceled the show. So Tak basically, like, she's a really also, like, she's not really like as dumb as Zim. Like, when her human disguise actually has to effort. Meanwhile, Zim's human disguise is literally just the eyes and hair. That's all it is. And she's more of the, like, she really is the menacing type. Like, basically, Zim ruined the chances of her being an invader, and she had to take the test for the next 70 years. I don't know, man. I like Tak, and it's cool that they brought it back for Extra Forbus as the spaceship, not as the alien. But anyway, Tack is good. Now, I'm going to mention the character that everyone loves, that there's so much merch, so much merch at Hot Topic.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I'm talking about Zim's sidekick, Gur. The little cute robot, the little robot in the dog costume. Like, I'm gonna be real. When I first watched the show, I kind of fell in love with Gur. Like, he was adorable as hell. Like, I wanted to hug that little guy. Like, bro, that when he said, "It's a cookie, I miss you, cupcake." Like I literally I wanted to hold him in my arms for like forever, bro. Like, there was no. I have an I Heart Gur shirt.
No wonder they market the heck out of him.
I know, bro. It's like, if you look up Invader Zim merch, Gur is all you see. Like, there's this one fan art saying of all the four main characters, Zim, Dib, Tack, and Gaz. They were saying like, we're important too, and they're like burying Gur underneath the ground. It's fan art, but yeah, Gur is honestly like, basically like he's the most cutest, but also the most stupidest, and can like cause destruction. Like, there's one episode where he became the house, and he caused a lot of destruction. Like, he just wanted to go to a taco place and get tacos, and he basically like almost destroyed the world. Zim was like, "Oh, we have to get back to the bay." Oh man, this show and its stuff, man. Gur is. I love Gur a lot. Like, I can't lie. Like, I want him to be in my arms right now. Like, he's so cute, especially in the dog costume. Like, when he says, "Aw, somebody needs a hug." But yeah, that's the one character that.
Oh, not be surprised.
That's the one character that. That like everyone loves. That there's a lot of merch, a lot of fan art, and like basically a lot of. I know this show has a lot of edits too. What other things? Oh yeah, so knowing how the show came out in 2001, and this show mostly centered around a lot of destruction. Like, I know I'm gonna have to mention this, like the whole 9/11 thing, because there was this one episode called Hamster Geddon, and like they were all like this giant hamster like kind of destroying the city, and I don't know. I guess like Nick was like, "Oh, we can't air that because I don't think kids will want to watch a hamster destroying the city." But then again, we have Godzilla, dog. So I don't know what you're talking about.
That happened before.
What other episode was it? Oh, Door to Door. There was so there were a lot of banned and deleted scenes, like the episode Door to Door, where basically the kids at the school had to sell candy to random houses. What Zim does, he puts this one married couple through a whole simulation of torture and destruction, and he's like, "This is what happened if you don't buy my candy, so buy it now!" And then he starts licking the screen.
That's disgusting.
As like in a menacing way. I'm not gonna lie, those candies kind of look like roaches. Like, I think that was intended like that. Oh man, like this show has it a lot, bro. A lot of controversy, a lot of weirdness. And when they were like, "Okay, we'll buy your candy, just don't kill us, please, don't kill us." Oh, I forgot to mention Bloody Gur. Like, basically just Gur covered in blood. As you know, Nickelodeon can't allow blood and gore on the show. So what the creators did was they basically doodled Gur, but just him covered in blood, and they hid it in the show, like in the intro and some episodes. Like, you can find it. I don't know if there's anyone out there that like watched every episode and and paid close attention to each frame and was like, "Where's Bloody Gur? Where's Bloody Gur? I need to see him. I gotta find him. Where's Bloody Gur?" And even then, like and I think Nickelodeon found out, but they just didn't care because it's not noticed at all. So, yeah, they probably didn't care about that because you can't notice it. But yeah, that's Invader Zim. Go to Nick Toon, the best Nicktoon. Not even that, just the best cartoon in general I've ever watched. Like when I binged when I was still around like 15 years old at the time. And that's the thing, that's basically the show's demographic, 11 to 15-year-olds. But Nick aired it after Fairly OddParents and Rugrats, so that's one problem. That's why the show didn't do very well. Like parents were complaining, "This show is too violent." So yeah, Invader Zim definitely goes in S tier, for sure. S tier all the way. S tier show, bro. Invader Zim was voiced by legendary voice actor Richard Horvitz. Yep. He also played Daggett on Angry Beavers, another Nicktoon. But we didn't include it here because. Uh,
I guess you just finished the ramble.
yep, I finished the ramble. I put it in S tier.
I had figured that you would just put it in S tier. I was just listening to the last part to make sure I don't choke on the rice because I was accidentally just swallowing some chunks of meat and potatoes while you were just talking about Invader Zim. So I'm like, well, at least I already fed myself.
Yeah, I was mentioning about like how the show like it kind of ended too soon because like they would air it after Fairly OddParents and Rugrats, and like kids would be up that day, those times watching the show.
Yeah, because remind me how long did it last? Because I know it came out on the same day, like Fairly OddParents, like literally on the same day when it premiered.
Okay, so it lasted for like 2 seasons. It ended on like I think the tag episode, but then later Nick brought it back and put it on Nick Toons on for like the second season, like in on 2006. So that's basically it. Oh, they aired the Christmas episode too, which we got to introduce to Minnie Moose.
Ah, okay, that's interesting. But anyway, I won't say as much as you because similar to like some other certain Nicktoons that pretty much I didn't have like a huge obsession because I know, I mean, clearly Lesnar's definitely like one of the biggest fans, and for me, I may not be a huge fan of Invader Zim, but I can understand why it's so universally appealed because Lesnar can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is the most expensive Nicktoon ever put on a budget. Like
It
the
was.
most expensive.
It was.
And by just watching the visuals, including like the transition of going underground for the labs and going off to the utopia that they're a part of, it's like, yeah, I could tell why Nickelodeon spent like a good amount of money to this series more than any other Nicktoon. Because, yeah, I'll admit, it's like you're going to a different world, but it's not like your wacky cartoony world. This is definitely more of a doomsday catastrophic sci-fi type of world. And Invader Zim, yeah, I mean, I will say this, one of the most iconic Nick antagonists. Richard does a really good job with the voice. And Gurr, like we said, that dude is like literally everywhere, and I had a feeling that he was going to steal the show because, not because of merch, because, hey, it's a robot dog. He's definitely like, you know, adorable, but also a nice sidekick next to Zim. And as for Dib, I definitely like the conflicts between Zim and Dib. Like, sure, they are two antagonists of their own story, but I just like that one definitely, like, one's up for another, and then two definitely just, like, conflicts one another. But I will admit, Invader Zim, like what Lesnar pointed out, it had the balls to, like, do some dark stuff, like donating organs. There's one where they go, like, very close-up shots with the eyes and teeth. Like, I expected the show to have gross-out moments because this is what I get when I watch a Nickelodeon show in general, whether it's a Nicktoon or a Nick sitcom. But I like that Invader Zim doesn't like overboard on the gross out stuff, like full on brain rot gross outs, just for the sake of you see torture, or in this case you just see like a gab, but it doesn't drag itself too long. So either way, I honestly appreciate that it has its balance. And yeah, I mean, obviously before the last Airbender like came along, I believe this is definitely the most darkest Nicktoon to compare to all of them, because yeah, even though it did market for the kids and people have nostalgia for it, but to be honest, it definitely targets to a mature audience, because literally the merch of Gurr from Hot Topic, and I've heard that the creator of CV Universe, Rebecca Sugar, who wrote Marceline's iconic songs from Adventure Time, is a huge,
Oh, that's right.
yeah, that she's a huge fan of, like, of Invader Zim, that she actually made fan fiction in her earlier days of her career, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, apparently she had like a crush on Dib or something.
On who?
She had a crush on Dib, dude. There was fan art of her. She was like, "I love watching you sleep, Dib."
Oh wow, honestly, it's pretty insane. The movie was pretty funny. Wait, Rocketman, you're referring to the Netflix movie, right?
Yeah, Enter the Florpus.
Just like Rocko's
One
Modern
of those
Life.
things.
I mean, like I said, just like Rocko's Modern Life, I haven't watched that movie, but I know Lesnar has and Dwayne has, because I know Dwayne is another friend of ours that is a huge fan of Invader Zim. So either way, even though there isn't that much I have to say, maybe I gotta watch more episodes, but I can understand the cultural appeal. I respect the budget, I respect the dark tone, I respect the risks that they took, even though I will admit it doesn't go like as dirty as Ren and Stimpy, but it goes like very mature, where it definitely has a like this Nicktoon definitely has the most edge compared to the other ones. I mean, sure, Last Airbender is an exception, but no, this is like full-on dark territory where they actually not just tell you the dark stuff, they just show you as a whole. So either way, thanks to Lesnar just to talk more about this, and since this is technically a well-written show, a well-comedic show with some of its iconic
And the show had its own convention.
yeah, and you know what? It's another thing. It's one of those Nicktoons that actually has a good ending, not like let's just end this off on a random episode. So yeah, I guess I'll put it on S tier, even though I may not be the biggest fan. But I'm saying, like, if I'm looking at the show by quality, I would say it would be up there in the S tier ranking.
Yes, definitely deserves to be on there forever. Like no other tiers. S.
You are correct, sir. But anyway, now to the Nicktoon, which yeah, as I'm looking at it, I believe this is the first CG Nicktoon, thanks to the O Company and that.
Let me Quasar.
Yep. Hi, I Paul, that animation studio, and we get to 3, 2, 1. Gotta blast Jimmy Neutron. So, do you want to speak about Jimmy Neutron, or do you think I should take the honors?
I do.
Go ahead. Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, boy genius.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree with Gabe on what he said. Like,
The animation.
I love the animation. For nostalgia-wise, I love it. But the animation, it's... I don't want to compare it to, like, the movies animation.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, because, again, it's TV. But, yeah, basically, like, Jimmy Neutron is honestly one of those shows that, like, it's very nostalgic, it's very well known, and you just love watching it. And also the iconic moments. Ain't no living my man, shoe up. But yeah, Jimmy Neutron is honestly like Jimmy himself. He's honestly like this cool boy genius character he's only like 10 years old, I think, and he's like the most smartest character in the show. Because hello, Jimmy Neutron. That's supposed to be a reference to James Isaac Newton. But anyway, yeah. Like I said, I agree with Gabe for what he said. Jimmy Neutron, iconic show, love it a lot. And did you put an S tier?
I think Gabriel said A tier. I think he said A tier for Jimmy Neutron. No. I think S tier or A tier? I don't remember.
Well, for now, maybe. You know what? I think S tier because, like, I love the show. I mean, who doesn't love this show?
Yeah, because clearly we all do. So, I guess you'll put on an S tier?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Ice cream looking hair. Okay, my history with Jimmy Neutron. Firstly, I did not know the movie was introducing Jimmy Neutron first before the TV series. I thought the series would come out before the movie, but since the big budget theatrical film was the one that introduces Jimmy Neutron to the Nickelodeon Rose Gallery, I'm like, that makes sense. And by the way, for those that are seeing my Ramones t-shirt, the Jimmy Neutron movie was my exposure, my introduction to let's go, we're bumping in the street light. So obviously Ramones' most iconic song, well, technically it's their first song since back in August of 1974, and that's why I'm wearing the shirt, because this band is 50 years old. And I first heard this song when Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen are being excited, like, no parents, woo! And when they play the song, that's where I've heard about Ramones. But I'm going to go off topic, but if it weren't for Spider-Man Homecoming, and dare I say Spider-Man Far From Home, and the first Sonic movie, I'm like, yeah, around those movies when it came back, I'm like, hey, Jimmy Neutron played that song. And after that, I become a full-on Ramones fanboy, which I know almost 200 of their songs, even without looking up the lyrics. Like, I love it so much. But I'm going off topic. Back to Jimmy Neutron. So, I enjoyed the movie, and I like that one of the creators is Steve Oderkirk. And as you guys know me, let me bring him out. Alrighty then. So the director of Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls actually co-created and basically co-produced the Jimmy Neutron television series when it was first airing on Nickelodeon. And literally when I saw the intentions, I'm like, okay, so Jimmy Neutron is basically a crossover of Bart Simpson, and Albert Einstein, and even Ace Ventura's haircut. I know we want to make fun of it like it looks like a chocolate ice cream swirl. Spider-Man Homecoming was my introduction to Ramones. Oh, hey, Nice, what's up? I never would expect you to join the chat, but hey.
Nice, he's in here?
Yeah, he's actually in the chat, where I'm like, okay.
Hey, Nice.
I mean, I did say the Jimmy Neutron movie was my introduction, but Homecoming let me rediscover that love, and then, like I said, past 50 years, like, why think y'all think I'm wearing Converse shoes? Because most of the punk rock band members wear this a lot, so gotta give respect to punk rock and sniffing some glue since 1974. But anyway, I'm rambling about Ramones for long, but back to Jimmy Neutron. Man, I mean, for the TV show, sure, I would agree with Gabriel that the animation may not hold up, but man, the comedy, and basically the comedy from basically Carl and Sheen, both of them easily stole the show. I mean, obviously, I can name any memeable, iconic moment. Are you gonna finish that croissant? Or, guys, I don't feel so good. And then, yes, there's this amount. And, anyway, what's up, guys? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, long time no see, man. By the way, I'm jealous that most of you people got the Sonic 3 toys. I want to get them. I have the money. But then it's like, no, we're not going to get them today. It's like, bro, I need those toys. So, I know there's Sonic 3 stuff going on, which I'm looking forward to that. But I'm using Nickelodeon just to, like, get my mind off of it. But anyway, for Carl Weezer, okay, okay, this is just an inside story. I'm going to see Weezer, the band Weezer live to perform their songs from the Blue Album for 30 years. And I will see them live in Orlando, Florida by next month in September. And the best thing about the Carl Weezer memes, there's this one meme. I don't want to show it on YouTube because I could get copyright for this, but it's Say It Ain't So by Weezer, but it's Carl Weezer singing it. Say it ain't so, Jimmy's mom is a heartbreaker. And funny enough, in the original song, it literally goes, flip on the telly, wrestle with Jimmy. And once again, replace it with Carl's voice, wrestle with Jimmy. I'm like, well, thanks to the existence of Carl Weezer and the band Weezer, it kind of makes the memes more uncanny. So, easily love Carl, man. Including the moments where he tries to hit up some girlfriends. Or that one time where, Jimmy, Cindy, Sheen, where they went to a planet, and then Carl just freaks out for eating like space meatball or something. He's like, no! Like, most of the times whenever the boy freaks out, Rob Paulson just kills it in that role. And Sheen, even though, despite for him getting his own TV show, he does have some funny moments. It's like, oh, you want to know why she's not that? Because she's a girl! Or, some other funny moments is more like, yeah, it's also what Ultralord just said with the robots. It was cool. And I did like the car episode. Well, it wasn't a car episode. It was an Audi car commercial where Jimmy, Carl, and Sheen are just taking over like some sort of a car. He's like, oh, Ultralight the TV, somebody pitch me. Man, Sheen's voice is so hard to do. But either way, both
that was a spot-on impression.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, that's one of the most underrated impressions I never do. So, I know this is a quote for Planet Sheen. It's a talking monkey! Hey, Mr. Monkey! Monkey boy. I mean, to be fair, Sheen is voiced by a Hispanic guy, so I'm like, hey, respect to my fellow amigos, mi latinas, mi hombres. So, gotta give respect to Sheen's voice actor. But yeah, outside of that, another scene stealer character, and I like that his voice actor does any request, whether it's on Cameo, YouTube, social media. Freaking Hugh Neutron, man. And look, I know Timmy's dad and Fairly OddParents has like his own moments, but not on the same level as Hugh Neutron. Once when I was 7 years old, I sat a banana, and that changed my life.
Of course, that changed my life.
So that means he got butt tickled and actually got like the by no. I can't believe they let that joke slide. Oh, come on, sugar booger. You know what Jimmy's gonna do that. By the way, Jimbo, mom says you're grounded. Sorry. Which, that bro has so many callback moments. I am definitely walking out with no pants. It's like, bro, why does Hugh Neutron act like if I become a dad, that's probably my style of humor while it's gonna be. And then when he got the pies, it's the iconic meme, I will live! Oh man, I love Hugh Neutron so much. I think, Lesnar, isn't he an all Nick Star Brawl like the Super Smash Bros. Version of Nickelodeon? Is Hugh a character in it?
Yeah, he is. A lot of people were excited about that, but then later the hype went down as soon as they added him.
Oh, man. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of glad that he's fun because I'm just saying Carl, Sheen, and Hugh Neutron, hilarious. But once again, whenever he tries to call his wife out, and I know, obviously, her name was Judy, where Carl always wanted to thirst every single time that she's around, and then Hugh just keeps him out the door. Which, once again, what about, Bobby? Slap, 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 clap, 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 slap, 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 clap, clap, clap. I'm like, when I first heard, I'm like, where was that from? I was like, oh yeah, that one side character from Jimmy Neutron. And then when we get to Cindy, I can already...
I'm just so good looking.
When I first saw that character, I'm like, yeah, it's Sandy Cheeks, but it's in human form. And then it becomes so uncanny during the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour crossover where Cindy had a crush on Timmy, and then Jimmy did not like Cindy. But then when Timmy and Cindy were thirsty with each other, I like how Jimmy freaks out and just goes, no! And like I said, it kind of goes very weird. And I'm not going to lie, I do like Goddard. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm a dog person, and I really love me some furry dogs, but... whether you're like, I don't know, Doctor Who or Jimmy Neutron, I think it would be so cool to have a robot dog. And it's so cool. The funniest thing is when Jimmy trains Goddard to play dead, bro literally just, boom, blows up and then just revives himself. It's like, bro, Goddard's OP. That bro can literally just kill Thanos by exploding. It's like, man, Goddard's the go. And outside of the series, I actually rode on the Jimmy Neutron Nickelodeon ride way before Despicable Me replaced the ride. Man, looking back at it, I was so lucky to be in that ride with the old Nick Toons. The queue, it malfunctioned when Jimmy, Carl, and Goddard were on the queue, and it freezed for a bit. Then we saw SpongeBob, Donnie from Wild Thornberrys popping in the queue during Nickelodeon. And what's so cool about the ride is you got Jimmy, Carl, and Goddard. They go to all the Nicktoons. You see all the Nicktoons cameos. They went to the Rugrats studio. They went to Fairly OddParents. I like that the crossover is canon. They went to Bikini Bottom with SpongeBob. They go to space with the planet with all these aliens, just like in the Jimmy Neutron movie. So, once again, Jimmy Neutron definitely have his moments, including where Carl just likes llamas. So, either way, Jimmy Neutron... it's funny. I mean, to be fair, it's Steve Oderkirk, the guy who directed Ace Ventura 2, so no wonder I really love the comedy where it makes me laugh so hard, and all the quotable moments. Why do you smell so fruity? And the moment where Jimmy was acting like a pimp or something. And also, despite Jimmy and Timmy...
next time you get a board that can handle the Neutron style.
Yeah, that's the beef. Let's say with the Neutron style. Either way, as much as I do like the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour, I do like the fact that in the Nicktoons video game crossovers, whether it's canon or not, where they interact with SpongeBob, they interact with Danny Phantom, and then you got the Glob of Doom crossover, and I'm like, yeah, if I'm going to be honest, Jimmy Neutron, even though obviously he's one of the most intelligent Nickelodeon characters whenever you go inside his brain, whenever he thinks, but in my mind, it's like, bro can literally be the Doctor Strange just to bring all the Nicktoons multiverse, because, you know, Jimmy Neutron's Albert Einstein with a chocolate ice cream swirl on his head. But either way, I honestly really love the show. It's really hilarious. Like, if I go looking back at it, it's like, yeah, this is enjoyable. Like, easily, Jimmy Neutron, it is an S tier for me. So, I'm going to go S tier with Jimmy Neutron. And what do you say, Leslie? You also said S tier for Jimmy Neutron?
Yeah, and I want to mention how you mentioned how you went to the ride on Universal.
I was so lucky when I was young. I could have missed it out before Despicable Me replaced it.
Yeah, I want to mention how I went on the ride at Nickelodeon Universe at American Dream. I went on with this one kid, and there was this lever, and he told me not to to touch it, and I didn't know what it did, but I found out that it turns you upside down, and before I could even turn it, the ride was already over.
Yo, I never would have expected that. And also,
bro,
no, you go ahead.
I was so disappointed. I can't lie. You cannot be this much of a chicken.
Come on, man. What's next? Gonna play the chicken song so Carl could do the dance. But either way, this is not related to the show, but the best thing about Jimmy Neutron, which once again, since SpongeBob is basically the cash grab, but also the pinnacle that keeps Nickelodeon alive. I like once when I left the ride, I just met the SpongeBob mascot literally just waiting just to take pictures by Bikini Bottom stand. I wish I got the photo, but after when I left, that's where they...
Dude, no way, I did that too.
After that, they had the merchandise of Rugrats, Jimmy Neutron, Fairly OddParents, and SpongeBob. Basically the four main Nicktoons that Jimmy and Carl just went throughout that ride. So... it was a coincidence. Excusez-moi. So, either way, Jimmy Neutron, S tier. Definitely have its hilarious moments, memorable episodes, funny characters that sold the show. So, I loved it. So, I guess let's go to this unexpected Rugrats sequel, which can we consider this underrated? It kind of is, but it's kind of not at the same time because it's based on Rugrats. But either way, I guess I'll go first since, I love the original series. So, All Grown Up. I mean, first of all, catchy theme song. All grown up, I really
want to shout it out.
All grown up with you. Bam. Okay, that's one good thing. The theme song, obviously the original is do 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 do, but this one actually has a nice punk to it. Like, to be fair, All Grown Up takes place in elementary school, doesn't it? If I can remember, it's not in high school. Is it? Middle school. Okay, my bad. Okay, that definitely makes a lot of sense. I was gonna say, like, wait a minute. So Danny Phantom takes place in high school, right? If I had to compare All Grown Up, because All Grown Up is all about preteens around that time. So I guess All Grown Up is technically the first Nicktoon that talks about teenagers until Danny Phantom arrived as a Nicktoon, not a sitcom.
Yeah, because, like, there's one episode where Angelica turns 13 and she's like, yeah, I'm 13, yeah!
So in a way, All Grown Up definitely takes place around the middle school era, which, first of all, it's impressive that you got the same voice cast from the original series, and yet they did a really good job voicing the older versions of the main characters of Tommy, Chucky, Phil, Lil, especially Tara Strong voicing Dill. Like, what if Dill would sound like if he was older? It's like, pretty impressive. Same goes for Kimmy, Angelica. Like, I bet it was challenging for the voice actors. Like, well, you're not voicing the baby versions of the characters now. I mean, it's literally in the title. They all grown up. And literally, I think the first episode I've watched was when Chucky was in this Dragon Ball Z type of parody, but that wasn't the first episode. The real first episode is when Phil and Lil's, like, their bond as twin siblings have grown a lot further. Chucky has a crush on a girl, but he doesn't want to show off his braces or anything, so technically that was my first introduction. And Lester, you know this is going to get personal. I like that Tommy has a crush on a girl named Rachel, and she broke his heart. Then Tommy became depressed, and then Tommy's like, bro, Tommy Pickles was literally me in that episode. So, not going to lie. Not going to get too in-depth.
Yeah.
But Lester, you know what I mean. It's like, wow. Even
I know what you mean.
All Grown Up just predicted my future from Tommy's perspective. But speaking of which, like what I said about the original series, it's cool to know that when they got older, they actually have traits of their parents where Tommy has his dad's hair, Dill has his mom's hair. I like that the first episode where Lil's friends thinks Phil is weird, and Phil is trying to, like, bond with Tommy's brother, Dill. But unfortunately, it just doesn't hold up, which Lil actually defends, like, her brother Phil around that time. And even though I like that the majority of the grandfathers, and even though the adults, the grown-ups actually, grow himself up, I will admit the one adult that doesn't age well the one that doesn't age well is Angelica's dad. Like, Angelica's dad was bald. He's looking a lot like Grandpa Lou, which I'm surprised that Stu's dad, Grandpa Lou, and Dee Dee's dad, Grandpa Boris, are still alive. I like that in the original series, Boris had, like, slant eyes, but in All Grown Up, his eyes are, like,
he
full
downgraded.
People. Yeah, if you're looking at Angelica's dad, bro, he looked like a Chad with that hair in Rugrats, but All Grown Up, man, he looks hideous when they're trying to put a surprise party on Tommy. But the coolest thing about All Grown Up, I mean, no joke, it was literally an episode in the original Rugrats series where Tommy says, let's time travel to the future, which they use their imagination, like, what would these babies be like if they have their own time where they're getting older? And I feel like that episode was definitely the pitch that Nick was like, let's make a sequel to Rugrats and make them older, which I'll admit, it's not as iconic as the original series, but I feel like this was like, it doesn't feel cash grabbing. I feel like it's a creative way if you want to continue the Rugrats brand, and if you think the baby's a bit too much, then just do like a future iteration of it. Because I will admit, it was weird that the final episode of Rugrats was Kimmy's birthday. And sure, you got the babysitter Taffy, and sure, you introduced new characters like, what was his name? Harold? Yeah, Harold, who was a classmate to Angelica and Susie during preschool days, and now he's actually a major character in All Grown Up, where he's growing up with the other Rugrats characters, or in this case, the middle school iteration of Rugrats. But I will admit, I like that All Grown Up actually brings, like, it's a sequel that makes, like, it's a continuation of these characters, but they actually play flashback moments of what you love about Rugrats. Like, during the one moments when the All Grown Up kids watch flashback home videos of the Rugrats, like, having their moments when Angelica's like, oh, open up pickles. And I like how Susie calls Angelica's like, yeah, you were, like, more mean back then, which I'll admit, I think Angelica's okay as a character, but she definitely wasn't as bad as she was in the original. But either way, I like in that one same episode where Dill's diapers just went down as he's getting older, and then it literally just says the end as you zoom into Dill's butt cheeks, which I thought that was funny. So I'll say this, All Grown Up, I wouldn't put it on S tier because obviously I prefer the original, and sure, the original has an open legacy. And when it comes to other Rugrats shows, I remember there was a short-lived preschool miniseries with Angelica and Susie because one episode they focused on Angelica and Susie's like preschool days, and that show flopped, which I will admit it wasn't that good. And it's like, yeah, Nick, that was a really good idea just to milk off these two. Like, I get that Angelica and Susie's rivalry is iconic and a major conflict since the older seasons, but they didn't deserve their own TV show. But for All Grown Up, I say it's somewhere on the A tier. I won't say it's better. It's definitely not better than Fairly OddParents or Rock Smart in Life. I say A tier for me, for where I'm going to put it. So that's all I'll say. A tier for All Grown Up.
Now, All Grown Up, basically what you said, Daniel, that's kind of like what I'm, like, all the stuff you said was just basically like what I think of the show. I mean, I did watch a few episodes. It's not as iconic as the original, but like you said, it's not cash grabby, and it's a lot of relatable, like, preteen stuff, at least at this time of that era, because times now is different with preteens, because, you know, all the Gen Alpha, Gen Z type stuff. Thank God back then TikTok wasn't a thing.
Oh yeah, we were blessed to be in a better timeline back then. Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
but now we fell. But yeah, All Grown Up is honestly like, I do give it an A tier. I like the show a lot. Like, I'm mostly interested in seeing like how the kids like progress throughout the show, and the characters together, like Tommy and Dill's bond, and Phil and Lil, and Angelica and Susie, and Chucky and Kimmy, or some other characters like that are like new kids that get introduced or something. And the parents, wow, like they're just preteens. Like, why are they this old? I mean, don't get me wrong, like, sometimes, like, I think, like, if you give them, like, just, like, make them look a little older, like, over little wrinkles, and yeah, but, wow. And I will say, Tommy having Stu's hair, like, basically, like, makes a lot of sense. And it's always, like, the other way around, too. But, yeah, that makes me think, like, Stu was born with purple hair.
And then Dill has his
So, yeah. Yep. But, yeah, I like All Grown Up. It's really relatable to any preteen watching that show during its airing on Nick. So, I'll put it in A tier.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say about All Grown Up, I remember in 5th grade, I could not stop humming to the theme song when I was into the school cafeteria. I was just going, because I was watching it, like, during the Nick Toons era when it was airing on Nick Toons. And another thing I want to point out, just like how Rugrats like ended off, like its final episode ended off weird, which it's a common trope for most Nickelodeon shows. Like, obviously they never treat their final episodes like, oh, this is the finale. Like, they don't take it that seriously. But then All Grown Up's final episode is when some bullies try to go over Tommy's house, and whenever it show Grandpa Lou shirtless and Grandpa Boris without their shirts, basically Stu's dad and Dee Dee's dad all together, and they're both old and naked. Well, not naked, but they have no shirt. And I like that the constant guy goes, oh, old man boobs. It's like weird way to end the series, but hey, funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I have to say about All Grown Up. But yeah, like what Gabe was talking about earlier, boy, man, Drake and Josh. I never thought that it'd be so simple, but I found a way. If you open up your mind to see what's inside, it's gonna take some time to realign. But But if you look inside, sure you find. Over your shoulder, you know that I told you I'll always be picking you up when you're down. So just turn around. Just turn around. Man, I don't know why I was not into the show. Obviously, iCarly took the spotlight iCarly took the spotlight as a kid, but as I got older, look, as much as I love iCarly, but no, Drake and Josh is my favorite Nick sitcom of all time. And yes, welcome back, Cameron. Now you got back. We're finally talking about Drake and Josh. Once Gabriel already talked about his thoughts since Gabriel's no longer with us, but easily best Nick sitcom ever. And not gonna lie, like what I said, you guys can thank Drake and Josh being like the main inspiration of Dan and Gabe, which Lester made all the Dan and Gabe intros, and me and Gabriel and everything else. Man, I remember earlier this year, I'm not kidding with you guys, since Drake and Josh turned 20 years old, literally since January, man, I was binging most of the episodes on Paramount Plus. I'm disappointed that some episodes are not included, like not the pilot episode, not the Blue Brothers episode, which is an iconic one around the older season. So it's like, man, they just left out some of the good episodes, including, I'm surprised they didn't even put Drake and Josh Goes to Hollywood, or not even Merry Christmas Drake and Josh and Paramount Plus. Come on, man. It's like, do I have to like rent it or pay for those movies? But regardless, why do I love Drake and Josh so much? I mean, first of all, sure, Kenan and Kel was like the first, like, you know, hey, it's black Drake and Josh, and now Drake and Josh is like white Kenan and Kel. But in reality, man, Drake and Josh is very relatable, which even though, yes, it's two stepbrothers where Drake and Megan's mom falls in love with Josh's dad, man, I mean, like what I said, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some good sitcoms that obviously my parents grow up with, like, they grew up on Full House, Family Matters, and sure, there are some good family sitcoms back in the day, but Drake and Josh is my jam, man. Like even when I rewatch it again as a 22-year-old, soon to be 23, this show is a lot more relatable, more than I think about. Like, the one episode where Drake and Josh are trying the best to, like, stop their addictions. Like, for Josh, it's his video game addiction, and then Drake, it's junk food. And it leads to the iconic moment where it's a parody of the GameCube, which it was my introduction. It's spherical! So I'm like, man. And the moment where Drake and Josh are, like, fighting, like, over the debate, like, Josh is fighting over the video games, and then they have, like, this, like, chocolate Willy's Wonka Wonderland and everything else. It's like the dynamic of Drake and Josh. I mean, with the exception of SpongeBob and Patrick, this is, like, in my opinion, the second most iconic Nick duo after SpongeBob and Patrick, to me at least, because what I like about Drake and Josh, both of them, like, I can't say, oh, I can relate to Drake more than Josh, or Josh is more relatable than Drake. No, I can relate to both of them, because for Josh, I was fat. I was a chubby kid that was super goofy and basically get easily thirst trapped by women, while Drake is the ultimate wrist master around that time. Like, as I got older, like, when I'm around women, I can relate more to Drake when I was older, but when I was a kid, I was definitely more of a Josh type, especially, I was raised by a single mom, just like how Josh Peck was like that in real life. And Drake Bell in real life is a daddy's boy where he has a close relationship with his dad. It's like, damn, I can't even relate to the actors themselves. Damn, man. So that's why I say Drake and Josh mean something to me. So during the moments where Josh was definitely more of the funny, goofy type, which I can connect with Josh on that. But for Drake, even though I can't play guitars, but Gabriel can play his guitars, but his taste in music, which I could tell Drake Bell, he wrote the iconic theme song of I Found a Way at age 14. And yeah, Cameron, thanks for mentioning the door hole. Like, it's the door right there. Oh, do ya? It's like, yeah, the memes are just so iconic, including the moment where it's the first episode where Josh had the worst birthday ever, where I ran over Oprah. And then Josh basically just has the worst time trying to meet Oprah. The one time where they try to pass the guards and then Josh takes a chemical bath, and then Drake. The worst thing about Drake, which I like that his character has gotten better. Like, definitely Drake was the hoes before bros. Like, technically Drake does not follow the bros code. Like, no, it's bros before hoes. Because ever since the glove episode, one, I called him over Drake. That's because I'm number one, with the foam finger, where they're having the debate that, oh, I stole the foam finger during the baseball game. But in reality, even though she's my least favorite character in the show, and sure, it's no disrespect to Miranda Crossroad, but I really did not like Megan, which I'll admit, Megan is not as bad as Angelica or as creepy as Helga. At least Megan has, like, balance, but I'm going to say Megan was such a torturous, bratty bitch. It's like, no, like one moment she made Drake and Josh fumble down to like from the ceiling or something just for a prank, or bringing a sheep over so then the sheep can have a lamb. It's like, what is with this girl up to? Like, the one thing I always want to know by watching the series, like, how did Megan know how to, like, know all these spy equivalencies, knowing every single trap that Drake and Josh has to go through? And most importantly, if she's really, like, the biological sister to Drake Parker, and along with Audrey, the mom, is like, where did she learn? How did she learn all this? I mean, I will admit, the one thing that was pretty funny when she hires, like, some smart guy coming over is like, oh, I'm going to be having an important date with your mom? Yes, and then he just left out, which I'm like, alright, that actually got me. But either way, I actually do like the parents. Like, Walter, he does play the typical fat, slubbish dad, but he never considers himself as lazy whenever he's around. And I like the fact that he's a weatherman. One of my favorite episodes with Walter is when it's during the storm episode. Literally, at the storm episode, literally, it was hilarious that he got jumped by some gang members, took all of his clothes away, and then it's literally just pouring rain when the power's just going out. So I definitely say Walter has his moments, including the moment where he's jamming out to I'm on the highway to
another Drake Bell
nowhere,
song,
where he's working out to one of Drake Bell's debut album songs. I'm like, okay, that's honestly pretty awesome. I like that Drake and Josh, Drake has full creative control of, like, you know, the songs that he produced. I mean, obviously, Found a Way, it's a great song. Miranda Cosgrove Sexy, I'm like, well, as Carly Shay, yes, but Megan, nah, she's a brat. But I'll talk about Miranda when we get to iCarly. But obviously, Megan, I just didn't like Megan back then. But Carly Shay, she's a much better character. But back to the point. Walter is hilarious. Audrey definitely plays like the sweet, typical mom. And Mindy, I will be honest, I think Mindy's pretty ugly, if I'm being honest with you. Especially when she overused too much lip gloss. But I understand that she's definitely a much better fit. Like, it's funny that later in the series, like, I like that Drake and Josh is one of those sitcoms that, despite it only lasts for like only 4 seasons, it's one of those shows that actually got better. Because I'll admit, the first episode of season 1 were alright. It wasn't anything good. But as season 1 continues and season 2, 3, and 4, the show has gotten much better. Where Drake and Josh, they develop a lot. Like, for instance, obviously one of the most iconic episodes where Josh finally works at a movie theater with Helen being the boss, which her actress is everywhere nowadays, especially when she made a cameo in Hotel for Doctor. He's like, I need her to complain about Helen Dog. I'm like, hey, look, it's Helen for Drake and Josh. And during the moments where, the one episode where she obviously likes Drake, but doesn't like Josh, and Lesnar, what's the teacher's name that Drake did not like? Miss, what was her name again?
Miss Hafer.
Miss Hafer. I mean, Drake did her daughter on time. That girl cannot stop laughing. I mean, if I was Drake, it's like, yeah, Drake, I would just mooch off that girl, especially since she's the daughter of the teacher that you despise. Including the one time where they had to take care of her dog one time, and I like that the animal control guy is like, I tame over other dogs, and then he's like, that's the most scariest dog that I ever met. It's like, bro, I like the fact that Drake and Josh just escaped from the fence and then they left the house, and even the dog was chasing Walter one time, which I thought that was funny. And another hilarious moment is when Drake and Josh they pull off the prank in front of Megan where they're like aliens, which I'll admit, the makeup for them as the aliens, believable. Until then, Megan, as always, brings up a backup plan just to like take like cover or anything. But I'll admit, as much as I don't like Megan, I will admit there are some moments where she actually has her redeemable moments. Where the one time where she has a boyfriend in the final season, where obviously Drake and Josh disguise himself as Yamish Man and mess around with Megan's boyfriend around the theater, and then deep down inside, Megan's boyfriend is actually a cheater when it comes to some other chick, and then Drake and Josh have their defenses. So I definitely say like one of those moments Megan actually did have respect for Drake and Josh around that time. And once again, when Drake and Josh themselves as characters, they've gotten better. Like Drake learns to become less selfish around Josh, and even though Drake just picks up like every single chick, because obviously Drake is the ultimate Riz master back in the day, where he like randomly say, hey, you want to go out to the movies, and easily just say yes and then just date him. And I like that
he just introduces himself to a girl and then he gets kissed immediately.
And then I like that most girls like who loves Drake Bell by saying like, yeah, any dude that has Drake Bell's haircut is clearly attractive. Like, because bro, it's the mid 2000s boy band haircut, so of course it's a haircut like most of the boys that would have. I think I actually had that haircut when I was like in my 20s at some point, but that's one thing I could just connect with Drake. So I say like in recent times I'm more like Drake when it comes to women, which as a kid I was definitely more like Josh. Which, speaking of which, I like that Josh, even though him and Mindy goes from the enemies to lovers trope, which that was expected, like they hated each other, but then they actually like each other, even though Josh was like doesn't understand. Like, I like the fact there's one relatable moment where Josh basically meets Mindy's parents for the first time, and basically Mindy's parents are very sophisticated people, that they're very mature and they don't want immaturity. But once when Josh has his defense over Mindy that one time in front of Drake around that time, where Drake's trying to fight some girl that's doing martial arts and they ruined the party over the ice sculpture, and I like that Mindy's dad like took defense over Josh Nichols. So I thought moments were like that nice. And I think one
Josh Nichols.
And I will admit, season 4, I have to say, I can't believe I'm saying this, but season 4 is definitely my favorite season, despite being the final one, because it shows a lot of growth to the characters. I like the episode where Josh is done, where Josh can't handle Drake's bullshit anymore, and at one time he doesn't want to deal with Drake's drama, and during the moment where Drake was embarrassed and he exposed himself to the chemical bath and he was too late for the essay. And I like that. Well, for Drake Bell's acting in that one episode, is like, I'm wrong, Josh. I just feel like that I needed you more than you needed me. Which clearly, I mean, outside of, like, you know, Josh Beck's weight loss for Josh Nichols, it definitely shows how much Josh has progressed as a character and how much Drake took Josh for granted, despite how much, like, you know, he let Josh get tortured, let Josh get arrested, get beat up by old women, and including the most where they help out each other, like the Blue Brothers band, which I thought that was awesome. Which, by the way, it's so funny that Drake and Josh has unexpected cameos I don't expect, like the doctor episode where Drake decides to become a doctor and whatnot. I'm surprised that's the guy who voiced Lola's dad from the Looney Tunes show. I'm like, no wonder his voice sounds a little bit more familiar. Bugs Bunny is so wonderful. I'm like,
what? I did not know
so
that
no
at all.
wonder Lola's dad took inspiration from that one actor from Drake and Josh. And also, the Magician episode, that actor was from Dumb and Dumber 2? Dumb and Dumber 2? So you're telling me the one scene where the old man was humping Fresca, which was Harry's girlfriend, and then Jim Carrey says, "You horny old goat." I'm like, that was the Magician from Drake and Josh? Mind blown when I looked up the actor of the episode. Can Drake and Josh get a revival? Fun, interesting thing that you say that, Cameron.
Wow.
Not
what about the Stan the Car Man?
Stan the Car Man. I'm trying my best to remember. But anyway, Cameron, to your comment. Funny enough, Drake Bell recently, in 2024, not 2019, I think Drake Bell actually had a comment about if he ever would like to come back to Drake and Josh. It's not official. Obviously, it's just educated wishful thinking. But I remember Drake Bell literally just said, I think it was in an interview, but I couldn't get to read the article. He literally just says, I would love to. We've talked about it. If we're going to do something, it should be more special. Let's him with the bang instead of, oh, another one. So, either way, before I talk more about the original series, I mean, look, as much as I would love, and trust me, I love the show so much that it's literally my favorite Nick sitcom. Yes, Dan Snyder's a pedo, but if I, like I said, if I separate the artist and only focus on the art itself, it's good. But do I want a revival? I mean, yes, I would. Yes, I would. But the only closest thing that we ever got was Grandfather, which obviously that was a short-lived series that Josh Peck worked with John Stamos, but they weren't playing as their characters in the show. But I do appreciate the references of, you remind me of my stepbrother. Like, no, she's in jail for arresting Oprah, and obviously Josh doing the hug me brother hug. But obviously that's not canon, approved by Nickelodeon. And the only closest thing to the Drake and Josh revival was the Where's Walter miniseries, where Walter is out of the Nick studio and all the cast members from the show gets to like try to find him and track him down. So I'd get, like, definitely Drake Bell's been saying for years he would love to return to Drake and Josh in a heartbeat, because you could tell he loves the show. Josh Peck, definitely the dude has moved on. I know he appreciates his time, but clearly he doesn't want to be archetype as the funny guy from a sitcom. So I will admit, as much as I will love that, I could see Drake Bell and the rest of the cast up for it. It's just Josh Peck and see if Drake and Josh can get along as buddies. And sure, obviously they have their history of back and forth. But the best thing is the actors are no different from their characters, where they have drama with one another just like their characters, except like Step Brothers. I forgot Dan Snyder work on these shows. Yeah, like I said, if you forget about the creator and only just focus on the shows, that's all that matters. Alright, thanks for coming by, Ethan Cross Media. Good for you for meeting, who was it? Great Delilo? Awesome. Good to know that you also met Rod Craig Smith. Also good for you as well. But anyway, back to Drake and Josh. So I would love to see revival, but I doubt it. And to be fair, I know iCarly got a revival, and even Miranda Cosgrove said she would love to see a movie, but I don't know, it's wishful thinking. I would only say Drake and Josh would be tolerable if Josh and Drake can get along, But just like the iCarly revival, make a continuation, but make it what's so special. But back to my favorite moments. I forgot to talk about Crazy Steve. Of course, before he was Spencer, Shay, and iCarly. Bro, Crazy Steve is on Med, but aka Nickelodeon's Jim Carrey around that time. Which, like I said, if they make I did say this, if they ever make an Ace Ventura prequel or reboot, if you cast Jerry Trainer, I honestly will not be upset about that, because he has the mannerisms of a young Ace Ventura that's not Ace Ventura Jr. But either way, his line deliveries gold. Fruity doody doo, Aquas, and the moose say cockle doodle doo. And my favorite moments with Crazy Steve was definitely the Storm episode where he's just shouting at Dora the Explorer, "Come on, Dora, on delay, monos to Oos, come on, Dora, it's right there, right behind you." And the most baffling thing is all of Drake's ex-girlfriends reunited, and they all gossip about Drake's like, "Yeah, Drake, this is what happens when you date those girls. They're going to be gossiping one another, start trash talking you, Drake. Call yourself, bro." And I didn't talk about them that much, but the side characters, the nerds, Craig and Eric, they do have their moments to shine when they're taking care of Drake and Josh's grandfather during around the time where they need to get back home when they go out the roller coaster.
Papa Nichols.
Yeah, Papa Nichols. USA! USA! And during the moments where...
what are you talking about unit?
I will admit, the one I can relate is like, wait, who's Craig and who's Eric? Is Eric the one with glasses or no glasses?
Craig is the one with no glasses.
Okay, Craig is the one with no... Like I said, even I can relate to the characters. Like, wait, which one's Craig? Who's Eric? But Craig was the one in the dumpster, right? Like, he was doing la 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 la.
Yeah,
la,
he was.
La, la, where Craig and Eric decide to, like, sing along with Drake. So it's like, it's kind of fun. If you think about it, Drake has all the girlfriends, but Drake never has real friends outside of Josh. And sure, he has, like, a band, but they never really hang out. In reality, his real friends are the nerds, Craig and Eric, since they're always in touch with Drake and Josh, if you think about it.
Even Drake said it himself. "Come on, Craig, you're my friend. I'm Eric."
So yeah, I also like that, which is pretty relatable. Like, I have multiple friends, but in reality I have like two dorky friends that were kind of the same. I like how Helen makes Craig and Eric actually like jam out to We Will Rock. He was like, okay, that's such an iconic moment. Yeah, look, despite that Josh was not in that episode that much, but that's honestly one of my favorite episodes of the show. And sure, season 4 did end off with Drake and Josh having like a dance off like live on TV, which makes Megan and Audrey just drop their jaws off. But I'll admit, I feel like the real final episode should have been the one... Okay, I will give a shout out to good episodes where they do like a sushi thing, or when they jump, like, try to take over a plane, they didn't have a proper parachute where Drake wants to go skydiving. But the funniest thing is, we get to one of the most iconic songs, and the most iconic songs in the show, aside from them making a parody of Blues Brothers, is during the moment of... And yeah, I think Drake actually made the song after when he got a car accident during season 3, and then once when he recovered back for season 4, was the "Makes me happy, makes me want to say do 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 do." Like, man, I mean, no joke, the song literally makes you happy. Quite poetic for Drake Bell, but then when Josh helped Drake put the song on the air, especially during like the promos of the commercial, and when Helen was about to do off the movie theater and try to make a wedding, then when Drake performs at the end, Josh and Mindy are a couple. I like that Mindy was going to be like the manager, but instead she gives to Josh because the movie theater job means a lot to Josh. There's a lot of good character development moments in that one episode. I'm like, that should have been the real finale of Drake and Josh before Merry Christmas, Drake and Josh came in the way. But I feel like that could have been the final episode because it actually has that nice poetic feel. Hollywood Girl, yeah. You're talking about the song that played in Drake and Josh Goes to Hollywood.
Drake and Josh Go Hollywood.
Yeah, I honestly like that as well. But like I said, the best thing, like, don't get me wrong, iCarly, Victorious, and Big Time Rush definitely has like iconic songs. But for sitcoms, I'm sorry, Drake Bell. I'll say Miranda Cosgrove is in second place, but Drake Bell, I'll say he is the king of making all these original songs, of making like for Nickelodeon. So Makes Me Happy is definitely one. But once again, I remember when I was in a Drake and Josh mood, I listened the heck out of that. So, like his soundtrack of spinning round in circles, and then it put me down gently. Oh, there's more to life than this. I was like, man, like, bro, like, not only I can just mimic the voice, it's like his songs are just so damn catchy. He's done a lot for this series as a whole. But to be fair, like I said, Drake and Josh, I mean, it's literally me and Gabriel, and I could definitely picture my life. And like I said, I could relate to both of them, both Drake Parker and Josh Nichols. Peter Parker and Casey Jones.
Casey Jones.
Yeah, totally, for sure. So I think I ramble about it too long. It's definitely, like, from rewatching it, definitely my favorite Nick sitcom. Best theme song. I'm probably, if I'm saying it for a TV show, I'm probably praising it too much, but best theme song for a sitcom ever. Like, I found a way for Drake and Josh, everything else. Man, and like I said, the Merry Christmas Drake and Josh movie, and I remember me and Gabriel used to watch that a lot whenever it airs on TV. I think it was the most viewed original Nickelodeon TV special around that time until iCarly Goes to Japan came along. And yeah, it was unfortunate because Drake and Josh wanted to move on despite them reuniting for the Christmas special, but clearly Megan needed to have her own TV show, so thanks to Megan, iCarly just take the revival sweep. Even though Drake did make a cameo and help produce Leave It All to Me with Miranda, so it is what it is. Bro, Drake's band has changed a lot. Yeah, I know, right? And even after the I Kinda Relate song, bro, that got me to the feels. So regardless, I love the show. I don't know where would I be without it. And like I said, without the show, Dan and Gabe would not exist. So easily, Drake and Josh next to SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm like, I know I might be overpraising it, but I will put it as like my second favorite Nickelodeon show after SpongeBob. I'll be like, it's that good. S tier all the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So.
Hey, so.
Go ahead, Lesnar.
To be honest, basically what Daniel said, I can hear myself. Anyway, basically all the stuff that Daniel said, basically, like, Drake and Josh is like one of Nick's A-list sitcoms ever. Like, it really depicts like the relationship between two dudes that you won't see as like becoming best friends, but stepbrothers. Like, even then, like in the season 1, like when they become stepbrothers, they're like, yeah, like Drake doesn't want Josh like sleeping in his bed or something. But like, even as the series progressed, you could seriously see the chemistry. Besides them being like really polar opposites, like in season 1, Drake is the cool one, Josh is the goofy one. But even then, like, this two changed a lot. Like, in season 4, Drake is the goofy, Josh is the cool one. Like, a lot has really changed. And the situations they get to is honestly insane. Like, then again, like, it's really, like, if you ever, like, relate to a time where, like your parent marries, meets a new partner, and like they marry them, and then all of a sudden you have a new step sibling, then like, yeah, that could be relatable. But the stuff they get to, like, how many times have you seen two brothers like thought they kill a magician, or like they blast a pilot out of the helicopter with a fire extinguisher, or like they get trapped with a rabid dog in the bathroom, or like when they ran over Oprah. How else do you have to relate to that? And just the show in general, like, I know the show's on a kids network, but I don't really consider Drake and Josh a kids show, more like a family show, because I don't see anything in that show that's like dumbed down to the kids level point of view. This is really a teen show that not even teens, both kids, teens, and adults can enjoy. Like I said, everyone, like a family show. Now onto the characters. Drake, dude that gets a lot of girlfriends, but I don't think doesn't really have many friends. I mean, well, there are some times where like he'd be hanging out with with people, but like you never see them again. So, oh well. Yeah, basically he picks up all the chicks, and like just, oh my god. And I don't know how he does it. Like, it's his looks. He has that boy band type style. And let's see, Josh changed a lot throughout the series. Like, he was this fat, goofy kid, then later became this tall, and like now this like more buff, like not buff, like more lost weight type of dude. That's like, I mean, there are some times where he does have his awkward moments, like the time when Mindy told them that she loved him, or when that treehouse episode when Josh was telling the kid, "Hey, play with your toy car," and then it gets destroyed.
I remember that, and the kid could not stop crying and squealing, and they all left the fence, and then they decided to fix it later on, like the treehouse. That was so funny when the kids started crying.
Yeah, and not even that, dude. Like, you can watch, even if you already watched the show before, you could still laugh at the jokes. Like, you could still laugh at everything. Like if you like, I remember one time I was looking back on the scene where Megan was spanking Josh, and I laughed my ass off. I can't lie. Like, I've already seen that scene many times, but that still killed me. But that's the thing about the show. Like, it does comedy so well. It definitely leads up to the genre of the show, sitcom, because like situational comedy, the stuff they get into is very situational and it's comedy. Like, it's funny, it's creative. Definitely one of Nick's A-list sitcoms. Definitely the most S tier type shows I've ever seen. And if I gotta agree with anyone that like says that how much they love this show, like, I definitely really do think that this show is honestly like the best Nick sitcom ever of all time. Definitely an S tier show for me. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, like most of the stuff that they get into is like crazy. Like, especially when Drake like bought like a pet, like a monkey from the stand car man, dude.
I remember that. And then by a guy that actually ends up eating monkeys. That's crazy.
Yeah, like, how have you ever been in a situation where you bought a monkey and you're doing sales, and then some guy comes in and then he starts taking him, and then later you find out he's gonna eat him, like, and then later he traps you in the closet.
That's messed up if you think about it.
Yeah, but they do it so well, it's funny.
It is. That's the joke of it. I still
Yeah.
can't stop laughing when Josh gets sent like to a fake chemical bath like he's infected just to get Oprah, and then Drake just ignores it and just take random mashed potatoes on the floor. Oh, that was so random.
It really was. Like, you can't, like, honestly, I don't think you can hate the show. I've never seen a person out there that says, I think Drake and Josh is mid.
No,
It's not good. Like, no. Luckily, I've not heard a single person say that, thankfully, because if you do think it's mid, then you have bad taste in TV.
Especially when it comes
You probably like Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, you probably must have preferred that. It's like, nah, Drake and Josh is like peak, especially if you either grow up in the 2000s like me. It's like, oh, this is definitely like peak 2000s era. I mean, there are other good Nick sitcoms that still has that nostalgia 2000 ones, which we will get later to this list, but definitely Drake and Josh is like the first that comes into mind next to iCarly.
Yeah, not even that, dude. I remember back when I was younger, my mom wouldn't allow me to watch the show because it's teenagers, and like, I don't know, because I guess she didn't like it because she thought it was like nonsense or something. And like, there would be times where like I would start watching the show like if I was secretly watching a rated R movie, because apparently I was raised by the type of, in my household, sitcoms are like the devil or something.
Even though not all of them are like that. I mean, to be fair, Drake and Josh is definitely more better than freaking Has Been Hotel or whatever these people are just into nowadays. So
Thankfully, Has Been Hotel didn't exist at the time.
yeah, that's very true. If you like Drake and Josh, then you definitely like Korn. Most other people. Who would have known Josh Nichols would be an Oppenheimer? That's what baffled me around that time. Is like, how did we get from funny Nick sitcom star to a freaking Christopher Nolan movie where Josh Nichols like pushed the atomic bomb that made history, which that blew my mind around that time. It's like, especially Roderick from Die What Kid was in. It's like these are like 2000s teenage movies, and now they're into this Oscar-winning film. Crazy range. So thanks for mentioning that, Cameron.
Drake and Josh is S tier for sure.
Yeah, 100% S tier, like without question. So as we're going for the rest of the Nick show, so let me see. It's been 3.5 hours. I say we could still go for as long as we could. SpongeBob, Drake, and Josh. Like, how many shows have we talked about? So we've only talked new sitcoms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12-ish shows, so we can still continue on with gotta catch him all because he's Danny Phantom. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't get to Danny Phantom that much as a kid because I was more into Fairly OddParents. But as I got older, once again, it's same like with Drake and Josh. It's like, okay, I can understand the appeal of this. Which I'm gonna be honest. I mean, like I said, say all you want about Butch Hartman, but I think this is probably like the best, well-written Nicktoon of them all. And I will say this. I think Danny Phantom actually was intended to like make another season, but Nickelodeon prevented to make it happen. It's like, I hate that when Nickelodeon does. When Nickelodeon knows a quality Nicktoon is like up in the rise, it's like, yeah, it probably might be too logical and too peak for kids. We need to make more brain rot content. But I'll say this. I know All Grown Up basically is like a preteen version of Rugrats, but I will admit Danny Phantom's kind of like the best written like the best Nicktoon that features teenagers. Like, I'll say this, like, from the main characters, which I will say one of the most iconic Nick trios, from Danny to Tucker to Sam, which is basically every animation nerd's crush when it comes to like emo girls next to Gwen from Total Drama Island. Which, to be fair, even though Danny Phantom came out first, I feel like Danny Phantom was like the blueprint that inspired Cartoon Network to do a good job of having teenage leads as, you know, main characters for a cartoon. And for Danny Phantom, it doesn't come off as annoying or a mockery when it comes to the teens. Like, they actually act like teenagers. Like Danny and Sam and Tucker, they actually go to like their own personal struggles. I like the fact that Danny's older sister Jazz, which Yaz, who is voiced by Colleen O'Shaughnessy, aka the voice of Tails from the Sonic franchise, tries to be like, not like Candace, but one of those sisters that wants to look out for her little brother. And the fact that not being aware of the ghost or anything. And I will admit, my real introduction of getting into Danny Phantom was the Nicktoons Unite video game, when Danny teams up with Timmy, SpongeBob, and Jimmy. And literally in that game, Vlad was the villain, which I definitely think he was like one of the biggest villains of the show, which I thought he was a pretty cool villain. And this one character that everyone sends for, which is Ember, who's voiced by Terry Strong. Yeah, she's done pretty bad. But the one thing I think what's so cool about Danny Phantom, like, as much as I like the teenage stuff, the ghost stuff, interesting, man. Like, I feel like this is like Nickelodeon's attempt of Ben 10 Alien Force, but except it's not like straight to a watch and turned into like a humongous or something like that. I like that Danny, yeah, perfectly common. Danny Phantom reminded me of Spider-Man, a teenager with superpowers, but also high school bouncing. That's probably another reason why, because I'm not saying it copies or rips off Spider-Man, but it has that moment of, hey, a teenager that wants to live a normal life and definitely has a trio of friends, whether it's a Mary Jane or a Harry Osborn. But for Danny, it's between Sam and Tucker. And I was like, kind of like, it has this comedy moments, definitely what you expect from a Butch Hartman Nicktoon, but it definitely has this like action-packed moments where it feels like you are watching a superhero cartoon, but it's an original made by Nickelodeon. Once again, art style is amazing. The ghost lady look cool. How Danny like forms and changes like he's like a freaking Power Ranger or something. I thought that was so cool. One of the show's best episodes was The Ultimate Enemy, where Danny's future self's the most powerful. Oh, that was pretty sick, not gonna lie. And once again, the theme song pretty slaps. They gotta catch them all because he's Danny Phantom. It's like, bro, I mean, I know the show lasted and Nickelodeon decided to catch on Fairly OddParents. I'm like, I won't say Danny Phantom needs a revival, because, I mean, it should have, like, maybe I have a closure to, like, what it was supposed to be, but either way, I liked it for what it was. I've heard rumors that Butch Hartman wanted a live-action version, but I will admit, it is pretty dumb that Butch Hartman's like, let Tom Holland play Danny Phantom. It's like, but bro, he's too old to play Danny Phantom. Plus, he already played Peter Parker's Spider-Man, so if you're going to do a live-action Danny Phantom, cast someone younger who is not famous and unknown, and I think some other actor would have fit the part if they ever make a live-action Danny Phantom, kind of like when Cartoon Network made a live-action Ben 10 movie around that time, which I did remember. So, either way, Danny Phantom has really cool action, really good, like, teenage elements that actually felt so real when it comes to, like, their struggles, their peer pressure in high school, the bullies, the protesting. It's like, it's a very well-written, like, Nicktoons starring teens, but as a ghost, like, has a very old-school superhero cartoon feel to it. And like we said, I just think it's the best written Nicktoon, despite its short run. I actually really enjoyed it. So if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to choose it on an S tier for Danny Phantom. That's where it's gonna be at. I got Jamal Aziz, Danny Phantom. So yeah, that's my thoughts for Danny Phantom. Lesnar, any words on Danny Phantom?
Well, the theme song is goated, that's for sure. And I like the fact that it's a show about a teen, like his parents are like scientists, and like he snoops around the lab, and then suddenly he's a ghost, and basically like it's one of those shows that like it's like really good, and like everyone, like I'm pretty sure a lot of people were like huge fans and were like wanted more from the show, like a lot more. But then again, like you said, Daniel, Nick was like, nah. So basically, whatever tier you put it in, I'm fine with that. So
yeah, I'm just gonna put an S tier for me. Now we get to another Nick sitcom, and surprise, surprise, this one is not produced by Dan Snyder, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this came out months after Danny Phantom premiere, so that's why we talk about Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. Lesnar, want to take the others to talk about Ned's Declassified?
yes, I will talk about Ned's Declassified. Okay, so this show is about a kid that's in middle school, and he gives like tips on how to survive middle school. Basically, like if you're a kid that's about like either is in middle school or is about to start middle school, and like you watch this show, then even then, like you'll find some of these tips help. But yeah, like the actor for Ned basically said like the tips were really legit. Like they were trying to like really help the kids like survive through middle school and all that. And knowing how this show is created by Scott Fellows, this is the most live action cartoon show ever. Like it's the most cartoony live action show because you know all the sound effects, all the like the movements and how everyone like acts. And to be honest, they do a lot of random stuff to school. Like I don't do they learn there? Because there's an episode where like the all the kids get together and they like let's flush all the toilets in the school all at once and see if the school will jump. And like I think there was another episode where they needed money for tickets to like a concert or something, and then one of the characters, Cookie, he puts on a puppet show. No, he puts on like this show with a puppet bear and and like I'm over here thinking like, wow, time to get into costume and get this puppet. I'm over here thinking like, I mean, occasionally in the show they do go to class, like they do learn, like they do take tests, they do like they do like math and go to other classes like art or like music class or whatever. But yeah, but I will say the tips on the show are actually really helpful. Like don't get a bad haircut on the first day of school. Like don't smell bad or something. I don't. Yeah, so that's kind of like honestly a really helpful show, especially if you're in middle school. I mean, I'm not even in middle school anymore, and I still watch the show. Like it's honestly really entertaining. Like I like it a lot. I love it, and it's funny how this show did not even crack 1 million views when it premiered. Yeah, that show didn't crack 1 million, but Unfabulous did.
Which is weird because wasn't Unfabulous short-lived compared to Ned's Declassified?
To be honest, I think it's kind of like Drake and Josh. They all started in 2004 and then in 2007.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure Ned lasted. I was like, which show lasted longer, Ned or Unfabulous? Like, which show aired longer between the two?
I think Ned has like 3 seasons.
Yeah, I think
I think they have 3 seasons.
Yeah, I think Ned's more well known, so it does make sense compared to Unfabulous.
They do have 3 seasons. Yeah, they have 3 seasons. And for Unfabulous, I think they have 4. No, they have 3. Never mind. They're the same seasons.
There's no way that show got 4.
It didn't. It has 3. I thought it had 4 for a minute.
Never mind.
But yeah, that's Declassified. Honestly, like I like the show a lot. It's funny. It's helpful for the middle schoolers that need tips, or at least at the time when the show aired. So yeah, I would rank Ned's at maybe like somewhere A tier, like B2, like I think next to Kenan, of course, next to Kenan and Kel.
Alright, A tier next to Kenan and Kel. We'll definitely add that to the list. So, I'm gonna be honest, as a kid, I didn't really understand the concept of the show because I guess I was in a very brain rot mood, and watching the show a bit more, obviously I don't have the same appreciation for it as much for Drake and Josh and iCarly. But once again, since this is one of the only good non-Nick sitcom shows, okay, bye Cameron, thanks for stopping by again. Let me get back to this. Nancy Classified, it came off as a surprise for me. Like, I definitely, like, honestly, when I read the title, I thought it was going to be, like, a Diary of a Wimpy Kid. It did get some of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid vibes, specifically the live-action movies, for me at times, where they try and, like, try to get thrice to the middle school life, but it's not like they write it in a diary or in a journal in a way. They actually, like, present it to the audience whenever it's like Ned. And Maz and Cookie, definitely another trope of other trios, which definitely reminds me of Danny Phantom, but except, the main girl's not, like, clearly the type, which I remember one of the episodes where he was attempting to kiss her, and then she's like, I'll kiss you right now, and then she's like, what are you doing? It's like, girl, you literally just said that you let Ned just kiss you or something. So, either way, I do like the fact that they portray, like, some of the teachers, like, I won't say they're, like, the villains, but I like that most of them just, like, go into, like, some sort of, like, the trash when they go over the show, so it is what it is. But either way, I think one of the reasons why, Leslie can correct me, I think the show stopped going production because I think the actors have gotten too busy and they've started to work on other stuff that isn't the series, if I'm correct. I don't know if I'm right.
Say it again.
The reason why the show did not last too long mainly is because the main actors were too busy to, like, be a part of the show and their schedules were conflicting.
Maybe that, or like they're just getting older. Like,
yeah,
this show takes place in middle school.
Yeah, and
it wasn't about to start high school.
Yeah, they'll just age out of it. But however, I could have watched this show around in middle school, but clearly I wasn't. When I was watching Nickelodeon, I was definitely more on the Nick Toons side more than I was for the Nick sitcom. So this would have been resourceful for all the tips, what they said about the bad haircuts and the boys and everything else. So it would have been helpful around the time, but clearly I didn't have that much fun for it. But from watching it now, it's definitely a good Nick sitcom for what it is, just to teach. Well, now, obviously, Drake and Josh was teenagers, and I give props for Danny Phantom to be a good teen Nicktoon. But for a Nick sitcom, this is definitely good for preschoolers, kind of like what All Grown Up was, but except they give you, like, tutorial survival tips, which is literally, like, look in the title. So, obviously, I don't love it as much as Drake and Josh, but it's good. I liked it. And I like that, ironically, the main cast, despite not getting the revival because Nickelodeon just reject the offer, but at least they got their own podcast series based on the history on the show. So I thought that was nice. So I have to agree with Lesnar. I would say, yeah, I won't say it's great, but it's good. I liked it. It's an A tier.
Yeah.
But as for Unfabulous, I'm sorry. I haven't seen the show. I mean, all I can say is Emma Roberts is cute. I have no issue with that too. She's attractive in Hotel for Dogs. But aside from that, theme song is pretty solid, and yeah, that's all I have to say about Unfabulous. So I'm gonna leave the ranking and the ramble to Lesnar. That's all I can say about Unfabulous.
Okay. Yeah, so Unfabulous, I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of like, it's a really good depiction for teenagers and their lives, like, especially the Emma Roberts' character, Addie Singer. Like, this title is self-explanatory. Sometimes she's unfabulous, like, there'd be embarrassing moments that, like, happen to her, and people, like, make fun of her, but then again, it's a teen show, so of course. This show, honestly, like I said, it depicts it really well, like Addie has a crush on this boy. Like she wants to get get her work done and stuff. And she has these two friends. Her names at the end of Zach and Gina. Gina's more like the type to like wear raunchy clothing in school, and Zach is just the dude that's basically like there to basically like just to be there with them. But yeah, like if you watch the show, it's you'll watch it and you'll be like, huh, man. It's honestly really good. Like there's this one episode where like they all go to a costume party and like they do 7 minutes in heaven, and well, they like this scenario where like you're ready to kiss the dude that you've been waiting for, but surprise surprise, there's two dudes with the same costume on. Spoiler alert, it was a Darth Vader costume. But yeah, that's basically it. And another episode where I think it was the last one, like so where one of the friends had feelings for Gina, which is the other girl in the group, and then Addie's boyfriend Jake was like, dude, confess your feelings to her, bro. He's like, no, I can't. What if it ruins our friendship? Yeah, basically it's like those type of things. Like you're worried that your friendship might be ruined. So yeah, like I said, like also I'm gonna be real. Emma Roberts was a baby on this show. Like if you watch the first episode, you're gonna hear her voice. You thought, wow, she was young. Like, and yes, the first thing you see her in is her face dumped in a bowl of punch at a party. Yeah, and then typical teenage girl stuff like having to get away from like she has an annoying older brother and she goes to school and like tries to make herself look good and impress the boy she likes, all of that. And I honestly really like how how this show really does. I think it really does make a good job in how like these teenagers on the show are like teenagers, or at least in real life, or like I said at the time when this show aired. So to be honest, if I were to rank Unfabulous, it would be an A tier.
Okay, so A tier for Unfabulous. I guess we'll place it next to Declassified School Survival Guide. Alright, Emma Roberts getting there. Even though I do find you attractive in Hotel for Dogs, not gonna lie. But it sucks that you were in an awful superhero movie as Peter Parker's mom. It is what it is. But anyway, like I said, never watched the show that much, but pretty interesting intel about what Lesnar says. But speaking of Nick sitcoms, I won't say much about it because I haven't watched much, but I have watched a few episodes because it was on Teen Nick. But we get to Zoey 101, aka I always view Zoey 101 because ironically Victoria Justice was in it. It was like the pre-2000s Victorious, so that's how I viewed it back then when it was first introduced. But Lesnar, you take it away with Zoey 101.
Okay, Zoey 101, another expensive Nick show. Because most of the time it takes place outdoors. Anyway, so this show is about a girl that goes to a boarding school along with her little brother too, and then she like makes friends, and like the first episode basically is just them playing basketball together and all that. And honestly, I really like it. Like I like the outdoor environment, that they're always outside and that they're always together and like struggle with like being roommates in dorms and everything. But yeah, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really care about the characters from like the first season. I'm talking about the two main girls. Like I think I was more used to season 3 and 4 characters like Victoria Justice's character and Aaron Sanders' character Quinn. But yeah, that's I like the dudes on the show. Chase, he's like this gullible but nice kid. Logan is like the most obnoxious but like also hot jerk. Michael is just the guy that's just everyone wants to be friends with him. So yeah, it's honestly like a really good show. Like it's kind of different than other shows made by him, but I really like it. And to be honest, I think I would put it another A tier for me.
Yeah, what do you know? I like that these Nick sitcoms are like going on a roll, and yeah, I would say I would agree. Like we said, I may not watch it as much as Drake and Josh or iCarly, but from the little bit of episodes that I actually do watch, because like I said, for Unfabulous, I've never heard of it, surprisingly, even though I should have. But for Zoey 101, I did watch a few when it was airing on Teen Nick, because ever since Victoria Justice appeared as Shelby Marks and playing herself in iCarly. When they do the iDrive-Thru segment where the drive-thru guy's like, oh, you're from that TV show, Zoey Wano, whatever it is it. And around that time, I was like, okay, if that was like Victoria's Justice's like first major role in the Nick sitcom, then I gotta go watch for homework. Which I'm gonna be honest, like the first time I thought it was gonna be a very girl-centric type of show. Which, I mean, that says a lot because this is coming from someone that likes iCarly, which the main characters are girls, but they definitely have Spencer, Gibby, and Freddie. But then, when I actually watched the few episodes I watched, I'm like, in reality, it's not really a girl-centric show because literally you have like 3 chicks and 3 boys as the main characters, which technically the police academy used to be like an all-boys schools, but since when the girls arrive, I like that in some of the few episodes it goes to like, even though it's like done in a very light-hearted way of going through like teen topics whenever it comes to like falling in love or basically just going through like most of the problems that they go around in the school campus. I will say Logan, he's a jerk, but I will admit hairstyle is pretty good, and I will say that definitely rocks the 2000s. Like even the theme song in the intro just screams teenagers in the 2000s. Like even though obviously I did not become a teen until the 2010s, but if I was a teenager in the 2000s, I can imagine most girls and most dudes looking like that, singing to those songs from Zoey 101 from Nickelodeon or High School Musical and Disney Channel if I was a teenager in the 2000s and not a baby around that time. So the male characters like Logan's cool. I like that Michael's I feel like one of those dudes like, yeah, you seem pretty chill. But to be honest, Zoey was interesting because obviously her name is in the title. But clearly my eyes were like, oh, hello, there's Victoria Justice, even though this was way before she was Tori Vega. But like I said, this kind of feels like the show is basically like the blueprint of Victorious, which, you know, Victorious has a bigger cast, and technically Victoria Justice has a much bigger role. But in reality, I just feel like this is kind of like the 2000s, like, pre-blueprint of it. So for what it is as a teen show, I'm not going to say it's a girl show. It's definitely a teen show because it kind of has like its own Breakfast Club themes. I'm not going to say it's as serious or as well written like Breakfast Club, but it definitely gives me the vibes of it in that show. So that's why I would give it an A-tier list too, just like Lesnar.
Yep.
So that's all for Zoey 101, and oh boy, I originally wasn't willing to put the show on, but since I don't know if there's any people in the chat that are listening to this, but I know there are some die-hard Last Airbender fans, and trust me, I have friends that love this show so much, and honestly, it's great. I will say it's great in turns as a show when it comes to the writing, but obviously this is kind of like Nickelodeon's Teen Titans, or in this case Nickelodeon's anime-ish style show where you have 3 martial artists, which clearly Aang is a really well-written character and clearly very iconic from his arc of being like the last Airbender alive. And then when it comes to like the 2 main characters, aka the siblings, they were also pretty cool as well, which I'm going to be such a fake fan because I'm not the biggest fan of the last Airbender, but as a casual I'm trying my best to remember. But the sister's name was Katara and her brother's name was Sokka. I will admit the villain Zuko, he was really well written as a villain. Same goes for Azula, also well written villain. I do like Uncle Iroh, who is basically like one of the most wisest characters in the series, which he's kind of like a cross mix of Rafiki from The Lion King, but less crazy like Rafiki, but he definitely has the warmth of Mr. Miyagi from the original Karate Kid trilogy. So you definitely get like well-written character stuff. You definitely get like cool action sequences, and for what makes Avatar The Last Airbender stand out as a show, even though like I said I may not be the biggest fan, but I do respect the craft behind it, because you got SpongeBob SquarePants, Drake and Josh, Jimmy Neutron, you got Danny Phantom. That most of these Nick shows feels different, not just by wacky comedic tones. Some is like more sitcom driven, one is more action superhero based, one is based on childhood. Then you get all these teen shows. Then you got Last Airbender that, you know, goes in more in depth with Asian culture, but also more in depth with martial arts with the super anime-ish supernatural fight to it. So Last Airbender, like I said, to respect the craft of the work that they've done from the art style, the characters. I also think Momo, who is like Aang's animal sidekick, I also like Momo. And who's the big fuzzy one? Appa. Yeah, Appa. Also, he looks pretty cool in the
Appa.
So, too bad. I will admit, the live-action movie by M. Night Shyamalan, that film sucked. And I did watch the Netflix series because my soft potato loves the series so much, and we watched the Netflix series. I'm like, okay, I'm not the biggest fan, but I can understand why some fans some of them like the live-action Netflix show, some of them don't. It's like, all right, I get it, but as a casual, I still would agree that the cartoon still does it better because obviously with animation, the possibilities are endless. But definitely, the main characters are cool. Zuko was an interesting villain. Appa's a cool creature. And I think Mark Hamill actually voiced a couple of characters. Maybe it was Legend of Korra, which, yeah, the reason why I did not add Korra to the list because I've watched a few, but I didn't see it as much as Last Airbender. But I remember I was watching Last Airbender with Angel, and he loved it, man. It's like, of course, you're an anime fan, so of course, if there's like an anime-ish style show, so of course you'll end up watching Last Airbender. But like I said, for as a medium, it's well written, well animated, good voice acting, good character stuff, good action. So, like I said, as a casual, to respect for what it does, I would say I would put it there somewhere in the S tier. I'll just put it behind Invader Zim because, like we said, not crazy over it, but it's by quality, it's better than most of other Nick shows since The Last Airbender is like the diamond in the rough when it comes to like well-written Nickelodeon shows. So I'll put S tier for that for the credit that it deserves.
Yeah. To be honest, basically what you say, I agree. I'm gonna be real. When I was young, I did not really care for this show. I mean, like, I would always like see reruns on Nick Toons a lot, and basically like I kind of would skip out on it. But like I guess when I get older, I'm like, oh, the show was pretty interesting. I mean, I've been watching some episodes recently, and I've been enjoying them. So yeah, I agree. Yep. I agree with this list. I did not know he was gone.
I just needed some water because I'm gonna keep on talking. So now I believe, yeah, we're entering 2007 now, so we're done talking about Last Airbender. So I'm gonna talk about El Tigre, which I'm gonna be honest, I'm not once again like Last Airbender. I was not like the biggest fan, but I will admit, as a Hispanic, I'm like, oh, what do you know, a Latino, even though it's Mexican, but Latino-led Nicktoon. I'll watch this so I can learn my American Costa Rican ass a bit more of Espanol to my translation. I will admit, El Tigre, I wouldn't say it's top tier, but I'd definitely say it's more on B tier if I had to choose. Like, definitely more tolerable than Doug, but not as memorable. But I will admit, like, as this young Mexican kid, I think, what was his name? I think his name was Manny, I think?
Manny Rivera.
I knew it was Manny. And the one thing I do find interesting that the creator of the show made this one movie called The Book of Life, which was like an animated movie before Coco exists until Pixar's Coco took the spotlight. And he worked on the series, and I'm like, okay. When I was watching The Book of Life in Spanish class, I'm like, yeah, I could definitely see the El Tigre one. But when he talks about his Grandpapi, I actually think he was Grandpapi Rivera. He was also funny. I like that Grey Delilah was in the show as her Americanized friend, which is Frida. And then you got Rodrigo Rivera and then Maria as well. So I definitely like the Mexican culture, and I definitely like I forgot what's this chick's name, but she was definitely like a rival to Tigre, and she goes like, think again, hero. And one time he kind of like flirts with Manny, and at the exact same time just teams up with them. And I will admit, the theme song, it's not as iconic as other ones, but I do like the El Tigre. So I'll admit, the animation is actually really fluid, very flashy, and I do remember one moment where Tigre actually fights one of his enemies, and then Frida definitely checks like, hey, this ain't any plugged in. So despite being like not as funny as Nacho Libre, which clearly obviously Nacho Libre is much more funny where it comes to like a Mexican wrestler that has like a superhero name, but to be fair for what it is, it's definitely good. So I definitely say for the art style and for the Hispanic representation, I say it definitely is up there on the B tier area for me. So it's B tier for El Tigre.
I agree again. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't watched a single episode of the show. I will say though, I do like the art style. I like the theme song is pretty cool, and I really like the Mexican culture too. And like, I'm not Mexican, but I really like it. And I mean, I am Hispanic, so of course, like, I'm gonna like it. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, just have a good Hispanic League show that's not El Chavo, because every Hispanic family always watch El Chavo, whether it's the live action one or the comedy one. So at least Nickelodeon made a good exception of their own spin, but it's with a kid, a 13-year-old that has like Mexican tiger powers. So I thought that was cool. But anyway, this was last minute, but let's add the Naked Brothers Band. You go ahead, Lesnar, since you're the one that requested this.
Yeah. Okay. So, God, believe it or not, I have both seasons on the DVD.
I remember you showing me that collection.
Yeah, and I basically I binged every episode. I have the seasons on DVD, and I also binged the rest of season 3 on Paramount Plus. The show is like a mockumentary type show. It rolls around these two boys, Nat and Alex, and they have a band called the Naked Brothers. And at first it was a movie, but then 2 years later they made it a show.
Oh,
And
so that's what I was confused as a kid, because I'm like, oh, a new movie coming out. I was like, that's why as a kid I was so confused. I'm like, wait, movie or show? When I didn't get to watch any of it.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the show was created by the boy's mom. So I can't imagine them waking up and be like, "All right, boys, wake up. Let's go to Nickelodeon Studios and film the show."
Well,
we got to go to work.
At least on the bright side, she gets to spend more time for kids. Obviously, not take care of them, but also work with them. So at least it's not like one of those parents by saying, "No, the kid is our star now." It's like, no, I made this show. I want to see my sons perform.
Yeah. And knowing how a show literally called the Naked Brothers, you would expect a group of brothers performing, but it's just two brothers and a bunch of other kids, one of them being a girl. So thankfully they're not naked. And apparently the title came from because the mom thought naked was funny or something. Yeah, and to be honest, I think I kind of understood why people didn't really like the show back then. This mockumentary type show, it's honestly I want to say it's not the greatest show ever, but it's also not the. It's also, I kind of enjoyed it, at least season 3, because the cast got older and more teen drama happened. The girl in the band basically cheated on Nat with this French dude, and basically they get into a fight, and then they break up or something, and basically she's like, "I didn't do anything wrong," and then she's like, "You literally kissed him, and even then you kissed him again while he was in the other room." So yeah, I guess this show is honestly really I'm not putting this show in A tier, or I will kind of put this show like in the bottom B tier or something, or maybe C tier.
Really? I never would expect you to say that. I was expecting you to put it higher, but you're saying either B or C tier?
Yeah, because the thing is, compared to other Nick shows the Nick sitcoms, it's not bad, but at the same time, it's kind of. To be honest, I enjoy season 3 a lot more than the rest of the others, but I wouldn't be looking at the show and be like, "Dude, I love it so much. It's the best show ever. I can't believe they canceled it." But then again, that's what I would rank it. At least they got the majority of Nick stars to guest star on it, like Miranda Cosgrove, Victoria Justice, and freaking Leon Thomas. And yeah, basically those.
How ironic, because he does appear in a certain Nick sitcom that comes after. So I guess just to be safe, since you do give it credit, I guess it would just easily fit for B tier for as of right now. Probably the other ones. Well, for me, I got nothing much to say because I never really watched the show, but I do like the fact hey, it's the Wolf Brothers, since I see most of their successes in Breaking Bad. But then his other brother was in more successful stuff like the Jumanji sequels. I remember Nat Wolff was actually auditioning to play Spider-Man before Tom Holland was cast, but he was one of the candidates. I'm like, how ironic. And then his brother actually ends up to being a part of the Jumanji sequels. So I find that pretty ironic. So I guess for what you said in your beats here, I guess we'll go ahead. However, this Nick sitcom, even though, like I said, as a Nick sitcom, as I got older, I obviously love Drake and Josh, and I prefer Drake and Josh more, but as a kid, iCarly was the jam. It was the talk of the town. It's like, bro, literally with that intro, like, I know you see somehow the world will change. It's your time to base. Are you going through an identity crisis?
Going through it. I knew it. I knew it.
I know Cameron's not here, but just to drop that quote-unquote reference to the iCarly parody that Lesnar made. But anyway, we're not going to talk about I Wait. It's all about iCarly. So either way,
yeah, not I Wait.
iCarly, I want to talk about it first. So iCarly, it perfectly came out at the right time when YouTube was in the birth origins. Like, don't get me wrong, Drake and Josh is relatable, like, as a male growing up, but the one thing that is relatable about iCarly, which I know any YouTuber, whether you were a YouTuber in the 2000s era or you're just a YouTuber in general, where Carly and Sam make their own web show with Freddie and actually go on a website and go viral. It's like, that's something that we do in real life. So that's one of the things that makes iCarly so real. Like, iCarly came around during the golden era when YouTube was in its humble beginnings. And I say iCarly, I mean, look, whether if you get inspired by iCarly or not, the fact is not only how this popular became the most successful Nick sitcom of all time. Yes, more than Drake and Josh, more than Zoey 101. It was a huge hit for Nickelodeon. And not only just that, it became somewhat an influence to YouTube culture nowadays when it comes to the best thing that I remember my research of iCarly, where as a kid, like, I literally went to the iCarly.com website and it literally plays the iconic games based on the episodes where Leon Thomas played as this Zebo dinosaur mascot, which I thought that was funny. And like I said, there's like fun computer moments, which in the iCarly.com, I do watch the miniseries I Drive Through, which I love that miniseries where Spencer, Sam, and Freddie just trolls the Inside Out Burger drive-through either by no cheese, no bun. We're from Australia. Can I have an Australian beef stick from land of kangaroos and belly buttons? Or Spencer was just like trolling with the guy, and obviously Victoria's Justice cameo. Her multiple cameos throughout the show, including the funny thing is about Victoria Justice's involvement is the fact that she plays like 3 different characters despite it's the same actress. One, she's playing Shelby Marks, she's playing Tori Vega for Victorious, or some most where she's just playing as herself, which I thought that was hilarious of how the way I see it, where she's just like, they're all the same person.
Yeah.
So, either way, sorry, I thought I was going to be interrupted. So, iCarly, I mean, look, say all you want about, oh, the show doesn't hold up. To me, like I said, if it weren't for the show, we wouldn't have the motivation to, like, create wacky content no matter how stupid it is. And that's one thing I like about iCarly. It's like, despite it's about Carly, Sam, and Freddie, and even Spencer bring it up, it's so relatable that you want to make your own skits, or in this case, do something viral with your friends around the time. That was like what YouTubers were doing in that era when iCarly first came out. So that's why I say I feel like the show came out at the perfect time. And sure, like, as much as it is that it bums me out that Drake and Josh ended and obviously Megan was a lot more popular and successful, but either way, in my mind, I was like, you know what? iCarly's just peak. Why? Because, look, I didn't like Megan, but I'll be honest. Carly Shay, great character, and yeah, I'll admit, I did have a crush on Miranda Cosgrove, not gonna lie. Because, you know, whenever it's a sitcom from a Nickelodeon show or a Disney Channel show, there's always going to be that one lead. And like I said, even though I still prefer Drake Bell's song, even though he helped Miranda to write the main theme song, Leave It All to Me, but I'll admit, her own standalone songs, like where she sang the song for that one bride that wanted to marry Spencer but then just got out of control, and not related to iCarly, but it was during the Prime of iCarly where she sings the Kissing You song, which, not gonna lie, I was listening to that song not too long ago, which, Lesnar, you know what I'm talking about. So, as we continue on, Carly, she's definitely like one of those relatable girls that you could connect with, but also at the exact same time trying to go over to her teenage church, just trying to do the best for her best friend, including the moments where Sam, I know Gabriel did have a crush on Sam, which I just joked about in the streams, like, Gabriel, Freddie's literally you when it comes to, like, their haircuts, getting beat up by blondies when you were a kid around that time, but at least he didn't get beat up in a bear suit just to cheer a kid up. But that's one of the things I just felt like it was pretty, like, every single character has their own distinct personalities, including the side characters, which Freddie's mom like, the one thing I'm like, Gabriel, don't you relate to Freddy with his mom? Like, your mom could be overprotective and Freddy's mom could be the exact same thing. So it just made it so uncanny around that time. And also, great iconic side characters, which some did return in the revival series, but as we're talking about the original series from freaking Lou Bert's, I want my ward! Get out! Feed my lizard! Feed him some bugs! That's one of my favorite episodes where Lou Bert just say that out of nowhere. You can put some honey and then you can just crawl all over your heads. And then that one time where he's like hitting on Freddy's mom around that time, which I thought that was hilarious. And Gibby's grandfather around that time, shut up! You have a nice hair, young lady. And then touch Spencer's hair. I'm a guy. A what? Oh, yeah. And then when they went to the Inside Out Burger with Gibby and Guppy around the time, there's always time for soup. Who said that? You promised me Slippy soup.
You know I can't eat corn.
Yeah, you know I can't eat corn. Webbicon! I'm hearing the voices. Oh, what kind of a restaurant doesn't have soup? I thought this was America. Slippy, you can spot the beat right in the middle. It's like, first of all, like Drake and Josh had that same gag where Papa Nichols was messing up with Craig and Eric when they had to look over that dude. And I bet iCarly just ran over like that same trope as well. And yeah, speaking of the other characters, so Sam, I mean, like I said, I mean, look, on all due respect for Jeanette McCurdy stuff, and yeah, it kind of sucks for what she has to go through, like on set, why the character Sam eats a lot. But I'll admit, Sam is funny. Like, I like the moments where she's like, my name is Sam Buck and I like fried chicken. It's like, despite she's white, she definitely has some black girl energy in her, so that's what makes it funny. And I like that she's definitely more of the rebel head compared to Carly. And one of my favorite episodes is where Sam has to go to the dentist to get her teeth removed. And the funniest thing is when she eats the corn on the cob, and then it's like, you're not going to be aching your tooth while you're 5 or 90. And then Sam gives the corn on the cob, and Spencer's like, well, what's the sauce? Barbecue sauce? Sam's blood. And then he just throws the corn on the cob. And then when they try to use laughing gas just to make Sam even a lot more doozy than before, is where she's like, you're a pretty blurry girl, I gotta move out of here because I gotta go to the dentist. And obviously Sam exposes the secret that Carly, that she and Freddy end up kissing with each other, which that was a secret that they never want to talk about, but then she was all gassed up and then just unveiled the truth. I mean, I saw the love triangle tropes come because I know Freddy always liked Carly, like literally the first time they got introduced, which the original series went in depth with that, and even the revival series go even more into the Creddy relationship. Heck, I remembered this episode, and yeah, it was an arcing story where it goes from SETI Creddy of who should Freddy should be with, whether it's Carly or Sam. It's like, yeah, this is what happens when you go to love triangle. It's either you get shipped with this chick or you get shipped with this other one. Yeah, Freddy's pretty real for that. But, however, even though it sucks that Freddy always has to end up being a punching bag to Sam every single time that she hits him, but I get that was the trope of whenever there's like some meat-headed level girl that wants to punch or hit you, that's kind of like a hint that she likes you in a way. So I kind of figured that for Freddy and Sam. But, however, when it comes to the other characters, my number one favorite character has got to be Spencer Shane, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Crazy Steve is funny, but definitely Spencer, he's definitely wacky and quirky as you expect from Jerry Trainer, embracing his Nickelodeon Jim Carrey energy charm to the show. But man, during the moments where he dressed up as an old woman for this old man and then just got kicked out, and then the old man's like, please put the wig back so we can start all over. Or that one time where he was making out with Gibby's mom and he always imagines it's Gibby and it's Noah Monk putting on the makeup. Want to kiss again? What do you look like? You look like Carly. You look like Gibby. And when there's during the moment where Carly, Sam, and Freddy were with this artist named Ginger Fox, where she actually has no talent, then she abandoned the baby, and then they kept the baby around the studio, which I thought was funny. Where I like that Carly's like, Ginger Fox has no talent. Freddy's like, there's anything we should do, and then Spencer out of nowhere just says, I just feel like I kissed Gibby, and then Ginger Fox just left the baby behind. I'm like, man. The show has iconic moments, which, oh, yeah, also can't forget, the tacos, spaghetti tacos, man, no wonder it inspires many YouTubers like, dude, who would have thought spaghetti tacos would be so delicious, but yet so creative as well? Do you know that SpongeBob is the most searched cartoon on Google's 25th anniversary video? No, I'm not really that surprised, because SpongeBob's really that iconic L show in 2006. But anyway, back to iCarly. The best thing about Spencer is, like, whenever he pulls off the pranks, he basically just, like, does, like, a random dance at some points. And I like that Spencer has a weird look with women, and he doesn't get a chance. Like, one of them thinks he looks weird with the tie. One of them, he tries to do, like, his usual baby act where he goes, no, no, down your food. When Sam was arrested in jail, Carly definitely needs like a co-host, but Spencer hires a very sophisticated woman, and she doesn't want teenage girls to do goofy stuff. But outside of the goofiness of shenanigans where Spencer gets beat up by prison mates, he gets beat up by some wrestler dude. Don't talk to that little girl like that. Hey, you see this? It's like a baseball mat. Which, once again, Spencer definitely has some great moments. And that one more where he falls in love with a Dutch woman or something. Why you didn't get the brother? No, I love you. And once again, so many iconic moments. I like that most of Spencer's flaws, he tries his best to what makes her sister happy. Like, for instance, where he tries to make, you want to see your Christmas tree? And then when the Christmas tree got blown over and he just felt like that, he just messed up for Carly. It's the same thing when he redesigned Carly's room and then she's gonna love it. Like when he makes the haircut for Carly's birthday because, you know, it's like, it makes you look like a girl. And Spencer talks about what the goat did to him. I like that Tebow's like, what did the goat do? Tebow! And during the moment where Spencer messed up, when Spencer messed up the Christmas tree and messed up the room, it just proves that Spencer's made many mistakes. But I like that he does his best to become a fixer-upper because, like we said, despite being the goofy older brother, it just shows how much that he really cares about his sister. So that's what I really like about Spencer's, like, yeah, like, jokes and all, bro's a real one. And then also another scene sealer, Gibby, bro. I had a buddy, which was Angel. He was definitely the Gibby type that took off his shirt most of the time. Like, even the first season where he takes off his shirts and then he magically comes out of his spell. Gibby, where are you? I have no idea. Whose banana is this? And then during the moments where, I'm trying to remember. It wasn't Principal Franklin. It was one of the teachers around that time. What was the teacher's name? It was during the iCarly 50, iCarly's 50 Web Show Spectacular. Lester, what was the teacher's name?
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard. That's what I remember. So that's why I think shenanigans. Do I smell burritos? Eternal burritos? What is going on here? Like, once again, Principal Franklin, a.k.a. Barack Obama. I'm Carly, I'm Sam, and I'm Ted. I like that Principal Franklin actually defends Carly, Freddie, and Sam's, like, most of the crazy shenanigans that they go to. But then you got Mr. Howard during the moments where he's trying to eat pants. And during the moments where he got, like, messed up with the like that boombox guy. And during the moment where Gibby was just randomly hugging him while he's shirtless. I could not stop cracking up around that time. And who's the chick? She was in the Austin Powers movies. Oh, what was her name? Mrs. The one that says 2 weeks of detention. What was her name?
This is Miss Briggs.
Miss Briggs. That one time where she was so obsessed with the Randy Jackson stuff, where she actually has a Randy Jackson cardboard box, and then when she comes with the Freddy's, like, is that Randy Jackson cologne? It's like, when I first, I'm like, is Randy Jackson a real life person? I'm like, oh, he actually is. So that took me by surprise. And of course, the Psycho episode was crazy where this fangirl just kidnaps Carly, Sam, and Freddy. And the hilarious moment is when Gibby and Guppy are trying to find the video just to help him break out. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! It's not my birthday. Every fourth word! Every fourth word! Every fourth word! Every fourth word! Like, underrated moments where Guppy decides to mimic Gibby. I just felt like moments like that is just comedy gold. And I do like there's a bunch of celebrity cameos. Like, for instance, you got Jimmy Fallon appearing in one of the episodes, which is funny because during the press tour, Despicable Me 4, Miranda Cosgrove thinks that she was like, her face is a lot like Jimmy Fallon, even though despite she likes the guy. And obviously, one of the best cameos in the show was Jack Black facing a duel with Spencer, which it does make sense because obviously Miranda's first big movie was School of Rock with Jack Black, and she still stays in touch with Jack Black throughout all those years. And then when you basically just fake his death, I thought it was comedy gold, and it was just great. But however, the Victorious episode, the crossover special, awesome. Especially the best moment where Tori and Carly just sings their song together. Bus in the moment is pain, it's all for real. And then the best camp for Kenan Thompson, I can't tell you just how I feel. It's like, bro, talk about, like, y'all want to talk about multiverses, Space Jam Smash Bros. This was like the best Nick crossover next to the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. Like, in the Nick Toons verse, Jimmy Timmy had the best crossover, but in live action, I partied with Victorious, great crossover. The panda smacking over Andre multiple times was hilarious. I thought all of it was gold, so I honestly think that iCarly was great. But also, like what me and Gabriel said, we cried. Us 10-year-olds, we cried when iCarly was going away, especially when the fans send their videos. It's all for real. We never want to say goodbye on the I Goodbye episode where Carly and Spencer met their dad. Carly moves on to college. Spencer moves on his own, and that leads up to Sam being part of the spinoff show. And literally, I remember we were watching the finale. Gabriel was literally like, I wish Gibby could took off his shirt one last time. But at least he said Gibby one last time. They hugged. And then when the show was over, we saw, it's like, man, it's over. We're never going to see them again. But iCarly was, well, Leslie, you can be, I bet I'm right on this. It was the longest running Nick sitcom for 6 seasons. From 2000
Yeah, it was.
Like I said, it was that much of a huge hit. Heck, I even like the iCarly Goes to Japan episode where they toss Freddy out of the parachute and then Carly and Sam had to jump off and then they recorded the 2 Asian people. I like that when Sam was recording, she's like, come on, kids love violence. And then when they're trying to communicate to the Japanese people, comedy, and then try to translate it to them, that was great. But however,
Mrs. Spencer being wrapped in seaweed.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. So, I think I've said a lot for what to say about iCarly. Even though, like I said, I like Drake and Josh more, but the relatability of making a web show, that definitely hits too close to home. So, I definitely will say iCarly is 100% S tier without a doubt. And obviously, Miranda Cosgrove carried the show, cute as always. Great ensemble-led cast members from Freddie, Spencer, Gimme, Sam. Arguably, I would say iCarly has the best. As much as I love Drake and Josh more, and even though I like the main stars in it more, I think iCarly has the much better ensemble cast. And look, aside from Jeanette McCurney and Noah Monk, it's kind of cool that they got the revival. And even though it's not everything what we asked for, but it's definitely a worthy follow-up for seeing these characters again. Now, we just need to fix that cliffhanger from the revival of, hey, Carly and Freddie's mom, in which I would agree with Miranda. I think a movie on Paramount Plus would help just to give a true proper closure to iCarly from both the OG and the revival. Just give it the closure that it truly deserves later on. So, iCarly's an S tier for me.
Yeah, I agree with Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really is an S tier. Like, iCarly was like the like Daniel said, basically like they're kind of like early YouTube streamers, but instead of just playing all day, they do, well, of course they do other things, like they do a bunch of wacky stuff, and like they even then they do get into some internet drama, which is honestly like really good. And I like the teachers, and I also like the adults in the show too. They're really funny as well. Like even the strangers they meet, they're hilarious. And everyone on the show is honestly really good, especially Gibby, him dancing on the table.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I agree with what Daniel said. Definitely an S tier show.
Alright, that's all I have to say about iCarly because of all the ramble I have.
Yeah, for now I am.
Alright, so, I mean, my dad's going to be on his way home. I feel like we can ramble on probably like the next 4 Nick shows. I don't know, because I have a feeling we might do a part 2. I wish we didn't do a part 2, but we did the stream. Pretty late, unfortunate. But let's talk about Back in the Barnyard. So, of course, the movie was goated. Well, I won't back down. And it must stick with the big cheese. And, of course, Kevin James does a really badass performance of Put the Chick Down, Dag, as Otis, which I will admit, Back in the Barnyard movie was honestly one of the best Nick movies, including the ones where the cows are blowing over the main kid. Ha ha! I will admit, sure, it may not be, like, you know, as great as the other Nickelodeon shows, but in terms of comedy, it's so funny where you got the farmers and basically the cows and everyone starts trolling. Pig definitely carries the show of, hey folks, viewer mail time. And then, if I can remember most of the names, it's kind of funny that it's made from the same people that gave you Jimmy Neutron, which is why it's the same studio and why the sense of comedy is definitely all there. And I will admit, the video game is pretty goated just because of the music. But when it comes to, like, most of the comedy and the characters, I do like the one episode where Freddy the Ferret talks about something and then they all start screaming, and then they all just...
I like that moment too.
Including when Peck the Rooster was, like, in love with, like, some other female chick. He's like, Helen, I like to say is, I really like her. And then they start talking. And I like that Steve Oderkirk, who helped co-create Barnyard, aka, you know, the dude that co-created Jimmy Neutron, who directed Ace Ventura 2 and co-wrote Bruce Almighty. I like the fact that he actually voices one of the characters in the show, which is Mr. Beatty. And once again, I just like that Barnyard, sure, it may be normal when it comes to the concept, but having talking farm animals it definitely has funny moment, including where Pip the mouse actually talks really fast and have his banter with Otis, or the moment where Bess out of nowhere, where Bessie talks about the origin of how she lost her son, but then Otis decided to take over like the mom role for what Otis eventually has. So either way, I just thought those were like most of the moments around the time. It's like, yeah, like sure, it's not as great, but definitely has peak comedy, likable characters, and I would say, I mean, I know Gabriel say S tier. I would say it would definitely fit in the bottom line for A tier for me. So I would say it will be A tier.
I agree. It definitely goes to A tier.
A tier.
Like for back at the bargain for me, I found I found out about the show, then the movie. I found out about the show first, then the movie. Because you know, like when you hear Otis's voice in the movie and the show, it sounds completely different.
Yeah, very different for Kevin.
And yeah, to be honest, like Barnyard is completely different to the show than the movie, because like in the show you don't see the characters that you first saw, like Daisy or Miles or like the Coyotes.
Nope, they're gone. Not on the show.
Yeah, and the show is more like slapstick
It's more goofy
comedies. Yeah. So I guess they were like, let's do something different for the show. And they made it like this. And to be honest, it's really funny. I love the segments, the pig segments. Hey folks, Hero Mail time again. Yeah. And like, I'm gonna be real, like the nostalgia that I have on the show whenever it would air on Nick Toons, it was so nostalgic, and I just love it a lot. So definitely A tier.
A tier for sure, so we'll definitely leave it to that. Now for the Mighty Bees. So, want to take it away with Mighty B, Lesnar?
Yeah, I'll take it away real quick. This show was my childhood, dude. We'll never forget whenever I watched this on Nick Toons, and you notice how I watched Nick Toons a lot when I was young. But yeah, I would watch this show a lot when it would come on. I loved like being crazy whenever I would hear the theme song, and basically watching the show whenever it would get on the air. Like even then I was like, man, back then I was like, man, I wish I could rewatch the Mighty B, and we can. So to be honest, the Mighty B is honestly like this. It's a really good show, and even then the first episode is honestly like really perfect, to be honest, because it starts off with this girl who's a Girl Scout, and like she wants to earn her badges, and she finds this dog, and this is just the first episode, so it's really good. And like the adventures they like get caught up on, it's mostly Bessie, Happy, Ben, and Penny, I think. Yeah, basically like going on these weird, like he's getting these weird ass adventures, these weird situations, which I really enjoyed a lot when I was young. So, and also like knowing the fact that this is Amy Poehler's breakout and a voiceover.
Yeah, like in a first voice leading role way before the Inside Out movies from Pixar.
Yeah, if I had to rank the show, pretty much A tier. Nostalgia.
Alright, we'll definitely put it somewhere in the A tier. So I haven't watched much of it, but I definitely remember watching a few episodes of The Mighty B, which, once again, Amy Poehler, I mean, obviously she's great for what she does in comedy shows like Parks and Rec and the movies that she's done, but definitely this is like one of her best voiceover roles. Like, I say this is like her second best voiceover role as Bessie in the show after Inside Out. It's quirky, it's dorky, as you expect. I remember one episode where she keeps going bum, 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 where she's talking about some stories where she's definitely talking with the other kids. The dog was pretty silly when it comes to that. Do like the art style of each of the characters. It kind of gives me a little bit of Dexter's Laboratory. Not as slick as Johnny Test, but a little bit of that Johnny Test vibe. Like, it definitely has the vibe of a Cartoon Network show in disguise of a Nickelodeon show. So that's all I could say about it. So I do like it for what it is.
It really does, now that I think about it.
Yeah, even the theme song, like the mighty beep, 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 beep. It's like, alright, not as catchy as other ones, but I do like it for what it is. So I would say, yeah, A tier. I'd definitely say it's a good Nicktoon if you had to watch. And yeah, I bet most of you are wondering, where's My Life as a Teenage Robot? To be honest, I've only watched one episode, so I can't really say much about My Life as a Teenage Robot. So that's why we're not including it in the list. But Mighty B, I at least watched a few, so I could say a little of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of which, we are almost done with the 2000s era. So Lesnar want to go off with the show that made Keke Palmer break out to True Jackson VP.
Yeah. All right, True Jackson VP. Honestly, another really good Nick sitcom, not created by
you know
who, but yeah. And I like, it's honestly a really interesting concept, like a teenage girl working at a big fashion company during the summer, and even then, like, since the first season takes place mostly because when they have summer break, and once again they get into a lot of situations, but like not in the thing that would be like crazy stuff that you won't find like relatable. It's more like, wow, I gotta turn in this design on time. I gotta fax this letter or whatever. But yeah, it's just a really, I like it. It's a really good concept. And another thing the show has, it has a lot of slapstick too. Like there's a lot of pain in the game or whatever. But yeah, True Jackson VP is a really good Nick sitcom, and honestly, I like watching it a lot. It's honestly like really different from other Nick sitcoms, to be honest, and than the others that I've seen, because like the acting, the writing, the characters, it's honestly it's really good and different. And of course, the majority of Nick stars have been on the show, like Jenna McCurdy, Victoria Justice, Leon Thomas, and even other celebrities like John Cena, Willow Smith, Justin Bieber, and freaking Tyler James Williams. Yeah. So, True Jackson, once again, A tier.
Okay, we'll definitely put in the A tier around this area. So, True Jackson VP, I don't recall watching that much of it because, like we said, I was definitely more into iCarly and clearly with Drake and Josh, but definitely Keke Palmer's character, where that one dude was on the chair with the balloons that was floating in the sky. I thought that was hilarious from the last time.
Oh yeah, I know.
Last memory
what you're
during
talking about.
the promos, which I know this series definitely lasted for like only 2 seasons, but I like that the show definitely took a different approach. Like it doesn't do like the hey, let's do like another group in high school or any of that. So at least True Jackson VP actually tried to like have its own identity of like, you know, from having a dream job for being like running over a fashion company, which that's exactly for what could have happened. I also like that Robbie Amell, who plays Jimmy in the show, like, hey yo, that's live action Fred from those Scooby-Doo prequel movies. That's Green Arrow's brother. So either way, the characters are pretty decent for what they are. I won't say they're memorable aside from Lulu, Ryan, and Jimmy around that time. And despite the show being short-lived, because clearly, you know, the ratings are not as big compared to iCarly when it first came out, but it was a solid show since technically Kenan and Kel was like the first 2 male black leads. True Jackson VP was like literally like the first black female lead show. So once again, for what it was, it definitely was pretty solid for what it is. I mean, I would have put it on B tier, but just to be like, you know, from its charisma, including Keke Palmer's song, and despite being short-lived, I definitely say it was a solid touch when other Nick stars had multiple cameos throughout the series. So I say it definitely deserves where it goes on its spot. So we'll leave it there for True Jackson VP. But we go to Penguins of Madagascar. The fact that this was the first DreamWorks produced Nickelodeon show, because this was promoted during Madagascar 2 Escape to Africa during the promo where they had like a DVD pack where it has episodes of Penguins of Madagascar. I mean, to be fair, they carried like their own Christmas special, Kaboom, yes, Rico, Kaboom. And man, it was pretty cool that Tom McGrath reprised his role to voice Skipper, because I'm like, well, who else could do a good Skipper impression that's not, you know, the OG? But however, the one voice actor that stood out that sounds so good like the original is freaking Danny Jacobs as King Julian. It's like, not gonna lie, I mean, the old actor is good, but Danny Jacobs fully embraced the comedy of King Julian. The more for the booty, Morty, or in this case, what's one episode that I do like where he lost his crown? Hello, penguins. I'm about to be chased by so many stupid snakes. Snakes goes away. Or the one moment where they all got poison ivy, Julie's like, goodies, and all the animals are aching. I like that John DiMaggio voices Rico. Most of the time, it's donkey, buddy. And I like that he voiced like a random elephant. Where's the peanuts? Thank you. Like, I feel like, despite the main characters that you know from the movies, including Mason the Chimps, I'm talking about a guy who stinks. I am talking about Phil. I like that some of the side animal characters got their moments to shine. Like, for instance, there's this one character that Rob Paulson plays, which is a raccoon. Oh, Leffy, like the Reaper. And I like the fact that he exposes his identity, that he's not a hero, he's actually a thief. And then later on, that was so funny. He was like, Skipper, nice little leper seal, hit the deck. And then Rico just squeals like a girl, like, ah! So, I like the fact that Penguins of Madagascar goes more in depth with the penguins. Like, don't get me wrong, they definitely have their moments to shine. And I think because of the popularity of the TV show, that's where it leads to them to getting their own spin-off movie in 2014. My complaint was, I wish King Julian was a part of the adventure, but that's why Julian, Maurice, and Mort were just a part of the show for long, just because they took over. One of my favorite episodes is when Mort was being like a marketable plushie, and literally he's like, no, that's all of me, bring me back my dolls. Hey, why do the other me stink? Because King Julian let all the Mort plushies be sold away because they smell like skunks. And they had this very Toy Story 3 type of death traps with all this factory trying to crush the penguins and Mort. And then that's where Skipper calls King Julian Ringtail. Is that my code name? And I like Skipper and Julian's back Mars where he annoys the heck out of Skipper. Like one time he acts like a chicken. Bark, 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 bark. And who's that one character? Like the female otter was, her name was like what was her name? I'm trying to remember. What was the otter's name? No. Okay.
Oh wait, you're talking about Marlene?
Marlene, that's her name. I thought she was gonna be like Skipper's love interest just because she was like a zoo otter or something, but it is what it is. I definitely like the fact that she does tag along. I do like you got some interesting voice cameos, like Richard Kind, aka the voice of Bing Bong, was the crocodile that make all the noises. Where basically he was just scared of the sewers, and he swapped bodies with Rico one time, and then he crushed over the baby's car. Rico, calm down. I never would have been. I would have been so quiet. And I like that he teaches the penguins to cry. It's like, no need to hush. So definitely great cameos. I like that the zookeeper Owls is voiced by Freddy's mom in iCarly, which I find that ironic. And speaking of iCarly, yeah, there are plenty some Nick stars. Nathan Chris voices a boy. I think Sam, Jeanette McCurdy, Victoria Justice like voice like other artists that were like Marlene. And then one of my favorite ones is when Jerry Trainer was a cockroach, and he actually tags along with Rico around the time. It's like, hey, more Nick stars tag along with the Penguins of Madagascar. That's awesome. And then you get more cameos like Wayne Knight's voicing Max the cat, which they always confuse him as Moon Cat. I wish I could fly, bird, and I also wish that shooting star that doesn't hit me. I'm like, yo, that's Alpha Toy Story 2. That's Dennis Nietzsche from Jurassic Park, Tantor from Tarzan, the boy that's everywhere in the 90s. So I'm like, cool that he's voicing the character. And then the biggest one is Neil Patrick Harris as Dr. Blowhole. Yeah! The one moment where he makes Skipper lose all of his memories, and once we lose all his memories, we got Alex the Lion. Unfortunately, it's not Ben Still. I'm like literally in my head when I was watching the show, I'm like, how come the original Madagascar gang is not a part of the show? I'm like, is it because this takes place before the events of Madagascar 1 and 2, but Alex is like a ghost spirit or something? I mean, I like that he helps Skipper out, but it's so weird. It's like, but why is he a ghost spirit if he's not dead or anything? He's not Mufasa from The Lion King. But I will admit, it was pretty cool that Alex in some way, shape, or form appear in the show, because obviously he's the most iconic main lead of the Madagascar OG group. And the moment where Skipper has to sing like with the Blowhole, your voice may be pretty, and then Blowhole just lost his memory. Where am I? Who am I? And one of the things I like the Rat King episode where Skipper needs to get the crown back and they beat the living crap out of the Rat King where he moves up his biceps. But one of my favorite moments was the Christmas episode where they try to stop the Santa Claus. Like, we got you now, Santa. Santa? Rito? Santa! Tree! Animals confused potato! Which I honestly thought that was funny when it comes to those moments where it was super wacky. And one of the episodes that was pretty wholesome was where Private wants to raise a baby duck, and King Julia was the king of King Julia Jr. JJ. Me and my JJ will be forbid say. I like that one. The later episodes actually call back that one song, but in reality, the Ducklings was thankful for it, and even Tara Strong voiced the main duck, the mom duck, and all the female ones, and the Ducklings. Cute and cuddly boys, cute and cuddly. I mean, for what it is, I know I'm going to overpraise it too much, but for the first ever DreamWorks show, I'm sorry, just like Gabriel, the moment, it definitely have its funny moments, the pinata moments, and then King Julian just messed up Skipper's place on King Julian Day where it's like super clean. So Penguins of Madagascar, I got to put it on an S tier, personally for me, because it's so funny.
Dude, I agree. Like, I watch the show and I always laugh my butt off. Like, and for DreamWorks' first ever show, like, compared to DreamWorks shows now, nah. But DreamWorks shows back then, goated. Like, especially this show. And I definitely agree with you as being S tier. All the funny moments with the penguins and King Julian and all the other zoo animals, they crack me up. I think I remember this one episode where like Kowalski accidentally turns himself dumb, and like Skipper is like, "You gotta find the line. Let's find the line, Kowalski." That he loses the line. I can't find the line. Where is the line? You just crossed it, buddy boy. Ah! And basically, that's kind of like one comedy of this show, dude. Like, I love it a lot. Another thing about that I remember watching was like when they had to get their like shots, and like the penguins thought Skipper died, and then he came back as a zombie, but that ain't the case. So yeah, basically the stuff like that is what makes the show really hilarious. And yeah, I agree, it definitely goes in S tier. For sure.
Sorry, what was the ranking that you said?
I said S tier.
S tier. Okay, what time is it now? It's
Yeah.
midnight, and it's about to be 5 hours long. Apparently, my dad's coming back home. I say, as much as I would hate to split into two parts, I think we're going to have to do a part two. But for right now, let's talk about at least one more Nick Toon, and then I feel like we should talk about Fanboy and Chum Chum. We should stop there, and if we do part two, we'll start off with Big Time Rush. Would you agree on that?
All right, makes sense.
So if I count it, so Fanboy and Chum Chum will be the last one for this one for now. So Big Time Rush will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Still 20 shows left. Gosh dang. And we're literally at the end of 2000 because Fanboy and Chum Chum Big Time Rush came out 2009. But let's talk about Fanboy and Chum Chum out the way. So as a kid, this was definitely a brainwash show, and Nickelodeon was like, what should we do, Adventure Time or Fanboy and Chum Chum? Guess what they choose? Fanboy and Chum Chum, of course. But you know what? Good. Cartoon Network definitely deserved to have Adventure Time over Nickelodeon, but unfortunately, as a kid, I liked it, and I will admit, the teacher, some of the side characters are pretty funny, like the teacher, Mr. Mufflet, I think that was his name or something. Breaky, what, boss? I feel like his quotes are pretty funny, like during the parts where they had the Frosty Freezy Freeze zombie invasion. Frosty Freezy Freeze, I just came here for a cup of coffee. And even though the voice of Chum Chum is basically the voice of Styx from Sonic Boom, and freaking Jamie Kenny's voicing Kyle, the dude from one of my least favorite movies of all time, Son of the Mask, but good for him. And I like that Josh Duhamel's character Oz is basically just a rip-off of the nerd guy from The Simpsons. It's like pretty crazy that I got a big character, like a big actor just to voice a comic book nerd knockoff from The Simpsons. And then Bug. I will admit, Bug was pretty funny around that time. Oh yeah, first in line. Oh yeah. And then Boog's friend that worked at the Frosty Freeze Free shop obviously hates Fanboy and Chum Chum. It goes like the typical Squidward archetype where they hate the main lead because they're two idiots that ruin their lives and they want to get rid of them so badly before they start carpooling in their car. I thought that was pretty silly. And during the moment where Yo captures Chum Chum and decides to, like, I don't know, kidnaps them and then put them in like an arcade game, I honestly thought that was pretty weird. I mean, I think Yo was fine, but I'm like, I question about her motives. And I forgot what was the fat girl's name, but I remember one time she likes Fanboy just because he freaking killed a spider.
I watched that episode.
And then she freaking lost her hair, just take it away till she got like superpowers for some reason. I don't know, that just fell off. But the episodes I did like was the Lunch Lady episode where they take all the chum and goob and just turn it into like firefighters. Like, you're not leaving the school cafeteria until you start eating all the chum. Open and eat it. Including the one moment where they do like a firefighter moment and then she fell for it. You ain't real fireman. And then the teacher's like, somebody has got to get rid of that woman. Don't look at me. She scares me. It's like, damn, even the teacher can be full off. I forgot what was the name of the janitor, but he's basically a rip-off version of Emperor Palpatine of going, welcome to the dark side of the school. You mean it's evil? No, not me, you nitwit M. So I'm like, clearly a Palpatine rip-off. So I will admit, it definitely does have its dumb moments where Fanboy farts off his armpits just to like make the girls like all for breeze, and Chum Fanboy change each other's nose. It is complete brain rot, but I will admit, it is decent for what it is. Or that one time where Kyle turns into a chicken, or that one time that I do end up liking this episode where they go to the Mantarctica roller coaster where Fanboy just screams out of nowhere, and then Jeff Bridges, the voice of Johnny Bravo, voices Global Warmer's episode, the beady fly, including the one moment where Chum believes in Mantarctica, and then Global Warmer just came to find him, beebity bobbity boo, I don't know what you're saying, my name is Pack, and then just take over the freezing guy. So either way, the show definitely have its stupid moments, like making a gum like out of nowhere in the noses, and Oz's mother just hipping it up on one of the villains or whatnot. I don't think it's as bad as most people say. I definitely say it would be more on a C tier if I'm being honest. Like, I don't think it's going to be as good as El Tigre or Wild Thornberrys. I think Fanboy and Chum definitely falls in more to the C tier list level if I'm being honest. I don't think it's bad, but I think it's decent for what it was.
Yeah, I agree, dude. I'm gonna be honest, I've actually been not too long ago I rewatched the show, and I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny.
Anyway.
I watched this episode where like apparently like Fanboy like lost his memory or something, like his brain is just not there. And like I don't know what it was about it, but like it's kind of like brain rot, but like I kind of enjoy the brain rot on this show. So, Mr. Muffin's also really hilarious too. Mm-hmm. Like literally the scene where he gets blasted out of the door and then he starts flying.
With his dead ass pan voice.
I know a lot of people didn't like the show a lot, but then again, when I was a kid, I loved the show. I was like, and yeah. Even now, I kind of do still enjoy it. So, but then again, it's not the greatest show, and I'm not praising it. Putting it in like A or B tier would be praising it.
Yeah,
C tier is appropriate. So yeah.
It is. So you definitely agree, like C tier, like next to Doug.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. I definitely think it's decent. Like, it's brain rot, but I say it's more tolerable brain rot than other certain Nick shows. Like, I would rather watch Fanboy Chum over Pick Banana Go Cricket or Mr. Meaty. So, that's just my opinion. But yeah, funny enough, we're gonna stop here at the stream because it's late, and I don't know, my dad was like, hey, turn off the live stream and whatnot. So, literally, the last 2000 show, which we'll save it. We'll save this for part 2. Will be Big Time Rush, and then all the way from Big Time Rush, we'll go with Rise of TMNT. So, part 2 could be shorter than part 1, but we got the majority of the 90s and the 2000s Nick Toons and Nick sitcoms. So at least we got that out of the way along with Gabriel's opinion in a way. So I guess for those that are still watching, we'll be back for part 2. Who knows? If it's tomorrow, I mean, as long as there's no Gamescom announcement that's bothering me or something, maybe. But for now, for those that enjoy part 1, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for sharing your Nickelodeon thoughts and everything. And we'll definitely catch you guys in part 2. Now, Lester, you take it away for being the Nick expert.
Yeah, but I'm the Nick expert. Thank you people for watching the stream about us rambling on Nickelodeon shows, especially the ones that hold us dear to us. And we will come back for part 2, as usual, because that's the thing with these tier list streams.
Yep.
But yeah, we will return soon.
Yep, we'll be back with part 2, starting off with Big Time Rush, and hopefully ending this off with Rise of TMNT, which thankfully not as long as Pixar and Marvel. So 5 hours long, and it's midnight. I'm pretty sure y'all want to go to sleep, school, work, college, whatever it is. So me and Lesnar will be back for part 2 in the 2010s era of Nickelodeon. So we'll see
Yes,
you next
we
time.
will.
Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon.